Hey, hey. Ooh. Let's see what we can see. What's up, TikTok? What's up, Bert? How's it going, Bert? I had a wild conversation today, baby. This morning. Good morning, Miss Red. How you doing, love? Ooh. So we were Bert, come up for a minute and holler at me, brother. Come up for a minute and holler at me, Bert. Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm good. They came like the thing is I know right from wrong. So at the end of the day, there's only so far you gonna be able to take me, where I just feel like you speaking nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Come on, hey Bert. Bert. The good doctor's in the house.
Look, I was just talking to Cheryl on her live, and she's coming over right now. So please let her in. But we
Yeah,
were all in the same
absolutely.
room, and I was basically saying this is a bunch of nonsense. It's an echo chamber, and they can't hear them. Their voices just replicating in the room, and they're just hearing their voices and their points of views, and it sounds like a bunch of hurt women in the panel. I'm not talking about the people that were in the comments. It was a bunch of hurt
Yeah.
people. And it was a bunch of nonsense. And after I realized it's a bunch of nonsense, I left. They were talking about, oh, if you don't, basically, you're basically saying, if you don't agree with me, I'm going to block you. That's nonsense. That is the new norm. If people don't believe, they don't agree with your point of view, they're going to block you. That's absolute nonsense. It was absolutely ludicrous. And it was a very good example of what men should avoid. That was a
Yeah.
perfect prime example to avoid that kind of nonsense. Avoid
Yeah.
when she's talking about this now, and then all the curse words and all this
Oh yeah.
gaslighting, and then when the bottom right guy came in, I don't know if it was a man and a woman. I have respect for the community, but I was just trying to figure out what was going on with what he was talking about. I mean, because I don't know, so maybe you can fill me in.
All right, so check this out. This is something I've realized. Okay. These
Bruh,
Bert,
hold
what's up,
on, man.
man? Oh
I'm
Listen,
my
man.
good. Somebody got
God.
an echo. I'm gonna mute for.
Man, I
Hey.
was watching and I was like, part of me wanted you to get down from there, but I'm like, man, this is what bruh does. He wants to be in his
Yeah.
trenches. But I've never, I've never seen, like, I've seen a lot in my
I've
life,
seen
but like
I've
a
seen that
collection
before.
of that. I mean, so have I, but that was a collection of some of the angriest, most bitter women I've ever. I mean, wow. I didn't know Mooney. Wow, that was bad, bruh.
Oh
That was
yeah, man.
bad. I wouldn't touch them, but I mean, shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to do it. I don't know why you do it, but thanks for taking one for the team, bro.
Bro, bro. So like this is what you have to this is what I've accepted and I understand, okay? There's a contingent in our women where they hate heterosexual men and they hate heterosexual black men in particular. And the LGBTQ side of our community, a lot of them, not all of them, because I know tons of people that are gay and shit like that, and they cool as hell. But I think that you have a large contingent of them where they have a very powerful voice among black women who think like this, right? Because what you're starting to see is that essentially there are two groups of black people. Okay. There are black people who believe that we need to get married and start families and start working together. There are
True.
black people who believe that. And then there are black people who believe this pseudo scientific Afro, collectivist, extended family, LGBTQ, everybody just having sex with each other and just having kids. And we all just step up as a community to support the women and support the
Hey,
children.
hey, hold, hold,
And
hold,
that
hold on, hold on, hold
is
on.
no
I'm gonna
order,
interrupt
it's
you.
chaos,
I'm gonna
destruction, and
interrupt you.
chaos.
I'm gonna interrupt you since everybody's been interrupting you today. Are you when
Yeah.
you say pseudoscience? When you say pseudoscience, are you talking about pseudo white science or pseudo black science? Which
Yeah.
one is it?
Right. Like she was like,
Absolutely
you're bringing
insane.
a white man's knowledge. And I was like, no, I was like, science doesn't belong to white people. Okay? Like,
So
science does not belong to white
so
people. Okay?
so check this out. But when I was screaming to myself when I was watching it, I'm like, well, hell, I think a white man did all the studies on on the theory of like what gravity or something, right? So
Yeah.
so does that mean it doesn't apply to us? And what did she say? What did she say
And
about at the
can I
cellular
interject right
level?
here?
One second, I'll be done. I'm gonna just. I
Mhm.
want to say one thing, right? What was that thing she said about at the
Okay.
cellular level? Black people and white people are different. I mean, what does that
Yes.
mean?
That is so. What she's like, because the sun gives them cancer, and we don't get it as often. We need so much more sun exposure, where our body would have a
It's it.
cancer-free process. It's insanity, bro. It's just pure insanity. It is. Now, here's the thing: black people, everybody has melanin, okay? But black people have the largest concentration of melanin in our bodies than any other racial group. There are other racial groups that can have high melanin concentrates. There are some Asian Indian, you know, racial groups that can get as high a concentration as melanin as we are, but we are the original melanated people of the planet. But that does not make us different on a cellular level. That just
So
we
here's
just have
Exactly.
melanin.
hey,
Yeah,
basically
that's
this is the
insane.
point I was trying to
That's
drive in the
fucking
conversation.
insane.
Hey, this is the point I was trying to drive into the conversation when she started talking about statistics and science and stuff like that. She's talking about ignore science. First of all, I want to know how many people on that panel actually has done peer-reviewed research. So they don't understand what's peer-reviewed research. They don't understand the standard for peer-reviewed research. They don't understand the importance for peer-reviewed research. You cannot do research without doing you cannot do research without using statistics or qualitative and quantitative data. You cannot do it. So when they start talking about, well, what have you done? What kind of research have they done? I can listen immediately and tell that some of those people, or the people on the panel, at least, to say they have not cited any resources. I mean, can they tell me the science that they've done?
You breaking up pretty bad, brother. You're breaking up pretty bad.
Can you hear me?
You're breaking up pretty bad. I'm trying to get,
Okay,
and
can
I'm
you hear me
trying
now,
to get
testing?
more people up. I'm trying to get more people up into the panel. But here's the point that I think that we all have been able to draw. Okay, there is a large contingent of Black people who they have a concept. They've kind of rewrote history, because we all know that history is not what it is. Okay, but what they have decided to believe, okay, is something that has absolutely nothing to do with reality. They've repainted Africa as like that place where we were all holding hands and it was a kumbaya, and just there was no intertribal wars. There were no great cities that were built that were large metropolises that attracted people from all over the world. Like, their understanding of what Africa's meaning to the world has been mutilated just as badly as what white people have done through explaining what our history has been. And the
It
truth
might be
is
worse. It might be worse.
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And their idea and so here's the question. Here's the question I want to ask, okay? Here's the question I want to ask, okay?
If you're
At
not
no
talking,
point,
mute.
all right? Here's the question I want to ask, okay? What are these women going to do with the fact that the competitive, successful, or the competitive, stable Black men in their own community that want families, don't want matriarchal leadership, they don't want babies outside of wedlock? What are you going to do about the fact that the men who have the gumption to bring the community up and forward want absolutely nothing to do with these types of narratives around this? When are we going to deal with the fact that you can talk matriarchy and matrilineal and this back to African shit all you want to? The competitive, successful men of your community do not want that with you or anybody else. What are you going to do about that fact? That's what I'm curious about. At some
Well, they're
point,
not. They're not gonna.
we need to ask
John,
ourselves,
can
what
you?
the hell is going to do about
There's a
it?
feedback.
Y'all need to mute if you're not talking. It's horrible. If you're not talking, mute.
That's my question to everybody. Did you guys hear the question?
I heard your question.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer what to do about it, but this is what I want to say. Black
Yes,
men,
my love. How are you, Cheryl?
I apologize for my sisters. You know that they had to be so
You can't
disrespectful
relate it
to
to
you.
them at all, baby. You
And
ain't
I
got to
love you,
apologize
man,
for
and
nothing.
I respect you, and I don't want a whole bunch of peen in my womb. You know, that is not what I want. I don't know why they would subscribe to that, you know. But anyways,
Oh,
I love you. I'm
Hey,
here to
basically, can
support
you
you,
mute? Can you mute
and I'm
John?
going to be a little
Can
facetious.
you
Who
either mute John or drop him, please?
who?
If he can't
John?
mute, he needs to drop.
Yeah, you
Okay,
can drop me.
I'm gonna drop you, John, and then you come back up later, I guess. Let me see here. I don't mute. No, see, look at this. I don't do enough lives, man. Y'all gotta coach me up. There we go. All right, there we go.
I got two things, right? I have a
But
response
let
to
me
what you
finish.
said.
Hold
Go ahead,
on,
Oh, I'm
let
Jermaine.
sorry. I'm
Cheryl,
so sorry. I'm so
let
sorry. Go
Cheryl
ahead.
finish, and then
Yes.
come right on back.
Yeah, so I tried to explain in the chat that we're doing this healing work. We're speaking life into each other. Of course, that comment was ignored. But I wanted to say this. Who told you to wear the same color as me today?
We we matching, but we on the same energy. That's what that
We
is.
do, we do.
We on
And
the same energy.
again, I'm going to say, and then I'll be quiet and let the men speak. I just like being in your presence. I don't mind being quiet and listening. It's such a joy to be around men.
Thank you, my love.
Now I done lost my point. I got so giddy. I just love you guys, and you have the right to have the preferences that you want. I want my grandsons to be able to speak what it is they want, and I want them to have that, and I want them to have a virtuous woman, a submissive woman, a woman who sees. And I mean a man who my daughters could see that there's great leadership out there. I want my grandsons to experience virtuous women. I was one. I believe I still am. I'm getting back to that virtuousness, and I love it, and it feels wonderful. So that's what I root for. So keep talking what you want into
Yeah.
existence.
Bert, I want you to,
So,
yeah, and
so
thank you for
a
that,
couple of things,
Cheryl.
right?
Thank you for that, Cheryl. I
A
needed to
couple.
hear a woman speak reasonably to me
I it
after that
it's. I
shit.
mean,
You
you
just
at this
poured
point
into
you
my
need to be nurtured
soul.
by somebody, and men can't do it. But let me respond a little bit to
Yeah.
what you said. One, I think women like that are written off, right? So I don't think it matters. I don't think you're honestly, respectfully, I don't think your question even matters. They're written off, and they know they're written off. They're in their own little subset. Two, kind of a response to what Cheryl said, as far as like, I mean, yeah, men need to have their own preferences, and we have the right to do that. To make the point a little bit stronger, we're claiming that right, right? I mean, that it doesn't really matter what women think about our preferences. That's what I'm trying to get into them. It doesn't matter what they think. They should understand it, but if they don't, that's fine. Men will do their own thing. Um, and the observation that I have on this is, and I've seen it time and time again, where like these very leftist women will often have, gay men as their support group. There were like two gay men
Yes.
in there, right? And they're strongest supporters of these gay men. What's interesting
Yeah.
to me is I've never seen a man do that. Like I don't have lesbians backing me up. They can if they want to, but I don't have like a cadre of lesbians who are like fighting for me. It doesn't work that way. So I just find it weird.
Yeah, it's mad weird. Like I'm telling you, the feminist cause. So womanism is black feminism. Okay, they call it something else. They act like womanism is not feminism because they actually have a beef with feminism. Because when feminism first started rolling out, they didn't really give black women the equity that they deserve, but they still wanted to use black women because of their minority status to get the message out and sell it to a lot of people. And so black women created their own group, the womanist. And womanist is like this back to Africa, the ancestors, community, collectivist, a living lifestyle. And it's like ultra progressive and all of that stuff, right? So that birthed womanism. And then you had the LGBTQ movement. They moved in with the feminists, and by extension, moved in with the womanists. And so now what you have is you have feminism, womanism, LGBTQIA, all of that is like a single mass. And they all support each other's ideas. And it's all about having the common enemy of the heterosexual male. And this is something that is so important for everybody to understand. Okay, so check this
I have a
out.
question for you. I have a question
Go
for you
ahead.
on that point.
Go
So, and
ahead.
I was thinking about this the other day. Now, if you can answer this, great, right? But I think
Okay.
there. But if you cannot answer this, then it goes to the toxicity that we're witnessing, right? So this
Right.
womanist thing. Can you tell me what the polar opposite of that is? Is there a polar opposite of a womanist, like for a man?
No.
I can't think
No.
of a name for that. So that
No.
goes to the toxicity that we're talking about. I don't know a polar opposite for feminists, really. That's in action with men. I don't see that. Like we love women, right? So
Right.
that goes to the toxicity that we're seeing on one side. It's not shared equally. This is women. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah. I'm saying that these folks, they've developed these concepts, these major concepts, okay? And the goal of the common enemy of these concepts is heterosexual men. For woman is the heterosexual black man that wants authority and leadership in his own home. If you are a black man that wants authority and leadership in your own home, then they see themselves as your natural enemy because they believe that the reason you want authority and leadership in your home is because you have the mental schema of a white supremacist, patriarchal oppressor and a colonizer. And then once you accept that that's what they're doing, and then this is a very important element. This is a very important element here. Check this out. When I realized this, it made perfect sense to me. So if you were a white dude that was a racist, okay, and you walked out onto the street with your Ku Klux Klan hat on, and somebody hits you with a truck, no black person will feel bad for you, right? Everybody will be like, yeah, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles, right? You know, it doesn't matter if that man had a family. It doesn't matter if that man did. It doesn't matter what he did. We know that he is a racist and he looks down on and does not see black people as human beings. So fuck him, right? Okay. So that is how they feel about heterosexual men. If you are a heterosexual man that is not a feminist, right? You are not fighting for their cause, then to them, you are the equivalent of a racist white man. And you deserve as little respect as he does. And once I wrapped my mind around it, I was able to emotionally prepare myself to enter spaces like that, where it's just completely hostile space if you're a
So there
heterosexual
is
man.
almost nothing, and I know I'm talking a lot, and I'm not going to stay up for that long, but there is almost nothing. Oh, I think I'm getting an echo. Let me do this. I'm going to drop off. There's almost nothing that I despise more than a male feminist, right? A male feminist is akin to like a black person being in the Klan. It really
Yes.
is. It's the same as a black man being in the Klan, being a male feminist. I despise
Right.
them. And in my younger days, I'd break their nose, but I don't do that anymore. I'm a peaceful man.
Well, we have to
Yeah.
look at it like this. When a man hates his own gender, he's not going to like men, period. So then he hops on board with the women who don't appreciate men as well. That's the proclivity to that. That's what that is. He doesn't like
Yeah.
his own gender.
That was something else. Hey, uh, diaspora. Were you there? Did you just see that
Yeah, Marty.
conversation?
Brother, I was there. I didn't even know what the heck was going on at first because somebody started talking about taking the kitty cat, and I'm like, wait, I just jumped in this thing, and Marty's up in here, and they talking about there's passport bros in the comments, and they're in the comments because they can't get no, and they taking the kitty. I was like, what is going on? And
Bro.
as I listened to it, but here's an interesting thing. I don't know all of their names, but I know I was on a panel with one of them before, right? And they showed a picture of them as a child, like 13 or something like that, and they had these dark sunglasses on, and they were like, "Oh, did you know that the reason why I'm wearing these dark sunglasses is because my boyfriend beat me up and then bought me these sunglasses, and my boyfriend was 23." And then they like went off into this like tirade as though like this weird, obviously illegal, grape relationship that they had at the age of 12 with this 23-year-old explained why they were like bisexual or something. And I was like, I'm in the wrong panel. I don't really know what you guys are talking about. I'm going to jump off the panel now. And that was the last time that, because it wasn't even like somebody was saying the bad uncle came over and did a bad thing to me. They were talking about like they was at the mall chatting dude up and they got with him, but he should have known better, which he should have. I get it, you know, mind you. But the whole thing was this weird, like, no accountability towards parents, like no accountability. Like, how were you able to carry on this relationship with this older man for years as a 12-year-old, and your mommy, your daddy, nobody ever got involved? I was like, listen, I'm not going to get into that because I already know what it's hitting for. You're all going to come with the victim blaming and all of that as soon as I ask the question. So let me just get up off the panel, because this is not the type of panel I was expecting, and let me move on about my business. And as soon as I saw that name on that panel with you, and the guy who was like, I've had penises in my mouth and in
Oh
my
yeah,
anus, and
the biggest one.
that's when I
The
came
biggest
in.
one.
That's when I came in, and I was like, "What is going on?"
The biggest
So,
one. I'm at the
right,
biggest
right.
one. I was like, bro, TMI, like
That
good for you. Like
hey,
what you do,
hey,
what
hey,
you do
that dude is
is
a father. That dude is a father.
yeah, yep, yeah,
Wow, are you serious?
yep. And
Wow,
and this is the
the
thing.
internet is
And
forever. Come on,
he
man.
was like, he says, well, that was zesty. There was a dude calling the another guy on the panel a simp in the comment section, and they were like, "That's zesty. That's zesty." And my thing is this: I think it's incredibly disingenuous to use being gay as an insult while simultaneously sticking up for the LGBTQ and gay community. That would be like me
Agreed.
sticking up for Black people, and then when somebody I don't like says something that I don't like, me calling them the N word, like
The
using
irony is half of the panel was either gay or bisexual.
all of
Admittedly,
them were.
in the panel, they admitted that. That's the irony.
Right. So, and
Right,
like I
right.
and I laid it out like this too. I said, okay, so listen, check this out. I make space for the fact that folks like y'all exist. Okay. Do you make space for the fact that there are people who are heterosexual, want heteronormative relationships? They want to get married and have children. So those are the people I am talking to. I'm not talking to y'all. I don't think that there's anything I'm gonna say to you that's gonna help you while you imagining the big penises you have taken in your life. Okay,
But
I
did you
know
see?
that I know you and I ain't got nowhere to go. Okay, I'm not I'm not here for you. I'm speaking to women who want men who want to be traditional protector, provider husbands, and men who want to become that and what they need to accomplish in their personal life to do that, and what type of character items they need to have in place for a woman to give them that type of authority, and for that woman to be safe to have equity. I want to build the mental schema of that man so he can provide and protect for that woman. And I don't know why you think that makes me a white supremacist. I don't know why you think that means I don't value Black women, because I am telling Black women that your divine womb, the only thing that a man can give you that is worth that is a commitment in front of everybody he loves and knows, and everybody
Correct.
who loves and knows, and whatever he sees to be God, a commitment to work for you, kill for you, live for you, die for you. I don't know how that diminishes Black women.
Why did old girl start cussing at you as soon as you said that? Like you
Oh
were
yeah,
like, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to these type of people. And Mooney started F bombing this and F bombing that. And it was like, wait a minute, what is going on in this room? That was one of the
oh,
craziest things I had ever seen.
once you accept that this was a thing, this was another thing that I realized. Okay, so check this out. Morality is the ever going conversation between what is right and what is wrong. Okay, morality is a study of what is right and what is wrong. Virtue is a conversation about what qualities and behaviors and choices lead to a balanced and healthy life. So patience is a virtue, right? Integrity is a virtue. Being industrious, which is a hard worker, is a virtue. Being fastidious is a virtue, right? These are all virtues. So I recently, my son, he's 15 years old. So I did a ceremony for my son, okay? And here's what we did. Like I got us this special tea, right? We did a blessing. I had a master of ceremonies oversee it. We did a blessing over the tea. My son picked out 3 virtues that he wanted to build his masculine frame around. He chose courage, forgiveness, and wisdom. And so we talked about how those things manifest in a man's mindset. So wisdom is the ability to effectively use knowledge, right? It is to collect knowledge and then learn how to best use it to the benefit of yourself and everyone else that you are responsible for. That is a wise person. That is how wisdom manifests for a leader, okay, and a man. And we talked about courage. Courage is being able to do what is right in the presence of fear, to not let fear be the deciding factor on what you do and what you don't do, to let righteousness be that, to let goodness be that, right? To have the courage to be good in a world that is trying to encourage your worst behavior, right? And then forgiveness, right? The
Well, you
importance of letting go of the wrongs that other people do to you. Now that doesn't mean to forget them, right? It's useful information about what they're capable of. And you need to understand that because you're responsible for your own safety as a man. Nobody else is responsible for keeping you alive, right? It's important that you don't forget it, but you need to be able to forgive it. That means let go of the anger, the frustration that comes along with living a life with other folks who are struggling to figure out the right way to go too, right? So we talked about those things. And then we did this gong immersion. And I don't know if you guys know what a gong immersion is, but it's super dope. This dude has gongs that cost $20,000. Like these are sounds you've never heard before. And we did it, and we went through this meditation. My son did an hour and a half of uninterrupted meditation, did not move a single muscle for an hour and a half.
Wow. Wow.
And
That's
then
impressive.
afterward, I read a speech to him that I wrote for him as a man. And then after that, he made his commitments to himself in front of me with me and my buddy as witnesses about what type of man he was going to be. Right? So this was a ceremony where the goal of the ceremony was to create a break between his childhood and now him entering into the beginning of manhood, which means I have to start taking some of the responsibilities on to take care of myself for the people that are around me. What do I owe to other people, and what do I owe to myself? And I have to be responsible for that, right? And I wanted to create an event that would be powerful enough for him to realize I am no longer a child. And so other communities have that. They have bar mitzvahs, they have quinceañeras, they have ceremonies that they do to welcome their young people into the beginning adult portions of their lives. Okay? And so I wanted to
so check
create
this
that.
out.
Go ahead.
So check this out. I think a boy who has designs on growing into a man does exactly what you said, right? Which virtues do you want to be the backstop for your masculine frame? But you're not a man until you've tested those virtues, right? You're not a man until you've tested them, right? You have to test them. So you have to find opportunities to test your courage out, right? And when opportunities arise, you have to meet that challenge, right? You have to do that time and time again. Know how do you stand in the fire when the fire's there? Same thing with forgiveness or whatever other virtue you're talking about. You've got to test them. Once you've tested them, then you can call yourself a man. And it's not that you call yourself a man. It's that other men call you a man. Like you're accepted into the fraternity. It's kind of how it works. You're recognized as a man once you've been tested.
Right. Yes. That I think that is accurate because you find out if you can really uphold and perform based off of the things you say you are. And then when your reality, matches your mental schema, matches the choices you made, boom, now you are the man you say you are. Right. And so like I think stuff like this is really important for young men and for young women so that uh they can create the context through which to see themselves, which is an important psychological dynamic that a lot of people don't learn. They let other people provide the context under which they see themselves. But you have the ability to do that for yourself. And when you take that level of self possession on, then it gives you the ability to exercise more will in your life and have a greater sense of self possession and a greater sense of of who you are. You're less moved by everybody else when you know who you are and you act in accordance with that knowledge, right? And that these things about
Precisely.
yourself are what you had chosen, you know?
Precisely.
So
Hey, I've got to drop down. I'll be in the comments for a while. I might come up later. I got some things to do. Hey,
Yeah.
brother,
I
keep up
appreciate
the
you,
good
Dr.
fight, man.
John.
We love you.
Can I
I
say
thank you,
something?
brother. I appreciate it. And I want Cheryl and Dr. John to go if you guys have anything, and I'll bring somebody else up if there's
I
anybody
want to
who.
comment on this beautiful ceremony. I just absolutely love it. Yes, the Jewish people do this by way of bar mitzvah. I love it because it's a spiritual ritual, right? And the spirit is courage, right? The spirit, it takes courage to forgive, right? I forgot what was the other virtue he wanted. So
Yeah,
it's
courage, forgiveness, and wisdom.
and wisdom. Oh my goodness, these three are
He
so
picked those out
fabulous.
himself. I was so proud it almost
And
made
for him
like
to
it got
choose
me right in the
those,
feelings.
it's like it gives me chill. It gave me chills in my whole body. And then to do this with this, the sounding bowls, you use the sound right with the thing. Is that what you guys used?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I
It had
just think
sound
that's
symbols and all of that. I gave it like a Christian theme
right.
because I like Christ and God. These concepts are very, very, very important and central
Exactly.
to me and where I find guidance and leadership because I know these are tested ideas that work. You
Right.
know, we can see the evidence that it
I just
works if
I'm
you
just so
adhere to those
proud of him
principles.
that he chose these for such a young
Yeah,
man to pick these three because I know as a woman I'm still building up these virtues, right? I'm
yeah,
tempted by my old lover who wants to come back into my life, and I have to have the courage to say no, even though I know that brings me some form of pleasure, but it's not all of what I need as a woman, right? He doesn't meet certain leadership, and it's not to say he's a
yeah.
bad man. He's a beautiful man who has to get rid of his old programmings, but I can't drag him with me. I can't make
Right.
him be the leader that I need him to be. So I forgave him, but I release him. I can still be your friend, but I can't give in to the temptation of
Yeah.
going back. And so that's
That's
why
what I'm
this
saying. Like when women talk about this body count doesn't matter thing, I'm like, listen, okay, hold on,
honey.
hold on. Let me tell you something, okay? There is no way I'm gonna do to you what I do to a woman, and it don't matter. Okay, there's no way.
I,
There
I
is no
know.
way
I
that you're
know.
gonna go through what I'm gonna put you through, and you're gonna be
and,
like, all
and
right, homie,
she's
it's
going to
still
remember
real,
you.
okay?
She's going to remember you, and it's going to be forever embedded. I tell you, I know, I experienced this, you
Yes,
know, and it needs to be used for good. It needs to be
yes, it
shared
does.
with the person that you love and want to spend the rest of your life with because it's a marker. Women don't understand their womb has memory, and it takes a lot to release the energy of something so powerful as X. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It
Ooh,
can be done for healing. It could be done for birthing a baby. It could be done for manifestation. It can also cause some chaos and confusion. Black Jesus, I'm telling you, I've experienced it. It's called a
yeah,
womb choice, and that
yeah. I
this is
call
a
it.
it's an
I say,
animalistic attraction, right?
yeah,
And it's very, very addictive, and
yeah.
it wreaks havoc.
When I figured out that I had a responsibility in how I was making the women feel, that it wasn't just like,
Mm,
oh, well, I just did my thing, and if they can't handle it, that's when I accept the responsibility for the fact that when you do it the way that you know how to do it,
mm,
that you are imprinting on a woman. You are imprinting on her. And
correct.
you can't do that to a woman and
It's
then
like a
be like, I don't
drug.
want anything with you. I
It's
don't
like
want
a
a relationship.
drug.
I don't want anything. But I'ma sit up and put your legs back. I'ma make out with you for 30 minutes while I'm just and
And she's
asking you
for
who it is
she's
and who
addicted.
is it. And I'm gonna do that, and then I think we're gonna get up from that, and it's just all. You know what? It's been real. I'll see you later. You can't do a woman like that.
And now she's
You can't do
crazy.
it.
Now she's
It
stalking
ain't
you.
right.
Now she's taking you into court. Now she's calling everybody
Yes,
in your family.
yeah,
I did it all, so I know.
yes, yes.
That's
You
why we
can't sit
have
up.
to know who we lay down with. It's very important.
Yep.
So I'm hoping I can
You
teach
can't
the
do a woman
ladies
like
some of
that.
this and they'll listen to me.
It ain't right. It ain't right. It ain't right. You grabbing somebody's hair and grabbing them by the neck and y'all doing all this nasty, staring each other in the eyes, and you sitting up there,
And
from room to
she
room and
will lose
fixing
her
the phone. You
faculties.
can't even no.
She will lose
That,
all faculties. Trust
yes.
me. I'm not proud
That
of it.
woman,
We're joking about it because it is fun, it is pleasurable, but if you're not emotionally mature, if you don't know who you are, it can destroy you. It literally can. I know.
yes. Yep.
I know.
And there's a lot of dudes and that's why women used to be more careful, right? Back in the day, women used to be like, I know I can have. So I was a captain on a football team, right? I was a quarterback in high school, right? And there were women that liked me, that wanted to sleep with me, but wouldn't sleep with me because they knew 100% I was never going to be with them. I wasn't going to wife them. And so I flirt with them and I'd be like, hey, what's up, girl? Why you acting like that? Da 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 da, this, that, and the other. Because I didn't realize, I didn't take responsibility in high school for what I was doing. I was just
You
having
didn't know.
sex.
You was just
Yeah,
being
I
a
was just
young
having sex.
man.
I
Yeah.
started I started having sex early, very early, and I didn't know better. I didn't know better. And so I was messed with this girl, that girl. And then,
Hmm.
I had a girl sit up and explain it to me. I never forget. I can say her whole name right now because I'll never forget what she was cute. She was really cute. She was like, listen, she's like, why do you keep messing with me? I want a boyfriend and I know you will never be my boyfriend. And it clicked for me. And I was like, she's right. That's why. These girls, they
Yes.
want to have sex. And now let me tell you something. That is gone. That's
Right.
gone. If a woman
Right.
has access to a man that can fly her out, if a woman has access to a man that is above the status of man that would give her a commitment, women have lost the ability to judge that fact. And they
Exactly.
will have sex with men that will never give them commitments. And before they used to not do that, they used to try not to do that.
Right. But so I'm so glad you have all this knowledge to teach your son. Teach him that how
Yeah.
attaching sex can be for a young woman. Because
Yeah, my
men,
goal with my goal
young
with my
boys don't look.
15-year-old is for him to
Women and
make it to
men.
18 before he loses his virginity. And I tell him, son, you can't go out doing whatever. And my son's very handsome. He's 5'10". He's still growing. He's on the wrestling team. He's one of those pre-selected guys that when girls see him, they go crazy, right? He's got his daddy's lips. He can talk. The boy's got game. I had game when I was a kid. Like I knew how to
Okay,
talk
but
to him. My,
teach him to use that game for good.
oh, well, what I
Yeah.
tell them is what I'm
Because
telling them is
girls
this.
don't look at sex the same. You know this as boys do.
Yes,
We get
yep,
emotional, we get attached. You guys don't equate sex to love. That's not what that means. You
yep,
know? And I had to learn this well into adulthood. Like, what does he mean? He used me.
yeah,
I just felt so used and abused, but he's just being a man. And men
yeah.
don't equate
It was
sex
fun.
to
Didn't you have
love. It's
fun?
not
I had
that.
fun. I don't see what the problem is. And then you have this person here, Naga Sakandra, right? They say not today's girls. Okay, so check this out. And
Mm.
this is something that's very important for people to
Hmm.
understand. Okay.
That's because they have masculine traits. They have masculine
Yeah.
energy.
And these, I'm going to tell you something. Women are the same that they were 100,000 years ago. Society has changed, but the
Right.
100 million years of reptile brain evolution that has brought you to this moment as a Homo sapien has not changed. When
Right.
somebody hits the back spot behind the back spot,
It's a
the
wrap.
same thing happens to you.
She
You may
hasn't met
deal
that
with
one
it
yet.
differently. You women have not changed, men have not changed. We just haven't caught up with all the changes that have evolved out of our technological advancement. So like relationships and human relationships have not caught up with social media at all.
And
That's why
I'm gonna
delaying
say this to the
relationships is
woman who
insane.
said that. I'm gonna say this to the woman who said that. If she could sleep around with a bunch of men and not get attached, she's not connected to her femininity. She's
Exactly.
walking
That's
around
another
like
thing.
she is a man,
Yeah.
or she hasn't found the right one to hit that spot yet. And so
Right.
she
Yeah.
better be
And she,
real careful.
Yeah, she said, and then you got this one who says, it's stiff and it's stiff again or it's stiff again. I don't know if you guys see it. She said, women are evolving, men aren't. Baby, I'm going to tell you something. From the man perspective, It's not an evolution. It's not, this isn't evolution. Okay. This has happened before, right? Before societies fall, the men and women, they separate. And that's what's happening. It's not that women are evolving, it's that women are hedonists. This isn't this women like what they're the culture they're pushing to women is hedonistic. And what that means is do whatever makes you happy. If it makes you happy, do it. The single standard that needs to be met for something to be right or wrong is not. It has nothing to do with morality anymore. It has to do with did it make you feel good? Did you
Okay,
like
but
it?
let's think
Did it
about
make you
that.
sad?
Chocolate cake makes me feel good, but if I eat the whole cake, I'm going to blow up to 300
Right. There's a
pounds.
consequence.
So
There's a
our
consequence.
desires, we have to check our desires. We have to fast those, put those desires in check. There
Yeah.
has to be some discipline and restraint, or forget about it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
anyway, I'm gonna drop down so another
I
person
appreciate you, Cheryl.
could
Thank you,
come up.
baby.
I'm gonna be down in the comments supporting you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Okay.
Hey, do anybody else? Does anybody got something
So
they want to add to this?
yeah, I was hoping next episode.
Yes. Yeah.
What I have to say is that I witnessed the live that you're talking about with the echo chamber prior. You start your live, and I made a few observations. One, in those conversations, I believe that the words statistics and research, they are against. I don't know why, but you bring up those words, they're fought against, and I would have to ask the question of how many people on that particular panel have actually done some research, and gather in order to make to strengthen their research. Right. I mean, because a lot of people say, "Well, I don't believe in stats. I don't believe." Well, I mean, have you been in the school?
Is it just
That you were
me, or is he
required
breaking up really
together
bad?
this data?
Yeah, Dr. John, you're breaking up so bad. Do you want to drop and come back up, brother, and see if it clears you out?
Yeah, I'll come back. I'll come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Come back up. Don't forget your point because I do want to hear it. Drop down and come right back up.
Sorry, can I just say something?
Okay.
I'm gonna go live, but can I say something quick?
Yeah, sure, Mamba.
Yeah, man. It's good meeting you again the other day, man. I did come near to the end in that live that you were in. Man, I just think that there's a lot of hurt people, but they don't know it, and
Yeah.
you see it evident when what was triggered. You triggered something, and what was triggered was your knowledge, and the knowledge. What they asked was this by a white person or was it by a black person?
Right.
I know that you're referencing to. And the moment someone said, "Oh no, it's a white," and then you spoke, and then you gave your answer, which did answer the question, but they didn't like the way you answered it. But the trigger was, because it wasn't distinctively, established by a black person, the way they rejected the knowledge. For me, my thing is this, and I was gonna go up, then I thought, I'm disgusted by the way they handled that.
Yeah.
Because when you look at it, I could say, okay, well, so some of you, just look at what you're wearing. What you're wearing, was that created and designed by specifically a black person? The toothpaste that you use to brush your mouth and clean, the TV, the phone that you're streaming on, was that was that designed by only a black person, or was that designed by a multiple of people of different races, and potentially, presented, by a particular color that you find is, the oppression of people? So for me, it's just, if you're going to have that energy of knowledge, then have that energy of everything. Your house, like, build your house yourself then. So it's just I think it's just the
It's it,
ignorance of it, man. It's just like,
it,
oh
it,
man,
it
it's
is
just, you're so short-sighted you're so prideful in this all black everything, that you can't receive what is truth.
yeah. That's like what it is there's a value system that we have, right? And what's a value
Sorry about
system?
that, Joe.
Value is what is important. Okay. Value means what is important. So if you and somebody else have similar values, that means you both can agree on what is important, right? So if we were to look at my computer desk, right? So this is my computer desk, right? There's a picture my daughter drew for me up top, right? So it's got a monitor, it's got two monitors, it's got the computer, it's got the speakers, it's got my wireless mouse, it's got, right? So if you and I were to take a look at that desk and say, okay, well, what's the most important part of this desk? And then you say, you know what, the most important thing are the monitors. And I say, nah,
Yeah.
I think it's the computers, because if we don't have the computers, then the monitors aren't working. If we don't have the same value for this computer desk, when it comes time to make decisions about the computer desk, we're going to go two different ways. Okay. And that's why men should deal with women who share their values. And when you talk to women where the value isn't on marriage, right? It isn't on a long-term commitment. They don't believe in relationships. They catastrophize relationships. There was a woman who said, what's a good thing husbands have ever done for women? Husbands are no good for women. This, and basically she was just saying the entire institution of marriage is bad for women. Okay, got it. So here's my question to a woman who thinks that way. If you think marriage is all bad, okay? If you want to have a child, what is the best way to bring that child into the world, and what type of living environment should they grow up in? And the reason I ask that question is because the greatest institution for the rearing of children that we've discovered so far is marriage. And what is the evidence for that? When we measure social participation and negative outcome in society, the data is very clear, right? Our jails are filled up with people who are from single parent homes. Our mental institutions, the same, the people who want to lie themselves, the people who drop out of school, the people who become rapists, the people who become drug addicts, the people who become murderers. All of these people, they have something that is in common. And that is most of them came from completely unstable homes. The vast majority of them didn't have fathers. Now, that doesn't mean if you grew up in a nuclear family that you can't come out fucked up, right? Because we said 80% of the people that are in jail were raised by raised in a single parent home. So that means 20 of them were raised with a mom and a dad, and they still came out fucked up. Okay? But wouldn't you prefer, if there is no silver bullet and there is no right answer that's going to be right for everybody all the time, then wouldn't you want to do the most right thing to give yourself the highest probability of the best outcome so that you don't fall into the negative buckets? And that is obviously marriage. So if that is not a value of yours, then my message is not for you. I'm not trying to convince you or change your mind. I'm not speaking to you. I'm talking to women who want long-term meaningful relationships with men of character. And I'm talking to men who want to be the men worthy of that type of authority being granted. What do you need to become as a man to be worthy of that type of authority to be granted to you? You know, what needs to be true about you? Those are the men I want to speak to, and women who want those men. Those are the women I want to speak to. If you're single, independent, and you don't need a man, then me and you ain't really talking about nothing. And when I go into those conversations, it's so I can try to give a rational response back, so that anybody who is watching, whose mind is open, hears and says, "Damn, he said that science is, you know, they create a test for a theory, and then after they test the theory, then other scientists all test it, and then all the information is peer reviewed to make sure that the shit made sense, and then they give a theory. They say, okay, look, based off of what it is we've been able to test, this is what we think is happening to the best of our knowledge, right? That's what a theory is, right? So that when I said that, and they were like, you know what, that's a white man science. There was somebody in the comment section that was like, that's not a good answer. That doesn't make sense. I identify more with Black Jesus. I thought I identified with this because I don't care about this body count shit. But that wasn't a good enough answer. Maybe I need to listen a little bit more, and they go with somebody else or me, and they hear, and maybe we get one or two more women that are going to want a family one day and want to do it the right way. That's why I go into those lives. And that's why I'll deal with 100 people that disagree with me, because there might be two that get something. My goal is one or two. It ain't 100.
Mm. Oh, he listen. Not to cut you off, I'm sorry, but this brother did such a good job in that live earlier, controlling himself.
Oh, they was wild. They was wild. The one Mooney Boogle or whatever her name was, he was like, "What the fuck?" and this, that, and blah blah. And I was like, and I still, hey, I still checked her. I was like, listen, you want to have a conversation? Respects the bare minimum. Okay, you may not like what I think, no problem, but tell me why. Don't curse at me or insult me. And if you can't do any better than that, then recuse yourself from the conversation. Shit. Uh, and Jabari, I want you guys. I don't know if you guys saw the live. Ant, you were just talking. JB, I know I always call you JB because it's Jibri Amari, but you're welcome to engage, bro. You don't have to sit on mute. I just want to make sure you know that.
Yeah, I've been since
So,
the beginning. I do have a lot to say. I was going to talk about the beginning when you talking about the civilizations and stuff and how they separate in term before they collapse. They have a divide and conquer mentality where people are divided into males and the females and just all different aspects of this civilization. How that affects the youth and stuff, because our grandparents, like if you think about them with the LGBT movement, they didn't agree with like the mythology and the mental of, and then you look at us and then we agree with it, but it's like, where do you draw the line? That's kind of the concerning part. Where do people actually draw the line with stuff like that? Because when you don't have, like you said, like morals and the virtues and everything that you stand on, then you may agree what's going on now, but your grandchildren or your descendants, they might take it a step further and say, you know what, maybe pedophilia or something like that, or bestiality, or might keep going, and that's the scary part really about where society's headed, is to where do they draw the line.
Oh, bro, President Biden last month had a person that he met with and did an interview with who's a social media influencer. And this is a person that is a man that lives his life as a woman and identifies as a child, a prepubescent woman. So if I have to respect your identity, why can't you date my 15-year-old son? If I have to respect that in your 30s with a whole penis hanging off of you, that you're a 13-year-old girl, why can't you date my son? Why is that illegal? That's where we're going. Because in the
Yeah, that's
same way
scary.
they had a flag for LGBTQIA and all that stuff, they got a flag now for people who are pedos, and they no longer want you to call them that. They want you instead to refer to them as MAPs, minor attracted people. And a minor attracted person, yep, they don't want you to call them pedos. It's offensive. It's a map. And these people, part of the way they're going to get around it is because once we removed right and wrong, right? What we also did was a form of abuse to the younger generation. And the form of the abuse that to the younger generations, because there's no right and wrong, that means there's no generally true information. Everything is relative. We're in a state of relativism. And relativism means that it's right and wrong based off the individual person, the individual circumstance, the individual relationship, the individual society, individual time, their individual feelings at the moment, their individual history. So because right has to meet all of these metrics, there's no such thing as right. And so now, because there's no right and wrong, and anything can be right at any time, given on how somebody feels or whatever the case may be, now the only virtue that there is tolerance. So that means that the most offensive thing you can do is be intolerant of somebody else's truth. And that's the philosophical schema, because philosophy you can write out as a mathematical equation. Like philosophy has to be logical, if this, then that. Okay. And so if you were to write out the tree of logical thinking, that is the new mental schema that we are under. And in this schema, you can be anything that you want to be. And the danger in that is that has nothing to do with reality. Yep. So when you hear people are like,
They're
my
trying their
truth,
best to put it
my
on our
this, that, and
children.
the other, that's
That's
because they
absurd.
have a relativist approach to right and wrong. And the worst thing you can do is judge, be judgmental, say, hey, and judging is saying that is wrong. That is right. You shouldn't have done that. No, you are wrong. That's the worst thing you can do now.
So wait a
That is
minute.
the cardinal sin.
So wait a minute. They talking about when they say minor attracted persons. What are they talking about? Are they talking
A
about like
pedophile.
a 17-year-old? Like what do they mean by minor? Are they talking about like
They
your
talking about
kids?
children. They
Oh
talking about
hell no.
exactly.
They're talking about
They talking about
children.
exactly what the hell you think they talking about.
No.
You can look it up.
I
Yes,
was
sir.
trying to
So
give them a benefit of the doubt because that
there
don't make
was
no sense.
no. So
I
check this
can't even
out.
give
There
them a
was
benefit of the doubt at 17. I'm 35
no.
years old. I can't look at no 17-year-old little girl and find her
I'm with
attractive.
you on that. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So check
You
this
know,
out. So Andrew Tate made a video and it was very interesting. And there's an occult concept. Okay. Now people don't really understand the occult, and I don't practice the occult. I'm Black Jesus, right? I don't practice no occult shit. However, I'm a lover of knowledge, so I like to read about things. So I read about natal charts. I've read about crystals and energy work and Reiki and all of these different things. Like I have gone to places where people practice this and talked to them and read books on them, had them refer books to them. So there was a concept that Andrew Tate was talking about, and it's called karmic retribution. Okay, so karmic retribution is the concept that everybody's actions carry a karmic, a psychological, and spiritual consequence. Okay, and so people who are in the occult believe in karmic retribution, and this goes along with the relativist idea that there is no such thing as right or wrong. It's not about right or wrong. It's about, are you willing to pay the karmic cost of a particular action? So let me give you an example. And because of that, I'm able to negotiate how the karma plays out. So here's an example. And this is the example Tate gave if you guys saw the video. So this is how it works. He says, hey, if I sell you an apple and I don't tell you it's poison and you eat it, then I just killed you. Okay? I am responsible. I killed you. But if I tell you that these are poison apples and you eat one, then you have committed suicide and I am clean. So I can sell poison apples and it's fine as long as I give you the choice. That is karmic retribution. Okay. So that is why you see them admitting on television, in your ads and all of this stuff. Hey, we like we like child porn. We want to sexualize children, this, that, and the other. That's why you see the thing with Balenciaga, because to meet their standard of their faith, of the occult faith of karmic retribution, they have to tell you what it is you're buying into. So now when you buy Balenciaga, you are supporting MAPS and pedos. And that is why they have to tell you so they can remove the karmic retribution associated with the action. This is how this stuff works. Now, you have to have a very open mind to sit down with this type of information, to be a Christian, to sit down with this information and say, okay, what are they saying and how does it work? And that is what they're saying, and that is what you are seeing. Once you accept that that is what you are seeing, you say, oh, okay, I get it. I get why they're showing images of Satan everywhere. I get why there's occultist images everywhere. I get why they're trying to sell us on our children being this way or that way, or trying to expose our children where they get to make choices about their own sexuality, even though they are children that have no sexuality yet or have very little understanding of sexuality or whatever the case may be. We want to give the decision to them, the child, and then we want to influence the child, and then we're going to market and tell the parents so that we remove the karmic retribution from the action of leading their children astray, because it's your fault, because it's buyer beware. It's buyer
But
beware. It's your
now
responsibility to protect your children, not
but
theirs.
now
we also
I
want
was
but
in.
we also want to
Oh,
make
go
it a
ahead, go ahead.
rule that you have to be a certain age to drink alcohol because mentally
Mhm.
your frontal lobe has not advanced enough for you to understand certain things in America. But at 9, you can understand sexuality. Make it make sense.
No, yeah, exactly. And well, you got to understand, all the lines that we draw in our society to a degree are arbitrary. We find reasons to justify the things
Correct.
we do, and then we do them. And so we decide what is right and what is wrong. We have that power as a society. Now, biblical text and religious text, which explain morality before in a very absolute sense, used to be the guardrails that we were riding down this highway of life. But now all of those protections have been removed, and everything is fair and everything is open and everything is everything. So when you meet people where that is their value system, where the chief value is tolerance, Okay. And there is no right and wrong because everything's different. And you have to understand this is a person that has no concept of right or wrong. They're not going to mesh with you and your lifestyle because they can basically justify anything. And so you can't deal with, you can't have sex with them, you can't date them, you can't marry them, you can't have children with them. You cannot. You have to leave them alone.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd. I mean, I work around law and do a lot of things in law. Of course, I focus on corporate law and business law at this point, but I'm very, very, very legal adjacent. I am not an attorney. I'm not a lawyer. I went to pre-law school and I never went any further. However, I deal with law. I dealt as a law enforcement agent early on in my career before I got into business. So I understand things like Romeo and Juliet laws. I understand things like when I was 16, in high school, my mate or my boyfriend, my girlfriend, whatever, was 18 in high school. Well, now that 18-year-old is 20 and I'm 18, and there's a statute in law that says that if a lot of places, like you actually register with the sheriff. But if you register that juvenile relationship and it did not break, then that 20-year-old is okay with that 18-year-old because the relationship started when they were both in high school. Like I've seen stuff like that and it makes sense. So that's why I was asking, like, are you talking about like a 17-year-old? Because if that's what they're talking about, that's a whole different thing. To tell that
No,
20-year-old he's a minor attracted
no.
person for the 18-year-old is crazy. But if they're talking about straight up pedophiles, they have lost their ever loving
They're
mind.
talking about they're talking about your 6-year-old son.
No, we ain't doing that.
Yeah,
Nope.
they're talking about your 4-year-old daughter.
But that's the blessing of it, though, right? We have to know that it's like, I think it's a little over 300 million people in America. But we got to realize that there's a lot of fathers that's extremists when it comes to that, like us, that's just not going for it. So what they going to do is make the murder rate go up if they try to pass that, because there's a lot of extremist fathers that would rather go sit down in prison for the rest of their life than to let their daughter walk around with a 21-year-old man.
Oh yeah. Hey,
Look
let me
here.
tell you something.
Look
I'm gonna
here.
tell y'all something. Flat
I
the
ain't
hell
got no
out.
kids. I ain't got
Yeah,
no
go
kids
ahead.
because I didn't want to make no kids until I was married. And I had not been married yet. So I chose discipline and I didn't make no kids with no women. I ain't got no random kids running around. If I see any nonsense like that, it's a wrap.
I was about to
Kids or
say,
Bro,
no
brother, if
kids.
you have kids and I see it, I'm going to prison and sitting down for the rest of my life. And I will apologize to my wife and children because I will be the sacrifice. And before I go, I will make a long Instagram live while I'm running from them before they catch me, to tell
bro.
all fathers in America this is our duty when we see this, to smoke boots.
But there's a group of women. I wish I could find the group. I might try to Google it while we on this live. There's a group of women. I remember this from when I was in law enforcement. There's a rare genetic disease where grown women look like little children.
Yeah.
And so they can never have real relationships because even though they're 30 years old, they literally look like they're 13. I forget the name of it, but you can Google it and look it up. They created an organization to protect children from pedophiles where they're grown women, they're 30, 40-year-old women, but they've never had a relationship because when you look at them, they don't even have breasts. Nothing about them is developed. They marry these pedophiles so that they can have a semblance of some kind of normal adult relations and so that they can keep these people away from real kids. So there's actually organizations of women that are already set up to divert pedos. You know what I mean? But then to turn around and try to normalize it, make it seem like it's some kind of,
That is what is happening.
that's
We are
crazy. That's
watching
crazy.
the ages. The first thing was to remove the concept of men and women. Right. The first concept is to remove the basic truth that every single species have male and female, and that what they did. So I had to do a lot of reading to try to figure this out. Okay. What they did was they delineated sex from gender. Okay. So sex and gender used to mean the same thing, like bike and bicycle. Okay. And now it doesn't. Gender now is a cosmos of how you feel about your sex, and how you want to present that sex to the world, right? That's what gender is now. Okay. And so, here, hold on one second. Hindsight, I'm going to invite you up since you're a voice of disagreement. And then that way, we can get some balance and stuff as well. Okay. So, Hindsight and I really, there are things we agree on, but there's more. Hindsight and I, there are things we agree on, but there's more that we don't. But we're always respectful with one another, and so that's why I like to have her up. Okay. All right. So when they delineated sex from gender, which was a thing that's happened over like the last 40 years, and it happened like really like 50 years ago, but it happened in the background. And then you had all of these people that were in academia that were centered around these ideas who kept, pushing this narrative and pushing this narrative. And then it became like a dominant narrative in the universities, right? Um, them doing that says that okay, you can change it's a dishonest conversation because they act like you can change your sex by changing your gender identity, right? And that obviously is not the case. And then what they want to do is they say, okay, look, this isn't a belief, it is science. So whenever they want to use something, say it's factual, there's my truth, there's my this, you don't know my truth for this, that, and the other, right? So there's no such thing as right and wrong. But whenever they want to make a point that they need everybody else to agree with, then they say, no, this is factual. This is the way that it works. So then there's only truth that benefits their truth. And so now I'm a woman, and if you don't want that, if you don't want to be with me, then you're racist against trans women because I am a woman. You like women, but you won't date a trans woman. So that means I'm not a man. You are racist. You are transphobic. So that's why they make everybody transphobic who doesn't accept that a trans woman is a woman and would not date a trans woman. You are transphobic because I am a woman. The whole world accepts I'm a woman. I accept I'm a woman. But you specifically don't want me because I'm a trans woman. So that's like not wanting a black woman because she's black. So that is racist. That is not a good reason to disqualify a woman, right? So that is the mental schema that they're using, and it's just it's a constant moving of the goalposts so that no meaningful conversation can be had. And then if you don't agree with this, instead of listening to you, what they do instead is they call you transphobic. It's the same thing as calling you crazy. If somebody calls you crazy, they don't have to deal with your ideas. We can
I
dismiss
remember,
everything you say under you are crazy.
right.
So
I
now
remember
your
the
ideas don't
initial.
have any weight because you're nuts. That's why you're saying this because you're crazy. So you're saying this because you're a transphobe. So we can disregard everything you're saying.
I remember the initial education. I remember, being very open to being taught that sex is what what your chromosomes say, and sex is whatever you're born with, and gender is your social location, essentially. I remember that whole flow of education. And then when the bathroom issues started, I remember being like, wait a minute, y'all just told us that whatever you're born as is your sex.
Mocha mute. I'm trying to. I don't know why my phone's not letting me. I'm sorry.
Huh? Sorry.
I'm gonna drop down because I
No,
can't
no,
mute. I'm hitting a button.
No, he can mute you. He
no.
got you. So I remember this. I remember them saying, if you're born a man, that's your sex, not your gender, and that we need to understand that there's a difference. And I accepted that. I remember when it was happening, when they were teaching everybody this, I accepted that. Okay, fine. A man is, whatever little social construct that you want to come up with, and a male is your sex. You know what I mean? So if you were born male, but you had the mental capacity of a woman, then you could say you were a woman because that's some stuff we done made up. But your sex is still male. And then the bathroom stuff started. And then
Yeah.
they switched then they flipped the script and they was like, oh no, the sex don't matter anymore. The sex and the gender is the same thing. Well, that's what it was to begin with. So that's what I like got off the education bandwagon, because you're not going to teach me something for 5 years and tell me I have to accept it or I'm not a good human being. And when I finally accept it, come back and tell me, oh wait, no, we changed our mind. We're going to go back. It's the other way now. So that we can use the bathroom that we want to use. We're going to say that it ain't what we just taught you for the last 5 years, and we're going to switch it up. That's what irked
Yeah,
me.
it's a disingenuous conversation. And at the end of it all, the real point of it is to try to sow dissension between men and women. Because if you think about guys who are red pill content creators, or you think about guys who are pro men, what is a man a pro man? A pro man is somebody who is arguing for family. Guys who are sitting up saying that you should have 10 women and you should bang 10 women at a time and this, that, and the other. I don't see those types of content creators. I don't. And when I do see them, like I don't see the intellectual men that are trying to advocate for family, saying that this is how men should be moving, that they should be beating on their wives, that they should be dominating, and you tell a woman to shut up and blah blah. I don't see the antithesis of feminism in. I don't see any male platform that is advocating for the antithesis of feminism. I see feminism arguing for a complete delineation between men and women. I'm single, I'm independent, I don't need a man, I don't need you, I want you if I'm going to have you at all. That's what I see on the female side. And I see guys saying, we want wives. Where are the wives at? Where are the wives at?
If I may say this,
Absolutely, please.
um, and I've said this multiple times. I said when women hear the word submission, I would really like men to understand that the same way where women hear submission is the same way that you hear I don't need a man. It is equivalent to how we hear it. The same way that you hear I don't need a man, when women are saying it's not that we don't want you in our lives because we want you because of your character and what you bring, other than the fact of I need you in order to for me to function and for me to survive and all of that. When we're able to do that independently before we even have you in our lives, because I mean, you wouldn't want someone who doesn't know how to take care of themselves, and you have to do everything for her in order for her to actually, know what to do. You don't want that type of woman, right? So when we say that, we're saying we're able to function on our own and take care of ourselves. We don't need you necessarily to do that. We want you to do other things that don't have anything to do with that, although we know you can. And I think that that is how women are hearing it. And when people try and say, "Oh, well, no, that's not it." Don't tell me what it's not, because I'm telling you exactly how women are hearing it.
I understand.
And
I
like,
understand that.
when
Let
men
me
are,
let me ask you a question about something you just said, because I love that you're here so that you can kind of take us through how you deal with some of the things that men are saying. Okay.
Mhm.
So and thank you for giving us that explanation. Okay. So what about the fact that men are not saying that and they clarify that they aren't saying that? Why do women continue to take it that way when the guy is saying, I am not saying that, this is what I am saying? Because here's what we know, okay? The type of man that you choose when you want a man is very different than the type of man you choose when you feel you need a man. The man you need has character. The man you need has integrity. The man you need wants a long-term relationship with you. He's probably a lot less exciting. But the man you want is much more exciting. He's tall, he's got green eyes, it's a vibe, this, that, and the other. So the I want a man women, right? What they're picking are not the type of men that they need. And because of that, they're having really bad relationships, and then they're laying those failures at the feet of men in general. And the majority of men are average, and women don't want average men. But we still have to answer for the experiences that you have when you are dealing with the men you want.
okay.
So I think that's the correction that men are trying to give to women. What do you do with that?
So whenever I hear things like that, for one, I listen and I understand. Like I definitely hear what you're saying, and I definitely want to validate your experience, because there are a lot of men who have to put up, and I'm going to use the word put up, with a lot of women who come with carrying old baggage on new journeys with them. Right? I want to completely validate that. Um, but in the same breath, I wouldn't be advocating for women who experience certain things, where I think a lot of where that comes from is from the relationships of the same men who have become good men, because they are now able to be in a place where they can provide and protect at a later age, say like at 35, where they're more equipped to actually take on those responsibilities, as opposed in their 20s, where women are like, okay, well, we want relationships in our 20s, and those men aren't ready to do that, but they're, in your words, playing with us, right, in their 20s. So by the time we're all in our 30s and we're saying we're ready for families, men are like, oh, well, I don't want you because you're damaged. You know what
Okay,
I'm
so
saying?
check this out. Check this out. Check
But
this
you
out. Most of
same
the,
women.
in all fairness, oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you if you're about to land.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
but in the same breath, you done played with those same women. Like that
Okay. All right.
logically doesn't make sense.
Okay, so check this out. Here's why. This is such a great thing you brought up. Okay, you get to self-sort. You get to choose what you are as a woman. Okay, if you choose to be a hoe and then you have men who treat you like a hoe in your 20s, then you don't get to complain that men treated you like a hoe in your 20s and don't want you because you chose to say body count doesn't matter and I'm single independent, I'm gonna do what I want, and city girl summer and all this, that, and the other. There are going to be men who want to have sex with you. In fact, that's who those men should have sex with. They should have sex with women who believe body count don't matter, I'm single, I'm independent. So what happens is the woman's mindset changes when she starts realizing none of this is landing her a meaningful relationship. And then when she deals with men who want meaningful relationships, realizing that these men have standards for the women and the past of the women, then those women say, well, you people change and you should accept me because now I've changed. But that isn't how those men think. And those women have spent their entire lives ignoring how men think, what our values are, any of that. And now you want to shame us that we have those values based off the choices that you made that nobody could stop you from making. So that is a lack of accountability on the woman's part. She's limited her own options. There were women who moved with a sense of chastity and they ended up getting married. Now, whether their marriages worked out or not, that's a 50-50 thing, right? Our marriage rates are 50% in the country, right? But you gave yourself the highest probability of that outcome by saying, what do husbands want? And then moving accordingly. So what is it that women, what do you think women are going to do with the fact that shaming men for not wanting women who have done the whole body count, no matter, I'm gonna do what I want, have sex with it, whoever I want, and then forgive me later. I'm
That
gonna pretend like, what do women do with the fact that men aren't accepting that? Men haven't agreed to any of these changes women have made. We haven't agreed to any of it. So what are you guys gonna do?
but
Not you, but
no,
what are
but
you gonna do with that?
this is what I'm saying is that those same men who are saying, well, I don't want you, are the same ones
Mhm.
who were playing with women in their 20s, but then want to.
Right, because they were
But
no
that's what
body
I'm
count
saying.
women.
And men aren't taking accountability
They
for the
don't need
damage
to.
that they
They
have
shouldn't.
done. But
Okay,
that's the thing.
so
Asking women to take accountability for us having these people when we're like we're giving you an opportunity and you keep playing with us.
no, no,
But
no, no, no.
what
Hold on.
we're
Check this
saying
out.
is like you can't put that onus on just women. It's also the
Okay,
responsibility and accountability for men of treating women improperly
all right.
and then wanting
Hold on. You got a PhD, if I remember correctly, right?
correct.
Okay, all right. So I know you're going to get what I'm saying to you. You may not agree with it, but you're going to get it. Okay. So if you said for yourself, body count doesn't matter. Okay. And then now all of a sudden so you weren't looking for a man. You did what you wanted to do. And you know that husbands judge women based off their past. And then when you come along later on and you want a husband, those men are looking at your past and they disqualify you. Then how is that the fault of the man to
It's
take
not.
accountability for that?
It's not, but I'm saying if
Okay.
we're speaking in general as a whole, and we're saying men and women, what I'm saying is that men in general will sleep with all of these women and then say that they're not worthy, but they're part of the reason why those women aren't worthy. And at some point, we do have to take accountability of men saying, my fellow brothers and my fellow women did not do right in their 20s, and
Okay, so
now I have,
hold on,
and
check
now
this out.
we all have to be give grace, and we also have to be understanding and hold ourselves accountable for the women and men that we ended up hurting when we weren't making right decisions, right? Because men
Okay.
and women have to make right decisions.
Okay, so but that doesn't mean you need to marry a woman
Oh,
like that.
absolutely not. And the same
Right.
thing for
Okay.
men.
So go ahead. Go ahead. You're about to say something.
No, and
Go ahead.
same thing for men. Women don't have to marry men that
I,
slept around with a whole bunch of people either. We can make
I
that.
know, but here's the problem that we have. Okay, so check this out. Women like this is hypocritical. It feels hypocritical while we're discussing it, doesn't it?
Like it's all hypocritical because men want to blame women,
Okay.
women want to blame men, and no one wants to say, "Oh, I fucked up."
All right, so check this out. I'll tell you why it sounds hypocritical. Hey nephew, my nephew's in the chat. He said, "Happy birthday, Unc." What's up, Jay
It's your
Killer?
birthday.
Well, yesterday was my birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday,
Thank you,
man.
baby. I appreciate that. Yeah, I turned 42.
All
Hey,
right,
God
happy
bless
what's
you.
up?
birthday, brother.
Yeah,
Happy,
let me
happy
tell you something
belated.
about this young man here. Let me tell you something about this young man. Okay, this young man, he's got a job making over $100,000 a year. He's 23 years old. He just flew himself to England for his birthday that passed a couple of months ago, right? He is single. He's no kids. He's over 6 foot tall. The boy is built like Adonis. He's my first son. He's the first guy that I got to raise up, right? I taught him how to fight. I taught him how to talk to girls. I got him to 17 before he lost his virginity. I was trying to get him to 18, you know? But even then, he approached it with a whole bunch of control. He called me at night and was like, I was like, what up, though? He's like, I did it. I said, yeah. I said, let me tell you something. I said, all of them got one of them. That's crazy, ain't it? He's like, that's too much power. I said, yeah, it's too much power, man. You gotta be careful in these streets, homie. You know. So he's a good dude. He lives in a condo downtown Maryland, and he's living the dream. There are young black men who are like this, and I'm going to tell you something. If you think that he's dealing with single independent, I don't need a man, you're crazy. And this man wants a family. This guy doesn't miss nobody's birthday. He texted me for my birthday yesterday. He wished me a happy birthday. My grandmother, my mother, he makes sure he sends her a gift card. This is a responsible, caring, loving young man that's got 3 younger sisters that he mentors and looks out for and loves on. This is a good human being. These men exist. And ladies, you will never see them at all. If you single independent, don't need a man, body count don't matter. There ain't no such thing as virtue. Your booty shaking on the internet. If you think a man like that is talking to any of those girls, you are out of your mind. You're out of your mind. You repel them when you walk in a room. He may look at you and be like, man, she got a nice ass on her. But he would never deal with a woman like that in a million years. If you walking in a room and somebody can see all your business, see your camel toe, you booty shaking, you covered in tattoos, you loud, you don't know how to act. You want a man like that who's working the way he's been working. This boy was graduated with a 4.2, valedictorian of his class. Jay, stand up for him, baby. He was the prom king and didn't even play a sport. He got voted the most popular kid in his high school and played no sports, focused on his grades. Right? If you think that type of man who's living his life in that type of purpose, and he only dates black girls, only dates black women, only, right? If you think that type of man is going to argue with you about who's in charge, you out your fucking mind. You're crazy.
See, and I just don't function that way. Like you already know, my
Well,
household don't function like that. Me and my husband, we don't function that way. Like
Sure, sure.
he valued the fact that I was strong and knew how to take care of myself and knew how to
Okay.
like make my life work for me. Um,
Sure.
like it just depends on the person that you're seeking. But what I end up seeking from both modern and traditional individuals is that we're trying to convince each other to be the other certain way, and one way is right and one way is wrong. And it's just
Uh-huh.
it's not necessarily what's right and what's wrong, it's what's working for you. Because there
well,
are
can
some
I,
things that work for me that is not going to work for you, and vice versa.
well,
I
can I
love you,
interject?
Jalen.
Can I
I love
interject
you,
on that?
Jalen. Yeah, go ahead, hop right on.
So,
I
so
wish Jay,
my
do you have
understanding,
enough? Hold on, I want to ask Jay, do
yeah.
you have enough followers to come up? I think you got a whole bunch of. You got 6,000. Hey Jay, will you come up and holler at us for a minute? You don't have to put your camera on, son. Do you mind doing that really quick, or are you working right now? He works from home. He's got a good government job. You know, he works in finance for a large government contractor. Are you in a position where you can come up, son? I'll let him answer me in the comments or send a request. He's gonna come in. He's gonna come in. All right. I want the brother who was talking to go ahead and talk, and then I'm gonna bring up Jay Boogie.
All right.
Uh, JB, do you mind if I take you down, brother, so I can have my nephew come up?
Oh no, go ahead, man. I'll
All
be in the comment.
right. Hey, peace, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. All right.
So what I was saying was my understanding of how the statistics are playing out, and I believe the statistic is specifically to women who are having children. But my understanding is that 80% of the women are having children with 20% of the men.
Yes.
So when you're talking about, oh, but these dudes, they in there, they part of the problem, they having sex with the women and they need to take accountability. You're talking about a minority of men that are getting play before they become, significant contributing members of society through masculinity. So young men that haven't made anything of themselves, that are just in that 20%, they're 6 foot, maybe they come from a rich background, whatever the case may be. They're in the 20% of men that are sleeping with the 80% of women. That's not the majority of men. That's not even close to the majority of men.
Right.
Okay. And I want to do some correction because I get what you're saying. I definitely understand what you're saying. But if we're going to look at stats, we're going to look at them properly, right? So what? Roughly 33% of Black men are married and in a relationship. And let's just say all of them are faithful. Let's just say that they're all faithful, just for the sake of numbers. And then
We
there's,
know they're not, but let's say
but
it.
we're gonna
Let's say
we're
it.
gonna we're gonna say that just for simplicity's sake, right? For
Yes,
simplicity's sake,
ma'am.
right? And then we
Yeah.
have like what 56 to 58% of men who are unmarried and do not have children. So you cannot include that what 70 something percent, 80% of men. So that only leaves that 20% of single men left. So yes, that is the majority if you are speaking in context of those who are single and actually having sex with women and actually having children. So that technically would be the majority. I don't
Well,
like when people use stats incorrectly because it's
no,
very disingenuous for us to say that if we have men who are single and do not have children, so you cannot include them in the population as a whole. You cannot include men who are married and have families. We'll assume that they are all are faithful for the sake of numbers, of being simple. It only
right.
leaves 20% of men left, which would be the majority of all men that are left.
Mhm.
So let's
All
just be
right.
clear
So
with that.
so
So
check
we're
this
not
out.
going to
Check
use
this out.
stats incorrectly.
Okay.
But
So
no,
check this out.
it's not a
My
matter of, go ahead, go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's not because so my nephew here would be considered single and childless, but he has access to sex and to women and this, that, and the other, right? So but he's above 6 foot,
But yeah,
pretty
and that's what we
brown
also
eyes.
have to take into consideration are all these qualifications for women. And most of the women only want like the top what 10% of
Okay,
income of
so it's
men.
but that's the women's choice. The women choose what characteristics you need to meet to get sex with them. And if they're choosing, if they allow sex on the first night, and the standards for that is it's a vibe, he's over 6 foot, maybe he's got some money, maybe he's slick, you know how to talk, whatever, then that if you can sleep with anybody, hindsight, a woman can walk out the door and if she can stand upright, she can sell some ass. Okay.
I can't.
So yes, you could. Yes, you could.
No,
You
I
sure could.
can't.
You are
Let me tell you
bugging.
something. If you
I
can't stand
look,
upright,
I look bummy 80% of the time. Okay.
it don't matter. That don't stop no
That's
man.
probably better.
We
You,
yeah, we couldn't
every
care less.
woman out there
Right.
knows that she's been walking to the corner store with rollers in her hair, and every car on the block them beat this horn and pulled over.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So if here's the thing. Here's the thing. You got to accept with all. Anytime you have freedom or power, it comes with responsibility.
Oh,
They're inextricably tied, like stank and shit. Okay. So the power is every man wants to sleep with me. The responsibility then is the man in my bed is the one that I picked.
correct.
Okay. All right. So if you disqualify dudes with character that don't have enough swag or aren't bad boys, aren't covered in tattoos, or aren't out there long dicking everybody in sight. If you want a scammer or you want a hood dude or you want somebody like that, then that's not men's fault that those are your standards. The man in your bed is the one that you picked. That's on you. And when we hear women try to transfer that to men and say, well, 54% of men who are single and childless are not an option. Yes, they are. They are absolutely an option. Though that's your primary option. You just have to stop disqualifying men based off of unrealistic standards that have been set on social media. And
And
that's not you, Miss PhD. right? But that is a lot of our women,
No,
and
and
that is a problem they're having. Can you see why I'm saying that?
no, and I definitely agree that it's who we choose. But I think when we look at things, we also have to look at things from a larger lens of just not using stats. There are so many variables that go into that. There's income that goes into that. That's what your environment looks like. And if we're being honest, a lot of the women that are having children are ones who don't have the best environment around them, and they choose from what's in their environment.
That's their
but,
choice.
but
That's
i'm
still
saying
it.
i'm saying
Go
that
ahead.
I'm what I'm saying is that we're only looking at the women who may not be may not have the I'm trying to say this right without offending anybody,
You
right?
can't offend nobody because you're not trying to offend nobody. So just speak, and
um we're
we're gonna
we're
listen to
you
understand.
know
Go
the
ahead.
women that are having most of the kids are ones that don't come from favorable environments. They grow up in areas where the men that they see aren't the best quality of men either. So like it
Okay.
doesn't change that fact, but we have to look at the variety of variables that go into that instead of looking at stats as like a blanket thing, because then
Okay.
you're putting me in that stat too, and I don't qualify for any of that, right? And that's not fair to women who
Well, I
are.
don't put you in that stat because you're a married woman. And then so think about this. Think about this. Okay. And then I want to get my man Jay Bizzle, Jay Boogie. I want him to comment on what his experience has been in the dating market. Now keep in mind, Jay is a pre-selected young man. So he has infinite access to sex and women, like like his uncle did back in the day, right? Right, okay. But what my point is to you, Miss PhD, is that if the women are in these environments, we have to look at how they got in those environments. And the way they got in those environments is that they are the sons and daughters of women who think like them. And so their mothers didn't prize marriage, relationship, didn't marry before they carried, had them outside of wedlock. We're on our third or fourth generation of baby mamaism, of feminist produced children that are the sons and daughters of women who did not marry before they carried. So if they're in this situation, we got to stop blaming the men for that. The mother chose a man that did not want them for a wife, did not ask for a child. And so the women say, well, these men left. Left what? There was no thing to leave. We didn't have a relationship. We got all these babies being born out of side links, sneaky links, half relationships, they ain't born out of marriage.
No,
They
I get
to
that.
pretend as if at any point in time there was a mass exodus of husbands from the black community, that men who married women said, I am out, fuck this. To act like there was ever a mass exodus of husbands is factually, historically, anthropologically false. These women that are in this situation and these kids that are in this situation are there because their mothers gave their divine womb to men who did not want wives and were not asking for children. That is more common than a woman who was engaged and had a child. That is more common than a woman who was in a relationship with somebody for 6, 7 years and had a child. That is more common than a wife who had a child for a husband and then the husband left. So we have to stop trying to pretend like it's all the same. It's not. The vast majority of these women, and that's why they got 2, 3 different baby daddies, because they keep doing the same thing over and over again. Okay, so we got to stop doing that. There was never a mass exodus of husbands from the black community. Jay Bizzle, unmute, say what's up to everybody.
Hey, what up, though, Aunt? How you doing?
I can't lose, baby. It's good to see you, man.
Oh,
It's
fact.
good to see
Wait,
you.
do I turn on my camera? You want me to?
You can if you like to turn on your
I,
camera, you're absolutely
I
welcome to do so.
work from home fit, so don't judge. Let me see.
Okay.
Save. All right, what up, though?
Yeah.
What's
What
happening?
up, man?
Yeah, excuse the I work from home fit. How you doing?
I can't lose, man. I can't lose. I'm gonna be. I want to send little Marty out to you. My oldest son, he's 15. He's got an investment account, and Jay's a money guy, so he does investments and he manages a portfolio for a lot of the adults in the family. his dad, mom, everybody's got some money with Jay, and Jay manages that money and does investments for us. And so he's been teaching my son how to, invest as well at 15. And so he's got a little investment account as well, and he's got a rocket. So yeah, so Jay, what is your experience of the dating market? And yeah, he's my protege. Yeah,
No,
he's on the path. Yeah, he's on the path. Has your uncle given you some good advice over the years?
no facts. I feel bad for some of my friends that they didn't have you.
Yeah.
Like so much, like, bro, how do you know so much? How do you move like this? I'm like, for like 8 years straight, I went to his house every weekend after what high school, middle school. I was
Yeah.
like, every weekend, and everything you've been saying now, you've been saying that 8 years ago. So
Yeah. I've been on this. People think that I got like this because of Kevin Samuels, and they call you a Kevin Samuel light or some shit like that. I've
uh,
been active. And Jay, how many of your friends have my telephone number where they communicate with me and I mentor them
oh,
and stuff like that?
like 3 or 4 of my boys from Michigan. Yeah, easy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
try to keep them all on the straight and narrow so that these guys can be something someday, just like my nephew is. So Jay, what would you say? What would you say your experience is of women right now? Like, in terms of what type of do you feel like the majority of the women you're running into in our community? Because I know you basically almost exclusively date black women. I think that you've had one non-black girlfriend, and that was short-lived, right? So, what would you say? How many women are you running into where you're like, this woman's mindset is pointed towards wife?
Not a lot. I've met maybe like very minimal. Like a lot of women I meet now, especially because I live in DC. So like a lot of women out here are very educated, have good jobs, which is great. But a lot of them have a mindset more of like, oh, I got myself, which I get. Like, yeah, I want a person that wants to hustle and get it. But at the same time, they think it makes them a man, and it doesn't. And I find that a lot of women out here, they have a lot of masculine traits. Like, yeah, they might be pretty, but they have a lot of masculine traits in terms of, oh yeah, I got it, or they're a little bit aggressive with the way they talk, or like they feel like they can talk to men in any sort of way. And I'm a real respectful, soft-spoken dude. It takes a lot for me to get to like a level of anger or like a high-pitched tone. So a lot of the girls now, I mean, they're good people, but it's just like a lot of them don't have a wife mindset because a lot of them seeing like being a wife as something that's like they don't see it how they used to. They're more focused on their corporate career, which is cool. But if like I'm focused on that and you're focused on that, how can we truly create a family? So it's just kind of hard to find women that I guess want to be taken care of or trust a man to lead them and take care of them. That's like the big problem. So, but I mean, that's not really my problem because a lot of girls, I let them know straight up. I was dating this girl, and I was like, yo, you're really cool. You have a good mindset for the most part, but you have a lot of masculine tendencies. So either A, you're going to give, or you're going to find someone that you can push around, but it won't be me. Like, so I'm just not really with all that. So, she wanted to take the lead in the relationship. And, I personally always been a leader. I'm a big brother, like hella siblings. So I was like, I've been the leader my whole life. I'm not about to start playing second fiddle now. I definitely want a support partner, don't get me wrong, and I'm not just trying to be 100%, oh, I control you, but at the same time it's like, okay, it should be more of what, let me just take the lead and let me be the lead dog, let me be the man. So a lot of girls nowadays want to be the man, and that's the problem overall. So
What I see this, and this is just me, because even though I've been with my husband for 14 years, right? What I see is I see more women, black women in particular. We were taught by our fathers, and me being one and two, because my father just passed, right? My father even taught me
Sorry to hear that. Sorry for your loss.
Condolences, my condolences.
Condolences.
it, but he did his job, right? He did
right.
his um but my father, as well as a lot of women who have fathers, and we know black men are in the home more than any other population, so I want to give y'all kudos for that. But my father taught me in particular, saying that, you know what, he saw the type of men that were in his community, and he was like, I don't want that for my daughter, so I have to teach you, if you have to be alone, how to be alone and how to handle things on your own without a man, because he's like, these ones out here, he's like, I'm not just seeing it, like they don't got it together, they not like me. And and my father was one that would like have the kids come to the house and be like, hey, this is what you need to do, get your life together. He was one of those uncles in the community for ones who didn't have a father. But he didn't want that for me, so he taught me in particular, saying, you need to go to school, you need to get an education so you can provide for yourself, just in case you will not find somebody that can do this for you. I don't want you to be out here like this. And that, I think, for a lot of Black men, when you guys are telling us, hey, we want you to, be more soft, be more, um compromising, and allow us to take lead. A lot of us are a little bit scared. I'm going to be honest with you. We're scared to let go because of what our fathers have told us, like, you just need to be able to take care of yourself, just in case. And it's this just in case in the back of our heads that sit there so much, and it's really, really heavy on us, as Black women in particular, that sometimes it's very hard for us to let go and just trust a man is going to lead us properly when that's not what we've seen, right? um and
Well, you have seen it. You said your dad was, and that's one of the things I think a lot of our women, because they're being sold through the media and through everybody constantly that men are not shit, that they can be raised with a father and then still be like, well, we didn't see it. Yes, you did
what
see it. You had your dad,
but the
so
thing,
you knew what a good man looked like, and that's
we
why you were able to pick
know
one.
what it, like, yeah, we see it in our fathers, but like, and this is, I can only speak for me, right? My father, the way that my father treated my mother and treated me, when I would look into the community, I didn't see that from young men treating women. I didn't see that, right? So that's what
I
I,
agree.
so that's what
I
I,
agree,
that's
but I
how,
think the reason
you
I
know,
think the reason you don't see that is because our community is matriarchal, and it has been in this country for 40, 50 years. So what you have are a whole bunch of children who are raised by women. And these women are single, independent. They don't need a man. They're feminists. They chase the bag. They're boss chicks. And so those type of women don't attract protector provider males. When a strong gets tested, what is fragile, what is soft gets protected. And so you have a community. When you go into our communities, the men are not in the communities. The women outnumber the men because the only men that are in the communities are pookies and the sons and daughter, the sons of the wives. But the men who want something and are trying to do something with their life, and I ain't talking about, he ain't got to be like Jay Boogie here pulling in six figures in his early 20s, right? We you can I'm talking about a man that's just got a good job and he's secure. I got a young man that's dating so I had a woman that I met through TikTok, and she's somebody just comes to me for mentorship, and she had me talk to her daughter, and her daughter wanted to talk to me about the relationship that she has. So she talked to me, and we did a conference with me, the daughter, and the boyfriend. And so we sat and we had this conversation. And the boy, he had a job working for the city, where he blows out impacted pipes and stuff like that for the city. That's what he does. But he's got a good job. He's 20 nothing years old. He's already making 60 grand a year. He's saving up to buy his first house. And we did some, planning. What do you think I told him to do? Jay, what type of place do I tell him to buy first?
Hey, go get you a duplex or a triplex so you can house hack.
There we go. So I was talking to this young brother trying to get him on the path. And, um, you know, and so my point in bringing him up is men like that, we don't see those men represented in the community because those men leave the community to become that. They can't do it while they're in the community, a female dominated community where men ain't shit, and I'm single, I'm independent, I don't need a man, and I chase the bag and body count don't matter. Those men have to leave the community to become that. So that's why our women don't see them. So what they do is they say, well, these men don't exist. And then the numbers come out and they say, what do you mean more than half the men are single and childless? That doesn't make any sense. All the guys I see have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids by 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different women because y'all are all living with, having sex with, reproducing with, and raising the same type of man. And the men who make it out of that avoid you altogether. They
Wait,
do not deal with you.
I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is that there is a trend where black women in particular, and if we're being really honest, black women end up dating those who date down, right? We we end up dating down overall because
Right.
they're but and that's because the men who end up like we black women, we end up dating down. We don't ever really
Okay, why? I'm
the,
asking why.
the reason why is because black men don't value smart educated black women. They
That
don't
is not why.
they don't value that. And I will tell and
That is that is not why, baby.
but I'm
Baby, I'm
telling
telling you.
okay, I'm telling you what my experience is, and all
Right.
the people that I end up providing marital therapy for. This is
Okay.
a lot of black men will say, "Oh, well, my wife is too smart for her own good," and I'm like, wait, whoa, hold on. So is she too smart for you, or is that you don't
No,
like
it's that
that,
you think that stuff.
right?
I've got another female content creator. Her name is Iris. I'll see if I can find her. Well, there's no way for me to find her. I'd love for you guys to like and follow her. She's like you, hindsight, a PhD, intelligent, and her and I don't match on all opinions and stuff, but she's just a good human being, right? And I get the sense that you are too, even though we don't agree on everything, right? But she said the same thing. She's like, well, men are intimidated. We're not. We are not. The men who are competitive and successful are not intimidated by competitive, successful women. The problem is competitive, successful women think that the fact that you are competitive and successful, it should give you more than it does when we're evaluating you as a woman, and it doesn't. And when you come to a man with all of the traits you had to develop to be competitive and successful, those traits don't gel well for a man who isn't trying to hire you. A man who's trying to marry you is looking at you very differently than somebody who's trying to hire you for a job. So when you come in and you're assertive and dominant and you this, that, blah, 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 a man doesn't want that in a wife. We want the opposite of us. We want softness from you. And a lot of women have a problem, in my opinion, and this isn't a dig at these women. I just think it's a struggle to be somebody who is high powered, competitive, successful, and then to turn that off in the home. And men, and a woman taught me this concept. Men have it easier because we need to be dominant, competitive, successful, assertive out in the world. And then we get to keep that energy when we come home because it is useful to the stewardship of our
Y'all
family.
this is the thing that y'all that men don't have to change. Women are consistently having to change in whatever
Yeah.
space, and we're not given grace to be able to say, okay, we're struggling with having to change and adjust to those spaces. And that's the challenge that women are having. Is like men are like, oh, you're too dominant. Well, listen, we have to be dominant in the world. We have to
No,
take
you have to be dominant if you want to
right,
go and have a big
but
career. And
but
that's
this
why these career women are getting passed over because they are choosing a career and not accepting the fact that that choice is changing their mental and psychological schema and making them a bad fit for the type of men that they want. They are saying instead, hey, look, I went out, I became competitive and successful, and you are holding that against me because you're the type of man I want, but you're telling me I'm not the type of woman you want. And that's because there's something wrong with you. But that isn't the case. You could choose to not be a PhD, and I'm not saying you shouldn't be. I'm just saying that it comes along with a consequence, and that consequence is you also in the very tenuous task of becoming a PhD, which I applaud you for. You also have to master the skill of turning that shit off when you walk in your house if you want a man who outperforms you, because he's not going to argue with you about who's in charge.
Well, and
I'm
here's
not
the,
That's
can I
what I'm
saying
ask
saying.
that,
you?
but
Can I ask you?
what I am saying is that men do not give women grace to say, yes, you have to always change for me. You're always
Mhm.
on changing, and I'm not willing to change because I'm not willing to change. That should not be the case. Like I said, I've been married for 14 years, been with the same person for 17, and he, as a military man, so like he spends all day telling people what to do. That when I wanted him to be like, okay, well, you back at home, I'm going to shut it off and I'm going to be soft and feminine. He's like, no, I don't want to tell nobody else what to do because I've been telling
Exactly.
everybody else what to do when I've been out there. I don't want to tell nobody else what to do when I get home. So you do whatever you want me to do when I get home. That's what we going to do.
Now,
Like,
see, that's what I wanted to ask you
but
about.
the thing is that many men out here want to stay the same way out in the world and then come home and be the same way at home. And it's not everybody has to change in the relationship. It's not the woman that just needs to change how she behaves. The man also has to change how he behaves too.
So wait a
All right,
minute.
so
Let me ask you something on that.
go ahead. Go
Because
ahead.
because my experience matches your husband's experience. So now I gotta wonder what experiences are you talking? Because I make decisions all day long. When I come home, I don't want to make a single decision. And I don't understand how a woman who would be in my position as a CEO making decisions all day long wouldn't want to come home and be just like your husband and just like me. Wouldn't want to come home and say, you know what, baby, I don't want to make no decisions. You're the man of the house. I make decisions all day long because I know that's how all my peers feel. You just admitted that's how your husband feel. So what's the disconnect with a woman who's in power that she doesn't get to that point where she's like, I done ran this company all day long. I'm going to go home and not run nothing. You're the man of the house. Run everything. I've been CEO all day long. I retire until I go back to work tomorrow. Why is that not happening on the other side?
So you're asking me, and I want to make sure that I understand your question. Is that if a woman is like has this really power like demanding job when she gets home or when she's in the world and then comes home and the man's like, okay, well, let me just run stuff at home. The woman is like, no, right? Is that what I'm hearing? I want to make sure.
Right, because you're saying that
Okay.
like the women aren't changing, but like you said with your husband, and I know it's my experience because I'm in charge so much. I don't necessarily want to be. I have to be because I'm the man, but I don't necessarily want to be in charge at home. So I'm very selective over when I put my foot down. I'm very selective over when I'm in charge, and I really just let the woman run the house, which is kind of a traditional viewpoint, I suppose. But as somebody who runs multiple organizations, I'm so tired of running stuff by the time I get home. I want to run as little as possible. So I would think that my female counterpart would be the exact same thing. If she just got done running her businesses or being a boss chick and all of that, but when she get home and she done being a boss chick, why wouldn't she just automatically turn into the most submissive woman on the planet?
That's a good
This
question.
submission, this is what tends again, I'm going to say it from how people hear it on this app and not necessarily what I necessarily think, right? I'm going to say it from how women hear it on this app is when if they're out working in the world and they have to be in charge out there, they're still held a responsibility that when they get home, they still have to take care of the home, right? So they're not getting a break. They're not resting. They're
No, I think that
don't
if
think
you have
there's.
two people who are
Sorry.
working, they should split chores, and I think
right.
most men are comfortable with that.
But the
I
thing is, what
mean,
we're
Absolutely.
what we're hearing from men though is why can't I have a submissive woman who cooks and cleans and does all these things, but doesn't really acknowledge the fact that my woman is out there working too, like
well,
and all.
submissive isn't about task,
I
hindsight.
understand
That's it.
again.
Right.
Yeah,
I,
it's not about cooking and cleaning.
Right.
The man
I,
should be
I
helping. If both of
no,
y'all are working, then y'all should divide the chores of the home.
I'm saying it
Can
from the
I
way
jump in on
people
this?
are saying it on this app. Remember, I'm saying it from how people are viewing it
Okay.
on the
Okay.
app.
Got you.
I know that that's not what it is. I know that's not what it is. That it's not task.
Okay, yeah. I don't think that's fair to women, and I wouldn't advocate to teach men to behave that way or for women to accept that.
I
That you
agree.
should work out all day long, work and be working just as hard as your husband, and then come home and you need to be getting the slippers and cooking and cleaning, and he doesn't have anything that he needs to be doing to any chores he has in the home. That's
Yeah,
ridiculous,
that's
right?
nonsense. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
but that
nobody's arguing for a situation where women don't have equity and are being mistreated. I wouldn't advocate for that,
no.
right?
Honestly, I prefer professionals. The maid is going to take care of that. Like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Jay Boogie.
I wish.
Yeah, so you remember when I was climbing the corporate ladder and you were watching me do that, and I was married, I had a stay-at-home wife for a decade,
Yep.
right? And she didn't want to she could cook her ass off, right?
Man,
Oh my God, fire.
man, you thought,
Fuego, right? But
man,
she didn't. Do you remember she didn't want to clean? So what did I do? I got a cleaning lady, right?
yeah,
And I had a cleaning lady, and then you remember I had Miss Deborah. I had a nanny, so she
yep,
could get time off. I paid for everything, and I had no problem with it. And my ex-wife didn't have to earn a wooden nickel. And
yeah,
was she still complained? That's why the marriage didn't work. Was she was still combative, disagreeable? Was I Jay? Was I a tyrant or a controlling person? Do you feel like I kind of had those tendencies, maybe even a little bit?
No, I mean, from what I saw, no. I was there like 3 days out the week, every week. From what I saw, no. But I mean, I don't know everything, but from what I saw, no, it looked like a pretty good life. So, you know.
Yeah, like the thing that I'm saying is, is that the problem I had with her had nothing to do with my actions. It had to do with her mindset.
Yeah.
And so that's why you have women who are saying, I've got this mindset, but if you take on these actions, then you won't have to deal with this mindset. It'll naturally go away. I'll naturally submit. I'll naturally be feminine. I'll naturally be who you want me to be. And I don't understand change that way because I've had to do a lot of growing and changing and stuff like that, right? I understand that changing is a hard thing. You do it for yourself. It takes lots of, like commitment to change who and how you are. So if you are a woman and you are combative, disagreeable, aggressive, and incredibly assertive in your relationships in a masculine way, like you raise your voice, you cuss somebody out, you put people in their place and all of that shit, that's you. That's not going to change if you got a good man. That's you. That's how you're used to responding. That's how you're used to acting. And
Can
what we find instead is women blame this on men, but that's not the case. You're just disagreeable and combative. It's
Can
not
we
the man.
can I hop in?
You're
Can I
just
hop in
you're
for
just
a
aggressive
second?
as fuck. That's it.
can we be honest?
Can I say
Yeah,
something?
yeah, go ahead, girl. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I wanted to comment on what the other gentleman said regarding women shutting off that CEO mentality when they get home. I think that the problem is is that a lot of women before they even get a relationship, they lead with their education, right? It's part of what they feel their value is. So if they're working, um, in the field and things like that, when they come home, I don't think that they understand that, you still need to have respect for your husband. You still need to treat him like a man that's needed, as opposed to, I'm a boss chick. Yes, we're married, but I don't have to really do anything that you say because I don't really need you. I can do what I need to do without you. You know what I'm saying? And so what I've seen is it's a competition, unfortunately. And even though you're a husband and wife, you're supposed to be a team. Unfortunately, people will take on this kind of combat within their own household, within their mates that they walk down the aisle with. It's crazy.
Ooh,
But because they work so much, they're tired, yes, just like the man's tired. But you both come home, you've got children, you've got responsibilities. Do it together. It doesn't have to be like
right,
you feel
right.
like he's telling you that you have to do the womanly duties. That's not what traditional means. Traditional simply means that you respect that man. You respect and know that you need him, that you don't just want him. And look, I got my $100,000 salary. If you walk off right now, I don't need you. I have heard women say that to their husbands. How
Mm.
disrespectful is that? That is the nastiest thing I've ever heard because it's like, who wants to be with that? Who the
Nobody.
hell wants to lay with a woman every night, have to make love to her, raise children with her, and she literally looks at you and says, you are a decision. You are something that is an option. And we got a ring on each other's finger talking about we love each other till death do us part. That's nasty. So that's all I had to say.
And
Hey,
That
this is
makes
my
sense. I
thing though.
appreciate
Black
that. That
Jesus,
makes
if
sense.
if you could please indulge me by addressing Big Zuzi's comments of telling me to take notes. She's actually speaking from truth. Does he not understand how many years have I been married?
I forget. I think it's been like 20 damn near.
Right, pretty much. So I don't need to take notes from anybody because what's working in my household is working for my household. Thank you very
Right.
kindly.
I would just this is the thing that I think becomes problematic for you, hindsight, okay? Is I don't think your situation is representative of the majority of situations. I don't think you as a woman represent uh, you represent women as a group in terms of the type of women we are finding most common in our community. So if we're going to talk about our educated
I agree.
women, then I think that you would be a better job. You do a better job representing some of them, right? But when you and I had a more in-depth conversation about the dynamics of your relationship, I told you that you had a traditional relationship. You just don't like calling it that, you know?
I have
So
a get shit done model.
yeah, I get it. I get it. And what that ends up equating to is a fairly traditional, dynamic, And so, I get that that's not how you look at it. But when I draw out what traditional looks like, your relationship dynamic is incredibly similar to that. So, in any event, my point though is just that if we want to get more women if we want to take a look at our women, right? And we say, okay, we got a mass of women who are making $40,000 a year. They're working on their educations, right? And they want to be married. And we want to speak to those women, not every single woman, not all women, but the women in our community that are making, $20,000 to $50,000 a year. And these women want to be married, right? And they want to marry guys who are competitive, successful guys. They make 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100,000 a year. You want men who take their lives seriously, who want to start families and have committed relationships with a woman and start a family with a woman, and their intentions to be with that woman for a lifetime. If that is the type of man you want, then the ideas that I am sharing are helpful to that end. And to argue against them, to make an intellectual or philosophical argument or scientific argument against them is irrelevant, because when we look at the outcomes, everything else is failing. In my opinion, everything else is failing. I don't see women who reproduce outside of wedlock having a great. And Jay, I don't want to go too personal, right? But I do want to, and so I'll ask your permission, right? Because you and I know somebody very closely who had 4 children by 3 different men. Do you want me to leave that person out, or can we talk about them as somebody we both know?
You can talk about them as someone we both know, but we can just leave it at that.
Okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool. That's why I asked permission, respect.
I
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So both Jay and myself, hindsight, I'm sorry you dropped off, baby. I don't know if you had to work or whatever, but thank you for coming up, and peace to you, right? Here, let me see here. I'm gonna let Project up because he was in that live with me, and then he had to come in after me and take all them L's. But so this woman that both Jay and I know, she had, the first one that she had a baby with was somebody who wanted to marry her, and then there was a whole lot of confusion around the relationship, and it didn't end up working out. It was a bad situation. The second child was somebody she reproduced for him outside of marriage. And this was a guy who was competitive, successful, but wasn't asking for a child and was not asking her to be a wife. And she got pregnant and decided to make a child out of that. And then the third guy, she had 2 children with. And this was another. And so this was a woman who's educated, right? Attractive, right? Intelligent. You sit up, if we were to have a conversation, you'd be like, this is a perfectly rational human being. But this is how she ran her relationship life, right? And the reason why is, if we were to take a look at the dominant narratives around her decision making, it matches the type of foolishness that was in the last live that I was in. So at the end of the day, you can say what you want. The mindset produces a certain outcome. And that outcome is bad for the kids, and it's bad for the woman, and it's definitely bad for the man. Nobody wins. So at what point do we just take a look at it and say, you know what, whether I can justify this or not, it don't work. It does not work, right? So, Jay, do you have anything to say? Because I know you saw that environment incredibly closely, because they were a close friend of the family.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't work. And for one, and then two, I feel like a lot of times women don't understand, like, when they cut the father out to life because he doesn't want to be with you, but you guys somehow created a child out of, whatever decision. We don't know what was spoken in that bedroom, but at the end of the day, when women choose to say, hey, since you don't want to be with me, I'm going to use our child as leverage. I feel like that's one of the worst things that women can do. Like, yeah, if you don't like the dude or whatever, okay, cool. Or vice versa, you're upset with him. Just don't make the children suffer. Because no matter if you're a young boy or a young girl, everyone needs their father around, just like everyone needs their mother. But I feel like a lot of women don't understand that, especially the ones that carry masculine traits like, oh, fuck it, I can raise a man. No, you can't. There's certain things you just can't teach me. Like, you can't teach me, like, how to change oil. You can't teach me how to change a tire. You can't change me how to fix certain things. Or teach me how to defend myself, or teach me how to work out properly. Just things like that. So I feel like, women with that mindset, carry before they marry is something that, definitely should be stopped. I mean, will it stop? No. But it's like it has a huge impact definitely on our community, especially because in our community, women typically do that. And, the white communities as well, but especially ours, which is a bad thing. But also there's an agenda pushed by like government programs. Like in Atlanta, if you're a single woman with children, they're giving you stipend money to remove the black man out the home, which I feel like they've been doing systematically since like the crack era in the 80s and stuff like that. But that's like a whole nother conversation I'm not trying to get into. But I'm just saying like things like that, like to be president of a child's life, have that feel like they can just do it all by themselves. It's just
If I could say something.
do
Oh,
it
Yeah,
all by
Blake,
themselves. Like
Blake, for some reason, your voice isn't coming
yeah,
through.
go ahead.
Your voice isn't coming through. What,
my
Chloe,
my
Land,
For
and
me,
then Miss Martinez, absolutely you can speak. But let me see if I can hear him so
yeah,
he
go
can
ahead.
land his point too.
Yeah, don't have a lot of static in the back.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, but I think that his point is just, I don't know if y'all know this, but our community, the women in our community, are the number one purveyors of parental alienation. There's no community of women in America that keep the children away from the father more than our women do. And we have this idea that when children are raised without dads around, that is because the dad doesn't care or he left. When the truth of the matter is black men outspend black women in family court 9-1. So black men who have the means to fight for their children, they typically do, right? And our women, unfortunately, are the number one purveyors of parental alienation. So it's an important thing to keep in mind just so we can understand the community, not so we can try to bash or blame or bring down our women, but we have to know what we're doing so we can stop it and see if we're participating in something that is pulling apart our community by the seams. And the goal has got to be for me to uplift you, for you to uplift me, for me to support you, for you to support me. But then we've got to get real about how we work together. Because if we're not real about how to cooperate, because you want to exist in your masculine agency, right? Which doesn't mean as a woman you shouldn't have some masculine traits. Like you got to have both, right? But your dominant traits need to be in the feminine and in your soft skills in your interpersonal romantic relationship. In the office, hey, slide it over, fight, do what you need to do. We got powerful women that are intelligent that have accomplished so much. There was a black woman that has found potentially a cure for cancer. Like that's a black woman. Like we don't not need our women contributing to the world. They could save the whole fucking world. But when you come home to me, I'm not gonna fight with you. You better act like you got some sense, okay? All right, Martinez, Miss Martinez, go ahead.
Can
okay.
I say
Yeah.
something after her? I want to talk to.
Absolutely, Project. Yes, just she was
Okay.
waiting, and then you come right on after her, brother.
All right. Thank you, Black Jesus. So, um, what I wanted to say was surrounding. Can you hear me? Because I get a
Yeah, I can
tweet.
hear you.
Okay. I wanted to talk about the multiple baby daddies and the single motherhood. Um, I have seen it from a different side, just because I have a huge family. My grandparents had 13 children. Okay, so I've got 3,000 cousins. I promise you. And what I've seen and not just with them, but with some other women that I know, went to college with, and everything. A lot of women are choosing to be single mothers because they don't want the accountability of having to wait for that ring or that husband. It's, you put all your time into getting your education, you focus on that. Oh, I don't need a man. I want to go, have my free 20s, late 20s, whatever. And then you get into 30s, and it's a lot more difficult to sustain a relationship when you're already set in your ways. Okay. So you see, even the younger women in their 20s and younger 20s, early whatever, having babies out of wedlock. But you also now see women that are in their 30s. We know better at that point, having babies out of wedlock because they don't want to have to bring a man into the household to be accountable to him. They can basically say, I could raise this child by myself, because they don't want the input. They don't want the accountability. They don't want to share the responsibility, but yet they run straight to the court, demand money, try to alienate the child from their father, fight them at custody, and all the while, this is all a choice. It's her choice. I've heard too many lies where it's like, oh, I hear men say women have choices. I understand that. I am a woman. I waited until I got married. I'm not slighting anybody who didn't. But if for some reason I had stumbled upon a pregnancy before I got married, unfortunately, I would have had to do what I had to do, and I would have had to pray to God about it and ask Him for forgiveness, because I would not raise a child without a man. I would not opt to do that. Heck no. Like, absolutely not. So, multiple baby daddies, let's hit on that. I mean, come on. One, okay. Two, three, stop. Now you're just doing it. Now you're not a victim. No, you didn't get fooled. I'm tired of hearing people say they got fooled too. It's like, you're an educated woman. We got so much education, but yet we're so damn gullible when it comes to a man speaking sweet nothings, and we don't get that it's bullshit. That's bullshit. I am tired of hearing that, and I
That's my
apologize
line,
for
Martinez.
I apologize for using profanity, but I am so sick of hearing that. I have never been bamboozled by a man's words. And not like I'm perfect. I have been screwed over by men, but I knew exactly what was coming to me when it came. I asked for it half the time because I knew there was a red flag or three that I just decided to overlook. And I own that every single time that it didn't work. But you know what I did do? I made sure I didn't come out with none of their babies. I made sure that, hey, there's like 400 different kinds of protection and birth control. You can date without reproducing. Okay. So hood rats and PhDs combined, unfortunately, we are doing this thing on purpose. And it's sad for our kids. It's horrible. I was married. I had my daughter. Listen, it would take hell and high water to put me between her and her father. The way she lights up when she sees him, the way that she lights up when she's on FaceTime with him. I didn't fight him in any way. We do week on, week off. You know how much flack I took for that? How many women that I know? She was 3 when we started the week on, week off, and she's 9 now, and we've been doing it the whole time. You know how many women were like, "Oh my God, how can you be away from your child for a week?" I was like, it's her father. Hello. Okay, yes, I carried her in my uterus, but how did she get there? It's her daddy. He had to learn YouTube, do hair. He look, he does everything I don't. Okay, and so it's there is such a sad concept that's going through our community that I'm afraid to send my child out as an adult to try to date these kids that are being produced. I'm horrified of what she might end up with. I'm like, Jesus. I mean, I'm watching this and I'm like, I'm gonna have to pray for my child because she's being raised to be a decent person. And unfortunately, some of us don't really give a shit if our kids end up decent or not. Even if we don't do it consciously, we are making choices to make our children be slighted in anything that they can accomplish from the moment they come out of us. And that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I think it definitely puts us at a disadvantage. Project 8, I want you to hop up.
So,
You took a whole lot of beef after I left, bro. You got
oh, bro,
I
that's the
know
main
you
reason
think
I
about
came
what
in
you
here.
do. Yeah.
Like, first of all, I want to say, and I don't care that they didn't like me, like they all jumped on me. I came in here one to say I appreciate the fact that as a brother, you feel me? You didn't let them animals knock you off your pivot, even though they was terrorizing you.
Oh
They
yeah,
was
they was
on your
trolling,
ass.
bro.
You feel me? This man was elegant. He had a great vocabulary. He had the great tone, great delivery. He broke it down from frontwards to back, and they was still attacking this man like he was Osama bin Laden cousin or something like that. You heard me? And it was majority. And then what the other dude, the other thing that made me mad was, okay, the females, all right, I can understand black sisters. Okay, y'all come from a place of trauma and hurt. All right, but one thing I can't stand is a motherfucking wolf in sheep clothing that pretends they understand the struggle and then use that as a platform to attack you with their own objective. That King brother, I can't stand him. And he know I
Oh,
can't stand him, and that's what he do. You use no offense to any LGB whatever community in here, no disrespect, but bro, use a homosexual man. What is you doing in the conversation about heterosexual women and men? You
hey,
shouldn't even be allowed to
hey,
sit at the table. What is you
that's the
doing?
thing. Like, is you trying to have a conversation with our women
I
that are
thought you
on
switched
that line of
teams.
thinking? And there's always some gay dude that wants to come in and try to check you and, hey, look, but you scared to do that. And he was like, you scared to say something back to me. Like, no, you aren't part of the conversation, homie. Like, we're talking about men
That
and
would
women
piss
and
me
getting
off because
together,
like
and
I follow
you talking
bruh,
about how
and
big
I'm
a
not.
dick you could take. Like, that's what you said, you know?
I
You know,
think he
so
said. I think he said that he
The
was
thing
bi, and
is,
there's somebody in the comments saying that he has a wife. But he also said
I
that
don't
he
give.
took the
Hey, I
biggest
don't care about none
penises
of that.
in his rectum and his mouth
yeah,
during the
He
the
did. He
daggone
kept on
live. So
saying
I'm
that
sure
now.
his wife is
He
embarrassed.
kept on saying that, so I was confused. You feel
hey,
me? But I
bro,
followed that brother for a minute, and he's always consistently what he does is, I'm not saying this like I'm trying to come at the LGBT community because I have a few LGBT community members that's very open and very cool to talk to. They're very open to talk to about any type of conversation as long as you're respectful. He's not one of
yeah,
them. My issue with an individual like that is he always used the fact that he's one of them people, so he'll inject himself in any conversation and make it about him. Oh, look at the tone. Like, I was literally in the live the whole time this brother was in here, Black Jesus. He did not switch up his tone not once. Every time Black Jesus would say something to him, because he would throw a random shot at him, oh, look at the tone he had with me, but the tone
yeah,
he had with them. Oh my God, he is so homophobic. What?
yeah,
I was so baffled, and I'm seeing in the comments like, should I jump up? Cause I was at work, and I had my boss here, even though he cool, he was listening to. He was like, nah, you gotta wait till you go on break. But them people is hilarious. What is this? Cause he an old school dude. He don't really do the internet. He was like, these people crazy, cuz. You like, who is these people you listening to? You shouldn't be listening to them. I'm like, bro, this the internet. This the new age, you heard? This what they do. They get on the internet and say whatever they want to say, and people flock to it like birds to a feather with no brain cells. You feel me? So it was
yeah,
throwing me, and
yeah.
it really made me hot. You feel
The
me?
thing that's the
And
thing
then
that's
the
so
second
funny.
part I came up here
Oh, go ahead,
for,
go ahead, go ahead.
I went to. I agree with the young lady beneath me. I truly believe that I'm not trying to undermine the black woman's struggle or trauma that they go through, but I truly believe there is I haven't coined a phrase for it or a word for it yet, but a adoption trauma culture where a female will get to an age point where they feel like, okay, I'm not getting no ring, I'm not getting no real man. The man I want to attract me not really attracting me, but you feel me? Then my uterus is drying up, the clock is running out. Either I'm gonna keep on waiting for that right man, or I'm gonna have a child. Which one I'm gonna beat to the clock first? And what they usually do is 9 out of 10 they get the child first, and then they wait for the man second. That's why a lot of females that's pregnant always talking about what a real man is. Or a real man got to take care of this. What? What you know about a real man? The man you had a kid with would have stuck with you. But you know the definition of what a real man is? I'm confused. I'm
Yeah,
confused. Make it
I
make
just
sense.
like
You hear
there's
me? That's
yo,
all I had to say.
it's 100% factual information. I'll never forget. This was two Thanksgivings ago. Okay, so I got a buddy of mine, business partner. He owns a nonprofit, and I always volunteer time. And whenever I can't find a place to volunteer, I'll go and volunteer with him and his nonprofit. And him and I were executive guys together, and then he went on and did bigger and better things. And so, he invited me over to his sister's house for Thanksgiving, and they did a whole bunch of cooking and all of that stuff. And so there was this woman that was there, sister, short hair. She's the Afrocentric. You trying to control us, oppressive. All of that bullshit. She's on the left, right? And she's talking about how men ain't shit, ain't nobody shit, and everybody ain't shit, and marriage ain't shit, and husbands ain't shit, and all this stuff, and white patriarchy, and blah blah blah. And she don't need a man, don't want a man, and she da 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 da. I was like, all right, well, do you ever want to have kids? And then she's like, well, no, I don't care about having children. If I want to have a child, I can have a child, but I don't want to have children because I want to bring them into this world. This, that, and the boom, 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 boom. She said all that bullshit. And we set up and had this conversation. She got so mad at me during the conversation because, I'm going to keep it respectful, but I'm not going to lie to you about how I see things to make you feel better. I'm just going to try to find the words to tell you if we're going to have a conversation about it. I don't need you to listen to me. All right. If you don't give a shit about what I'm saying, I don't care to tell you. Okay. But if you want to have the conversation, then I'm going to tell you the truth. Okay. I'm going to tell you what I think. All right. And so we had that conversation. She got furious, got up and left. So then Christmas came around. And now she's sitting up and she's holding her stomach and talking about how she's pregnant. And I asked her, I said, this is what I said to her, because I'm an asshole. So this is what I said to her. I said, you pregnant? She said, yeah. I said, congratulations. When's the wedding?
Oh, you petty as hell for that. You
Oh
petty
my
as hell for that.
Good.
God.
You should have
You
said it.
wrong, G.
What I'm telling you, she was like, oh, nigga, I hate you. Like, she went crazy on me, right? And so I was like, I'm sorry, I just assumed that, you found a man that wanted to make a child with you, and that's why you made a child, and that obviously you guys want to get married, because, so I didn't, so well, what happened? He ain't shit. He just that and the other, blah, 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 blah. I said, well, curious, why do you want to have the baby of a man that ain't shit? Why do you want to do that? And she's like, I'm gonna have this baby and I'm gonna raise it and it was about her. She wanted to have a child. She wanted the relationship she wanted the title of mother. She wanted hold on, I gotta accept she Maria, because I think she's somebody who doesn't agree with us. And hindsight don't go anywhere. Hobo don't go anywhere. Jabari don't go anywhere. I'm gonna get everybody up, okay? All right, but she was furious with me, and the reason why she wants the title of mother, she wants the relationship of unconditional love with the child. It's like a puppy, but even better. And a lot of women are not willing to be honest about the fact that they have a biological directive written on their soul to reproduce, and that a lot of them, that is what is driving them to have children, even though the reality of the situation is uh, uh, they didn't want to get married and have a child because. And this is something I want to say to you, Shamaria, because I heard you saying in the comment section, these women didn't choose to be single mothers, they didn't choose to be single mothers. The two things. One, the dominant narrative with our women is I'm single, I'm independent, I don't need a man. Okay, so that is a single mother's mantra. Okay. That is not I want to get married and have a husband that's a protector, provider, male, and I'm going to give him a position of authority in the household so that we can raise our children together. And the men that want marriage is a traditional concept, Maria. Okay. And so the men who care the most about marriage are traditional men, because marriage is a great risk to men based off the way the family court system works, right? So a man who is going to look at the family court system and say, you know what, I'm still going to get married because it's that important to me because I want a family, Those are men with traditional values. These aren't Pookies. These aren't Ray Rays. These aren't dudes who are out, trying to just slay the world and shit like that. The men who care the most about getting married, the average man who doesn't have much, so he has everything to lose. That man that wants to get married, he's a tradition. That it's a traditional concept. So if you want to get married and marriage is a traditional concept, then you have to deal with some of the fact that a man wants some of those traditional values evident in the home. So if you're single, independent, and you don't need a man, then you are somebody who is not going to date husbands. Men who want long-term, meaningful relationships with women that are marriages, where they marry a woman, protect and provide for a household for a lifetime. We avoid women who talk like that. We hear it and then we say, oh, nope, no, thank you. Nope, no, we're good. So my point in saying all of this, because you were saying these women don't choose to be single mothers, I don't think you realize that they do. They're not waiting for a man that wants to marry them to have a child, and they're not giving a child to a man who is asking for a child. And now, incredibly often in our community, the women are having children with men who already have children by other women that they did not marry, that they are not parenting or providing for. And so if as a woman you give access to your body to a man who is like that, or you don't have enough chastity to make sure that those types of men don't get access to your body, because if it's a vibe or y'all like each other, he's 6'3", or he got green eyes, or he got a nice car, he can get some ass, then that is a problem with you. That's not a problem with men as a group. That's a problem with the woman. Okay. So, and I'll say this point and then I'll close. I want to hand it to you because I want you to give some responses and stuff like that because you were active in the comment section. So I appreciate you being here on my live. So this is something that women have to understand. This is something that is practical knowledge, and practical knowledge is lost right now in this younger generation. Okay. So here's the practical knowledge. Women make men wait for sex. Shamara, has any man ever made you wait for some sex where you wanted to have some sex and he was like, no, not yet. I don't want no booty. No, not yet. Right? Men don't do that, right? If you ready to go, we're ready to go, right? Okay, all right. So because you are in control of that, you are the gatekeeper of sex. But then after you start having sex with a man, he's the one that says when y'all are in a relationship, when the sex means something, and I'm going to give you a commitment. So he has to wait for sex, and then you have to wait for his commitment. And then also the man is responsible for proposing to you, right? He's the one that's going to do that. You have to wait for his ring. You can't buy a ring, give it to a man, and now all of a sudden y'all married. Men ain't going for that shit, okay? And then women have another power on the back end. A woman decides when they have children. A woman decides, well, if you sleeping with a woman consistently, y'all gonna have a kid when she want to have a kid, not when you decide you want to have a kid. Y'all gonna have a baby when she's ready to have a baby and not before. Okay, so women have the power of who gets sex, and they also have the power of who gets children. Men get the power of who gets a relationship and then who gets a ring. Okay, so if you as a woman, the age-old agreement is I give you a ring and then you give me a child. That's the age-old agreement, the most basic agreement between men and women that every society throughout the history of the world has been built upon. Okay? Because the woman enters a very vulnerable state to have a child. And then not only that, you have to think back in the day when there was less medical technology, a lot of women died during childbirth. And when they would have a child for a man, they wouldn't just have one, they would have 6, 7, 8 children for that man. And giving that type of commitment to a man allowing his daughter to do that for another man, the only commitment that you could give me to let my daughter do that for you so you could have more genes in the next generation, man, is you need to be willing to fight for, live for, kill for, die for my daughter, protect, provide, provision for a lifetime, die for if necessary. So that is the practical knowledge around marriage and relationships that is now completely gone from our community. And that's why the women feel that, hey, she didn't choose to be a single mother. Yes, she did. If you're having sex with a man and you do not require that man to wait. You don't require a man to wear a condom. You don't require that man to want to marry you. You don't require him to marry you. You don't require that that man wants a child. If you can sleep with anybody, Shamaria, you can walk out your door right now and find somebody to give you some dick in 10 minutes, right? Okay. So if you can choose, if you have that type of power, then that means the man in your bed is the one that you picked. And if he doesn't want to marry you, he has not married you, and he doesn't want you for a wife, and he doesn't want to have any children with you, and you give access to your body with no birth control and no condom, and this is an irresponsible man, so he's not going to wear a condom. We're dealing with an irresponsible man, right? This not all men are irresponsible, but you've chosen an irresponsible man that doesn't want shit from you. Then when you get pregnant and you decide to carry that man's child, you are choosing to be a single mother. And the women nowadays, because they are lacking this practical knowledge that I just gave to you, they don't understand they are making that choice, and they are blaming men for keeping children themselves when they're the only person who decide to keep a child. In this country, you got the 3 A's: abortion, adoption, and abandonment. You can abandon a child and nobody will come after you legally. You can abort a child. You can put a child up for adoption. So if you agree to carry a child for a man that doesn't want you, then you are choosing to be a single mother. That is not that man's choice. Can you understand what I just said, even if you don't agree to it? Can you see the logic in it, even if you don't agree?
I understand what you're saying. I
Okay,
understand
go ahead, babe.
what you're
Thank you for
saying.
listening to me.
I can't. I guess because my mindset might be different from other women, but I can't. Like I don't. I can't understand why anybody would want to be a single parent, anyways. Like I would. That's something I would never want for myself. If it does happen, because a lot of the times people who end up being single parents, like. I don't think they plan. Nobody plans to be a single parent. That's not
That
like
woman I just told you
that's
about
what
during
I.
the holidays, she planned on that. She wanted to have a baby. She was in her 30s. She knew her time was running out. She found a pookie, a man who was loose with his seed. She gave him sex. She got pregnant. I posted a video on my profile of a woman who went on spring break to Florida. She's a lesbian. She's got a stud for a partner. She got pregnant with another friend of hers. They got pregnant over spring break, came back and then celebrated, hey, I got pregnant, I'm having a child, we're having a baby. Like I think that maybe you don't accept certain realities about our community and what this I'm single, I'm independent, I don't need a man is breeding. What body count doesn't matter is
No,
breeding,
because I have
how
that
this stuff
mentality
plays
too.
out. What'd you say, babe?
I mean, I'm independent. Like I don't need a man either. I have that
Okay.
mentality
You
too.
might not
But
get one then.
being a single mother is not something I still want to be though. Like I'm
Mhm.
just gonna be independent, single for myself. I would never bring a child into the world where they don't have a father. Like I can't see myself being that way.
Yeah.
And if
Yeah.
I was to be that way, it would be because the baby's father put on a front and completely disappeared after the child was born. But before that, everything gonna
It
get
would be
situated.
your husband, right? Would you let me ask you
Oh
a
yeah,
question?
yes,
Would
more than
you
likely
would
it would
you
be
have
my
a child?
husband.
Okay. Would you have a child for a man that does not marry you first?
No, like
Okay.
I'm
All right.
religious, so it's like no sex before marriage, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you a question. Do you want how old are you, baby? Do you mind me asking you that?
It's cool. I'm 21.
Okay, 21. 21 in the house. All right, cool.
Mhm.
And you said you're single and independent, and normally what that means is it's a woman who's focused on her career. How are you're focused on your education, or have you made it into your career yet?
Focus on my education,
What are you studying?
communication.
All of the women do communicate. What you gonna do with your communication degree? I want to know.
I graduate in a couple of weeks, so
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find some internships right now and try to get my foot in the door.
What state are you in?
Tennessee,
Where?
Tennessee.
Okay. I got licensing in Tennessee, but I don't have any connections there. I just do business there. All right. Um, all right. So you're looking to get into the job market. Do you ever want to get married or no?
I do.
Okay, so you do want to be married. All right. And do
Hmm.
you know, do you have any ideas about what type of man you want to marry?
Yeah.
Okay. Do
Gotta
you
be
do
God. I'm
what you say?
sorry.
Go ahead. What you
No, you
say?
can go. I'm sorry. You
No,
can
no,
go.
no, no. Were you about to begin to describe this man? Because there's a difference
Yeah, I
between
was.
a man and the relationship. So I was going to ask you first what type of relationship you're looking for in your marriage. Would you want a man who's a good leader, or in a traditional relationship, or do you want a man where he's like kind of more 50-50 and modern minded?
Uh, it's weird because I'm religious, so the traditional way would be the best way, but in today's society, I feel like the 50-50 is more compatible with, I don't know, like I feel like that would just work more for me, the 50-50 type of relationship.
Do you want to have children after you get married? I don't want to assume that.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you have an idea, like fantasy about how many kids you want to have?
One or two.
One or two. And so you want to have one or two. I would recommend having two. I got three. And
Yeah.
having kids is like one of the best things in the entire world, you know. But so I would recommend at least having two because you don't want the one child to be alone and they
Right.
need somebody else to grow up with. It helps them to figure things out and it helps them to develop a whole lot of psychological schema that is going to make them better suited for relationships in their future. And I believe that the quality of the relationships you have in your life is a large determinant of how good your life is, right?
Mhm.
Okay, all right. So you want to have, let's say, two kids. I'm gonna say two because it pleases me. All right, and then you want to get married and you want to have these kids first. Do you care if you earn more than your husband?
No, I
Okay,
do not
so
care.
you'd be comfortable your husband making 40 or 50 thousand dollars a year. You got a communications degree, mama. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
okay. All right. And then so you're comfortable having a smaller life like that. But as long as the man's got character and all of that, then you would want to have a relationship with. I think you could find that. I think you could
Thank
find
you.
that, you know. Especially if you know if you're sweet, if you're a sweet girl, you know, and if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to give you some advice. Would you mind
Hmm.
that?
Yeah, you
Okay.
can.
All right. So one of the things that's really important to men, men and women want different things from one another. Okay. And one of the things that men want from women is women who are loyal. That is very, very, very important to men who want wives. And in addition to that, men who want wives are not attracted to women who sexualize themselves. So showing your body to everybody is attractive to men in general, even men who are husbands, but they won't want to be a husband to you. So a man who's a husband, and this is a very confusing thing because it's a double standard. A man who's a husband is not going to not have sex with you just because you're not a wife.
Okay. Yeah.
That's confusing. That's confusing, right? So
Hmm.
yeah, so you have to make sure that you aren't a sex only girl, and that means you've got some rules about who you give access to your body. Another thing I would recommend is you should try to marry somebody who's a little bit older than you. And the reason why is because it takes men a longer time to develop the things that make them good husbands and to put together the larger pieces of their life so that they can administer a household and have some security for you. And men should be able to marry women from a position of stability and security. And that doesn't mean rich, okay? It does mean that the life he's living, he can afford to live it, right? He's doing the work that is necessary to cover the expense of his life, and he's got enough overflow to be effectively saving for retirement. And the last piece of advice I would give you now, let me ask you this question. You said that you were religious, and then I heard you say offhandedly, no sex before marriage. So are you a virgin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's a great thing that you decided to preserve that for yourself, of that portion of yourself. And so you're doing that so that you can give that to your husband and not share that with everybody else, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Oh man, that's really great that that takes a lot of strength and stuff like that. Men read into the level of character as this woman has a lot of self-control, right? And let me ask you a question. What's your I was going to tell you to make sure that you date up in age. What's your temperament like? Are you somebody where if somebody offends you, let's say somebody upsets you, do you get aggressive where you might tell them about themselves and curse them out, stick up for yourself? Or do you get emotional where they have hurt your feelings and you show them that they hurt your feelings? Maybe you cry, maybe you get up and leave the room, maybe you get silent. Like what type of person are you when you get triggered?
I think I'm more emotional.
You're more emotional?
Yeah.
That's on the feminine side, right? Like women are more emotional. When a woman gets her feelings hurt and she responds by showing emotion, that is her showing femininity. And normally, believe it or not, women think a lot of women are confused. They think that that shows a weakness, but what it does is it inspires the man to try to correct the problem. Instead of if you go aggressive, then it inspires the man to defend himself against you, right? And so
Mm.
women like that, they'll with problems in their relationship. So I think you're on the right track. I think you're on the right
Thank
track.
you.
I really
Thank
do.
you.
I really do. I'm so happy you came up. You know, I thought that there was some disagreement that you and I would be able to sort through and stuff like that. But it sounds like it's like, hey, so my nephew, Jalen, I tell him, listen, no marriage until you about 32, right?
Mhm.
And so that's tricky for women because if you're dating men your own age, then a lot of the men your own age, they're going through a different portion of their life than you are. And whereas it's intelligent for a woman to marry in her early 20s, and in fact, most women who are wives who marry between the ages of 22 and 26. And these women most often marry men who are 5 to 7 years older than them. So that means they're marrying men who are like 28 to 28 to like 33, 34.
Yeah.
So your husband is your husband right now. He may not be ready yet. He's 2 or 3 years from being ready. And your husband's right now, he's probably about 26, 27 years old. And that responsible man who has character, right, is you're gonna want to look for him to settle down probably when you're in your career and you're going to be
Yeah.
between 22 and 26. That is the general advice I would give to you based off the path you're on. Do you think you can hold the virginity thing for another couple of years?
Most definitely. Yes, sir.
You go win all day. You go win all day.
I
I'll
was
tell
just
you.
thinking that. Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna get everything you want. I would tell you, like, I want to thank you. I really do. Because I was
Mhm.
feeling hopeless after the conversation I had before I started this live. And then every time that I'm feeling so low on the inside, and I don't say that to our women because I don't ever want to discourage our good women, right? And see, here you
Mhm.
were sitting in my live, and if you heard an intelligent black man sitting up telling you that is hopeless and is lost, and you're not gonna have nothing or anything like that, then that is not what you needed to hear. And instead, I chose to try to be positive, and then God brought me you and said, "Man, stay on what I told you to be on." You know. So I am grateful to you for being honest and talking about yourself and sharing your situation to everybody, and then share yourself with me. I am grateful to you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just brightened my whole day. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Do you have something that you want to add? Do you have some ideas that you think we should be considering from your perspective at 21 and maybe you think we might be missing or we don't give enough value to?
Just the fact that like right now I'm not looking to marry right now. I do have that independent mindset. Right now I'm just focused on my career. Like I do want to get married, of course, just like not right now. But I'm also like if love finds me, then I'm not gonna stop it. Like
Right.
If it finds me in a couple of months, I'm not gonna stop it, even though I'm still young. Like I'm not gonna stop love. I can't do that. And I think a lot of women my age have that mindset of like career first and like marriage later. But I think that if love was to hit them, I don't think they would stop it either. And so, but a lot of the times we categorize the independent women as like modern, and I don't think it's that they're modern. It's just that they're focused on their career and getting themselves stabilized before they bring in the man that God wants for them. And that's kind of where I am. Like right.
Okay. All right. So I like what you just said. Okay. Here's what I think. Here's the difference in the concept between what I believe I'm saying when I say independent and what I think you just described. Okay. Is there a lot of these women who talk independence, they hold on to it for too long and they make it into their late 20s and their early 30s with no real prospects for a meaningful marital relationship because they often confuse the amount of sexual attention that they're getting from men for a genuine interest in a long-term meaningful relationship. So they feel like they have more options for a meaningful relationship than they actually do. And because of that, they hold on to the independence thing until too late. And then when they say, okay, now I'm ready for a husband, and a lot of these women are not protecting themselves, they're out having sex and doing whatever they want to do. And then they come back to the market and they say, okay, I'm ready for a long term, meaningful relationship. I'm ready to build towards having a husband. And men are like, no, no, we don't want that.
Yeah.
And you're like, what do you mean? You guys were all having sex with me. Those who didn't have sex with me, you wanted to have sex with me. And you told me that you would give me anything. You told me that you would do this. You told me you would do that. And where is all of that now? Right.
Right.
And it's because the woman ignores the older guy who says, listen, you're in a game. And in this game, men will say anything to sleep with you. Okay. So you can't listen to them. You have to stick to these rules because these rules are going to protect you. Right. And so they ignore the guy like me. They run up their body count. Now they're in their early 30s, they're in their late 20s. And the men that they want don't want them. And so they say, I hate all men. I got played. When the truth is, you did what you wanted to do and you didn't listen. So that's the independent women we're talking about. A woman like yourself, where you're working towards you're independent because you're focused on building yourself. That is a different woman because you're a woman who says, I want marriage, I want children. Right?
Absolutely.
But,
Right.
Absolutely.
yeah. Do you guys, Jalen, Jay Boogie, my nephew is here. He's 23 years old. He's close to your age. He wouldn't be a good husband, candidate for a husband, even though he's not somebody who's out juggling 55 different women. Right, Jalen? You remember when you were young?
Yeah.
What advice was I giving you about being sexual and all of that stuff? What did I tell you?
You wanted me to wait till I was 15.
Yeah.
I did 17. But
Yeah.
like basically like dick discipline, like having control of your libido, which I still practice today. You were like, dude, you gotta fast like a couple times a year, like where you don't participate in like nothing sexual. Like you need to be able to fast and control your libido, or it will control you, and you could end up, having a bad life. And I was like, you know what, he's right. So I still do it to this day. It was funny when you were saying like, oh, like a woman, like when does a man make a woman wait? I've made girls wait because if you met me when I was fasting, I wasn't breaking my fast for you, but I made it feel. Women definitely respected me a lot more because they're like, oh wow, this dude has discipline to control his libido and control his like sexual urges and stuff like that. So no, you definitely dropped that gems on me. Like, yo, control like your sexual thoughts, control your sexual urges. Don't just be sleeping with everybody. Always, always, always wear protection. I know
Yes.
you told me that when I was like 13. I'm like, dude, I'm still reading comic books and playing with action. Why are you telling me this? So no, that's you for sure dropped all this sauce that you said right now on me. So
Yeah, yeah. So I've been telling he's 23. That was 10 years ago. I've been on the same type of time for the last decade trying to get our young men right. And one of the things I tell young men is if you are having sex, you always got to use a condom because the moment that you take it off, You ain't never gonna want to put it back on because
That's
as good
fact.
as it feels that much better, and you set yourself up for failure. So if you can't, if you've already started, which I recommend not doing, then make sure you strap it up because if you don't, you won't ever.
Yeah, you won't ever. Oh, why was I doing without this before? So no, that was yeah. I'll always forget that. I think about your thoughts a lot, like stuff you be telling me. I'm like, man, I'm grateful for real.
Yeah. And so to this young lady, she's she has shared with us that she's still a virgin. She's waiting until she gets married. Right now, she's focused on her career and herself. What would you tell her about finding a good young man to to deal with that would deserve somebody like her?
Ooh, I would say for one, watch where you meet the man. So like, don't go out. I don't know if you go out to bars and stuff, but I feel like that's probably not the best place to meet people sometimes. Because like you're going there to drink, to have a good time, which is cool, and there's nothing wrong with going out drinking. But like where you meet someone is very, I feel like important. If you met someone like at a library, yoga class, the gym, a grocery store, but like a good store, like they had Trader Joe's, there are Whole Foods, Wegmans, or something like that of that nature. It lets you know, like, hey, this person's somewhat intelligent about what they're putting in their body. So I would say one where you meet the man is mad important. Someone that's like 21 and you're a virgin, that is so rare in our age group, like crazy rare. Like I don't think I know any girl who's a virgin anywhere around my age right now. So like kudos to you for that. I wish I could have had more discipline to be like
Thank
you,
you.
but stuff happens. But yeah, go. You need to go somewhere like if you want to meet a good dude, meets all your qualifications. Definitely put yourself in areas where good dudes hang out and congregate. Right. So maybe like simplest library, going to Barnes and Noble, like a Starbucks, just things like that. Just find where you find him is very important. So I feel like that's the most important thing to say. Or even going to like networking conferences and business conferences and stuff like that. Like to improve your own business, it helps you elevate your career. But then you'll meet another guy who has that same mindset, like, oh, I'm trying to elevate too. I'm trying to use these situations and networking to leverage my career. You can end up meeting someone that compliments you. So I would say that.
Okay.
And I was
Yeah.
gonna add a few things onto that too, because I feel like just from my perspective, I feel like a lot of men are more like materialistic and focus on their careers because that's what women desire. Whereas, since a woman's desire is what is the reason behind why a man works so hard and gets nice houses and fancy things and luxury items. As a woman still has her purity, you don't want to be attracted more into what a man has. You want to try to see that man's virtues and attributes. That behind the money. Because the money can be attractive. But that's just kind of like that's just like a support or it's like a byproduct of what those attributes are. Like if you're a disciplined man and you have certain virtues and attributes, it's going to be easier for you to obtain money and maintain that currency that you have. So if you're looking at that man for his characteristics rather than what he has, that'll help you choose the right man as well. Because it's easy to be attracted to what he has and how he looks and all these other things. But when you're looking at the man's soul and his essence, it's more genuine than all of the fancy stuff.
And that was
And diaspora's
Yeah,
and Jay, I want you to follow diaspora down here.
yeah.
Diaspora, he's a money man. He works with money, and
Oh,
he's a multiple six-figure earner. This guy's building a beautiful multi-million-dollar home for himself in Africa with his Kenyan wife.
ooh,
And so this guy is a good man to know. So you guys should connect because I think that
absolutely.
your path end up being very similar to him. But diaspora, um, let me ask you: do you have
Sure,
any advice that we can arm Ms. Wiseman with to try
absolutely.
to protect and guide her so that she gets everything that she deserves out of life?
First, let me say that you're a high value woman. Just everything that you have said that just screams high value across the board, and you're doing the right things for yourself. And then you can choose your future. I ain't going to tell you what your future ought to be or should be or any of that. What you're looking to do is set yourself up to be able to choose your own future, which is exactly what you're doing. But I
Mhm.
would say this:
one of the sneakiest things in finding uh, I hate to say high value men because I know there's been a debate about what that is, but I think you understand what I'm saying. And one of the sneakiest parts about it is that we just don't go everywhere, right? You're not going to find, I might be at the same club that you're at and you will never see me. I'm not in the same place in that club that you're at, right? So
Hmm.
in order to really start putting yourself in circles that give you the greatest amount of options, look at places that require a membership because those are the types of
Boom.
places that we go to. So, and it's not just the country club. Obviously, everybody talks about the country clubs and all that. It's not just the country club. There are some like cool, fun places. Think like Top Golf. There are some cool, fun places that have membership areas. Yes, you can just walk into a Top Golf, but you can become a national member to Top Golf, and then you're playing in a completely different area, right? So look at
Hmm.
places that have memberships, and the memberships, and most of the memberships are reasonable, and the memberships that are reasonable, and the things that you think you're going to be able to have fun doing, go ahead and get involved in that. Because a lot of women will say, I can't find any good men. And then we poll them on where they're going, and they're just in the club hijacking other men's VIP sections. Well, guess what? I see you sitting in some other man's VIP section. I don't think you're single. I'm not going to
Right.
approach you. I'm not even looking at you. You know what I mean? So the best place to be is in these places where people are up and coming. There's a membership to get in. Places where nothing's really going to jump off, where there's a certain level of safety involved. Because we don't like risking assets. And we know that if we're
Exactly.
in a place where things jump off and we might get, wrapped up in that whirlwind, if the average guy drop a glass on somebody, he just dropped a glass on somebody. Maybe there'll be some words, maybe there'll be some fisticuffs. I drop a glass on somebody and a lawyer figures out who I am, it's a wrap. I'm dealing with lawsuits for the next 10 years. I would never put myself in that position. I would never be in a locale that could render such a thing in my direction. So just keep that in
Hmm.
mind that,
Yeah.
your network is going to be your net worth, and it's,
Oh,
and it's, and it's
yes.
not necessarily just going to be, for business. It's going to be for your social network as well. So that's the advice that I would give to you. That's how you find men of value, men of integrity. They're going to be in places where nothing jumps off. There's never going to be any fights. You're always going to feel safe. You may have to pay to play. There might be a little membership that you got to pay, but that's
Yeah.
that's what's keeping the place safe. And there's going to be a
Hmm.
dress code. Ain't nobody going to be in there hanging out. If women show up there hanging out, the person at the door is going to tell them go home. They're
Yeah.
Yep.
not they're not having that. So that's the place you want to be, because you're not even on the level of those types of women that to even be competing with them. You shouldn't even be in no club where you're competing with those types of women because they're not on your level. So,
Exactly. Exactly.
just get in where you fit in and everything will come together for you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Like I live in a suburb right out in a pretty nice suburb, and the taxes are very high on my home. And the reason that I like that is because even if you can afford a house in my neighborhood, you can't afford the taxes. You can't
That's
afford the
right.
association fees and the taxes. That keeps me safe. There's a certain quality and caliber of people that live in my neighborhood because they are paying the taxes, not just because we got excellent police force, excellent school system, all of that stuff, but because it creates exclusivity. And that goes back to the membership thing that my man Diaspora was talking about, right? Like,
That's right.
and somebody like me, I'm not going to I'm not going to put myself in a position where I can suffer some type of loss. I'm a good, I know how to handle myself, right? I've been fight training since I was very young. I'm a fighter, right? But if you think that I'm gonna be scrapping in the street with somebody who ain't got nothing to lose after all the work I've done, you out your damn mind.
I
I don't
know
care
that's
what you
right.
say to me. And you can call me a punk, you can call me this, that, and the third. Let me tell you something. Make me feel unsafe. Make me feel unsafe. Make me feel like something's gonna happen to my family, or make me feel like I can't get away from you and that I'm unsafe. We're gonna be burying you. Okay. Other than that, I ain't got nothing to prove. You can call me anything you want, as long as I can leave you safe. But if
I know
if you
that's right.
think If you think that you're gonna come at my family, if you think you're gonna come at my woman, if you think you're gonna corner me and make me feel unsafe, all right, now, may God have mercy on your soul. You about to meet that brother, okay? You about to meet him. You gotta go. You drew the short straw. You ain't long for this world. That will be the story of you. So my point is that men who have something to lose, they move that way. They're not loud. They're not in nobody's face. They're not. I'll go to the nightclub sometime with some of my buddies and we'll pitch in together and get a bottle section. The reason we're doing it is not to attract women. The reason we're doing it is because we want to have somebody that's going to come and serve us drinks, right? So we can put drink orders in instead of having to wave somebody's attention down at the bar, right? We would rather have our own setup with our own liquor that's sitting there. Most of the time, we're bringing our wives, right? We're bringing our wives, so we're not
That's
bringing no
right.
women to the club anyways. Right, so it's a totally different move rather than the guys that are out there putting on to try to get your attention. You know what I'm saying? I'm in a blazer. I ain't got no jewelry on. I'm just not that guy. That stuff. I ain't never been that guy. I always been simple, But I'll pull up in something nasty on you. But I'm a simple dude. I ain't the type of dude that's trying to flex on you like that. So
That's
the
the truth.
men who have built something for themselves, most of us are not trying to get your attention in that way. You
Mm-hmm.
find out that we have our shit together through discovery. We're
Yeah.
not trying to market that to you. And
Yeah.
so
Pay
what you're
attention to that.
actually
Pay
looking
attention to
for,
that.
yeah, what you're actually looking for are men who have character.
Yeah.
Character. Character is evidenced by the things that they have in their life. Does he own a home? Right? Does he have a car? Does he keep his car up? Does he keep his haircut? How does he dress? Does he dress like a child who can afford all the adult stuff? Or does he dress like a man? Does he wear slacks and belts and stuff like that? Right, Jay, you remember your entire young life you were with me. I was always in a suit, right?
Always,
Every single day
every
in
day,
a suit.
every.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So you're looking for integrity, and then the way that you're gonna vet this man is you got to meet his family, you got to meet
Mm-hmm.
his friends, you got to meet the people in his life, and you're looking at what type of people they are. If they ignorant, no good mother scratchers, then he's right along with them. You just ain't saw it yet. If you came
Mm.
around me and my family, we're all educated, calm, rational, caring, loving, people who are family centric. You know what I'm saying?
And pay
And
attention to
everybody's
the
trying to
questions
be
that they
something.
ask you.
Yeah,
Because if you're around his family, women going to ask you women questions. So you came around my family, the women are going to ask you what degree you got. They're going to ask you what school you went to. If the men in that man's family start asking you what degree you got and what school you went to, there's a problem there. There's a disconnect there. That's not the kind of questions that men ask. Right.
yeah,
So men are going to ask about your family. They're going to ask about your peoples, what your peoples are like, where you're from, what your family is like. You know what I mean? Maybe if you're highly religious, they might ask what your belief in God is. The women are going to want to know all that women stuff. What's your education level? Are you just trying to use that gentleman for what he has? That's what they're going to be digging at. So
Uh-huh.
understand what care looks like. And if the family is not showing care, that they care about this individual and they're probing you to make sure that you're safe, there's a problem there. There's a disconnect there. If
yep.
he's too flashy, there's a disconnect. Flash is fake. Flash is on.
Flash is fake.
Listen, I own two rings. One is a fraternity ring, and my first business was a martial arts school. So one's a martial arts Hall of Fame ring. Those are the two rings that I own. I have a fiance. I'm not married yet, so there's no wedding ring. Okay, I'll be marrying my fiance this coming year in Kenya. But then I'll have a third ring. That's it. If you see me walking around with giant gold chains on and diamond rings and all, that's fake.
That's
That's
fake.
so make sure that you just spot game. You know what I mean? Because people will try
Uh-huh.
everything to distract you. You don't need to be distracted. Like he said, your husband isn't even of age yet. So you're
Yeah,
doing the right thing. Right now, what you should be doing is focusing on business, is focusing on getting your education and getting that going. And by the time you get done, he'll be ready and you walk right into him.
Thank
yep.
you.
And you'll have your thing going on and he'll have his thing going on and y'all gonna win at exactly the same time. And as soon as
Exactly.
you win, you can plan your first baby.
There you go.
Exactly what I want. Exactly.
Yeah, you on the path, baby
Yeah,
girl.
you'll get it. You'll get it.
Yeah, you on the path. And I'm telling you that these men exist. We exist. Men who are traditional protector provider husbands, we exist. Don't listen to these women out here telling you that there aren't good men who want family. This young man right now underneath you is somebody who's in process. He wants a family, he wants children, he wants to provide for that family, he wants to be hyper successful. He doesn't want to cheat on his wife, he don't want to beat on his wife, he don't want a woman he can control. He don't want none of that. He want a wife. And he knows that he's got another 6, 7, 8 years before he's ready for her. And he's working right now thinking about the type of woman he's going to be with long term. Do you understand? So your husband is already fantasizing about you and working for you, and you just need to make sure that you're what he's going to be looking for when he hits who he's supposed to be. And you, Miss Wiseman, are on the path. So keep it going, Mama.
Thank you.
Yep.
Absolutely proud of you. Proud of you.
Thank you. Okay, I
Yes.
appreciate y'all for having me on. I'm drop down and get somebody else up here on stage. But
Thank
I
you, baby.
appreciate everything that was said. Like that's literally my whole plan right now.
You got it, Mama. You got it. Okay, thank you. Here, let me bring somebody else up. Let me see. Hindsight's been waiting the longest. I want to bring up Zaria. She give me some good resistance too, but and
Hey,
Lobo's been
you
waiting for a
can
minute.
bring her on. I can drop down and just watch.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Jay, man, thank you so much for coming up into my live today,
of
man. I
course.
love you, man. I appreciate you. Hey, I talked to Marty and I'm gonna have I want to send him out to do a weekend with you, just so I just wanted them to fly out and then maybe y'all, maybe do like a Friday, Saturday, and then
Yeah,
send his ass back to me on Sunday. You
yeah,
know,
no, down.
but
Let me know what works for him, and take off a Friday. I'll take him to like Wizards games or something. We'll have a good time. And I'm gonna be back in Michigan Christmas, so I'll see you then.
okay, yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I appreciate. Hey, man, I appreciate everything you've been doing with them too, man. Helping them get his stock game together. I should show you his whiteboard. He's got a
Of
whole bunch of stock tickers and shit written on it and all of
course.
that stuff. He's been taking all the homework you've been giving him serious, man. So stay on his ass because he's taking it serious, man. I appreciate you, brother.
Okay, bet. Say that. I'll keep doing that for sure. But all right,
All right,
That's awesome. I love it.
all right. Love
yo,
you, Jay Boogie.
all right, yo,
Peace.
peace. I lead it. Interesting.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna bring somebody else up. I'll bring up Hobo Line. Yeah.
In hindsight, I didn't get to tell you before last time you were up, but I think you're awesome too. I like your point of view. I like the way that you express it. Again, really the same as Marty. Not that I necessarily have to agree with everything you say, but I like the fact that you're well thought out, and it's not off the cuff. You're really thinking about what you believe in and where you stand, and I appreciate that to the utmost.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yep. This is and just in case you were in the other line, anybody who was in the other line, and y'all saw the way that they dogged me for having different ideas than them. This is what it sounds like when intelligent people have discourse between one another. They can disagree with one another and respect each other's opinions without trying to attack or drag one another. And that's not what we need if we're going to agree on as a group on how we should be trying to move forward, right? Because I make space for people that are like them. I want them to be a whole lot less of in terms of a percentage of us, because I don't think the way that they live is going to produce equitable outcomes for the children that they produce, right? Because they're talking about having children with friends and just agreements and stuff like that, but no, marriage and none of those different types of things. And so I don't agree with that. I think it's destructive to the community, but I believe in people's individual agency to make the choices that they want to make and then live with the outcomes that come along with it. I just want the best outcomes for us. So that's why I do my best to try to figure out what the best advice is for us and then say, hey, this is directionally what you should be thinking, even though you're going to need to mold it to meet your individual desire, standard, and lifestyle. But the practical information that you need to navigate this period of life you're in right now is this. This is what you need to know. And I don't get why that garners so much, hatred and stuff. Exactly. I don't get that, but it is what it is. Hobo Lion, what's up, mama? How you doing?
Hey everybody. How y'all's?
Hey,
Hey,
how's it going?
hey.
Oh,
So,
so happy late birthday.
yeah, do you guys have anything to contribute? Hey, did you see why I'm in love with that boy? Y'all see why I'm in love with that boy?
We saw you gleaming from ear to ear. We all synced it.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah,
good kid.
yeah. I'm proud of him. I'm very proud of the type of man he is. He's we got some young up and comers in the generation, the new generation of men in our family that are just gonna be incredible men. And so I'm happy with this batch that me and my brothers have been able to produce. And hopefully they can go on and keep the bloodline strong and keep choosing good people and making good choices. You know, but that's
Yo,
this is a patriarchy.
well,
Medieval.
that's what funds the dynasty trust, man. You got to have one good set that funds that trust, and it'll last forever.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to control you. Oogity boogity, you know. Like I don't understand it, you know. Yeah, but he's a good guy. He's got um he's got two brothers, and he's got from his mom he's got three sisters, and from my older brother he's got two sisters, and he is already stepping into he's always been in a leadership position when it comes to the cousins. Like the way we look at it is all of our kids are all of our kids. So my younger brother's daughters, he's got four daughters, they're my daughters. They're my nieces, but they're my daughters. We had dinner together last night. My sons are my brother's sons, right? They're all our kids. We're the men that are in charge of leading our family, right? My older brother is like the patriarch of the family, right? And he's prior service military, retired Marine, and he's got a great job. He makes a couple $100,000 a year, and he's also a realtor, and he makes over 150 grand a year from that. And he's got a beautiful stay-at-home wife and lives out in the DC area with a big old house. And he's just the man. Him and his wife now are at a point where they're traveling every month and a half to every month. I'm like, man, where y'all going? You know, and he's going. For me, I've got a girlfriend, right? And my girlfriend, her sister is a model, and her sister is doing some type of modeling gig. And for Christmas, I got my girlfriend tickets to France so she could go be with her sister for the new year in France, you know. So, and then I've got my younger brother. His wife is very, very, very successful. She's the real boss bitch. Okay, this woman is a multiple six-figure earner and runs her own business and stuff like that, and she's just this incredible, mother. And all the kids belong to all of us. They are our children. They are my
That's right.
kids. And I am responsible for what type of people they're going to be. My brothers are responsible for what type of people they're going to be. We are the men of the family. We're the patriarchy, right? And so that's what I want for when I'm talking to young men. That's what I'm trying to get them to develop a sense of responsibility, to take on more responsibility. More responsibility. Your life is more meaningful when you take on more responsibility, especially
It,
for the things that are most valuable in your life. Your life has more meaning, believe it or not, the more responsibility that you take on. And so that's what I'm trying to teach young men with the platform online, if that makes any sense.
absolutely, all the sense in the world. It's absolutely correct.
Yeah. So, Hobo Lion, how you feeling, Mama?
Ugh, I'm good. I'm good. I got on to talk about the wanting to be single moms thing that everybody seems so confused about as a person who was raised to be prepared to be a single mother. It
Okay.
was just the way, okay, so the way that it was put to me when by the time I like became sexually active was that like anytime that I laid down with a person, I needed to be number one prepared to with the idea that I could have a child. Just like period dot end of sentence. Anytime that that happens, a child could come from that. And that if one did, I needed to be ready to care for it by myself because he is not guaranteed to be there. So then I just kind of like became comfortable with the idea. So by the time I was an adult and like out in the world, yeah, like why would I want I don't want to have to worry about if he's gonna be here or not when I know that I'm gonna be here. If that makes any sense. You know what I mean? I know I'm not gonna leave my baby, but that man has no obligation to be there for the child unless you are married. And the way marriage is going these days, a lot of people don't want it. But yeah, that's just how I got to that conclusion. That's all.
Yeah,
Uh,
go ahead, hindsight.
See, and this is how my brain works with this because I don't absolve anyone of their responsibility or accountability for a decision that they decided to make, regardless if they like the outcome or not. Right? So if you are choosing, whether you are male or female, to lay down with somebody and you're making a conscious decision to do so, you are ultimately accepting the responsibility that there could be a potential child that comes out of it, regardless if you want one or not. And because you decided to lay down with that person, knowing that that could be a potential option, you have already assumed responsibility and accountability for if that child is born, that you are responsible and accountable for it because you chose in the beginning, knowing that it could be a possibility that that child could be a result of you having intimacy with that person, that that could be a possibility. I don't believe that, and it hurts me that we like to play, well, if I don't want it, then I'm not going to assume accountability for it. No, regardless of that fact, you already knew that was a potential possibility. You went in knowing that that was a possibility. It doesn't absolve you whether you want it or not. I don't want to have to pay bills, but I have to pay them regardless if I want them or not. Why? Because I have a home. I
All
have
right, let me ask you a quick question, hindsight. Is that how it works for women?
I,
If
it
a
works for
woman
both.
doesn't, oh, no, okay, so if a woman doesn't want the responsibility of having a child, she still has to have that child.
I think that I don't necessarily believe that she has to have that child, but she's assuming responsibility for what is going on with her body.
Okay, but the way she might assume responsibility is by not taking any, by just taking a pill, or by ending the pregnancy, or she can do adoption, or she can do, or she can abandon the child, and she can do all of those things legally. So, do you understand why men say women have a choice and men don't? Even if you
I
don't agree,
I
you
understand,
understand that?
I understand that, but for men to say, "Oh, I just have no obligation at all," I don't necessarily think that that's true because you too went in with with this understanding that if you were choosing not to protect yourself and weren't being responsible, then he too has to be responsible for that choice.
All right. So, who
So
makes him responsible?
He's
Who?
responsible for himself for
No,
not
but who makes him
no.
responsible? If he decides he doesn't want to be anything in the child life, who makes him responsible?
Well, that depends on that mother, right?
Well,
It
the
would,
family court system, the
yeah,
government, right?
no, but it depends on that mother because if I know I spent a lot of time dealing with parents, right, in the court system, and there are a lot of mothers who say, I don't really want nothing to do with him. He can choose.
Sure, sure. But you understand the
But
question I'm
I
asking,
get what
though.
you're saying. But for me,
Yeah.
I don't agree with people saying, "Oh, well, I just don't assume any accountability or responsibility for choices that."
I don't think it's the right thing to do. Okay. However, I believe that. So check this out, and I've given this analogy before. I don't know if you've heard it. So let's say that I love hitting strippers raw. Love it. Oh my God. I go to the titty bar. I get myself a little section to sit in, right? I
Word.
get a couple of dances from the girls, and then I pick one and we go into the back room and we have some sex, and it's raw, no protection. Okay. Now let's say one of these girls goes and she becomes pregnant. And then she's like, hey, you're responsible. You got me pregnant. I'm like, all right, cool. I'll be the dad. Okay. I'll be who I'm supposed to be. And then she's a terrible mom. Okay. She wants to continue stripping. She likes the fast money, all of that stuff. Okay. Is the reason she's a bad mother because women have a problem or black women have a problem? Or is the reason she's a bad mother because I got a stripper pregnant in a nightclub?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Is the reason that she is a bad mother because black women have a problem, or is the reason she's a bad mother because I chose to get a stripper pregnant at a nightclub?
Honestly, I don't absolve either of you of that of not being the problem.
I get
Logically,
it.
I don't. I don't.
Okay, but I know she's a problem, but I was having sex with strippers unprotected. So the reason I have a child outside of wedlock with a woman who's a bad mother isn't because strippers have sex for money. The reason that I have a child that doesn't have a mom is because I have sex with strippers with no protection. Okay.
Hmm.
So, in the same way, if you are a woman and you are a single mother and you had sex with an irresponsible man, that's not because men need to step up. That's not because all men are irresponsible. That's not because most men are irresponsible. That's not because men or fathers have a problem with irresponsibility. That's because you have sex with irresponsible men with no protection and then you kept a child. That has nothing to do with men. You were behaving irresponsibly, and
Yeah.
that created a situation that you are living in the consequence of. And for you to assign that as that's something men need to do different is as
Wait, what?
insane as
You're
me saying
absolving
that. Let me
you're
let me
absolving
land a point and then I'll hand it back to you. That's as insane as me saying that black women need to do better because I got this stripper pregnant and she's a bad mother.
but you're absolving men of sleeping with
I'm
women.
not absolving the man. I'm not,
You're
baby. So
saying
thank
no,
you for bringing that
no,
up. I'm not. The guy is a deadbeat, but he was a deadbeat before you screwed him. So you don't get to be
I'm not saying that.
you're the woman's not a victim. The woman is a co-conspirator. She is an irresponsible woman. And what we do with single mothers in America is we exalt them. We say don't blame them for their outcome, but they are to blame for their outcome if they were having sex with irresponsible men. If you got raped, that's not your fault. If you got married and your husband left you, not your fault. If you got married and your husband died, not your fault. But if you chose to carry a child for an irresponsible man, then the problem isn't the fact that irresponsible men exist. The problem is you like to have unprotected sex with them. That is the problem.
So yeah, what makes me really unique is that I don't pick one or the other because I don't think that I don't live
I'm
in
saying both.
in
I'm
that.
saying both.
But
I'm
that
saying the
but
problem is we don't give the women the blame. What we do in our country is we exalt single mothers. And so I'm not saying the man is irresponsible. So me and you both believe the man is a bad guy. He's a bad guy. You and I are in agreement. Shake hands on it. The thing that we have in our country that's a problem is that we can't get the women to shake hands on the fact that the woman is a bad person too. We give her a victim status
right.
and we say that the guy tricked her or that she didn't know, or she needs assistance because she is a victim of some sort, but she's not. She is an irresponsible woman who has sex with an irresponsible man, and now they have a child, and the child is paying 100% of the cost for
Right.
their 50% mistakes.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. It's just,
Okay.
when we end up having these conversations, it always ends up I'm not a single mother. What the hell?
Don't worry about that, babe. Don't worry about
Um,
that. I know who you are.
But what, the conversation always ends up being, oh, well, women this. I'm like, but you can't absolve the man's responsibility and
I
accountability.
know, but the problem is that a society already accepts the man's guilt, and men who are like me are not arguing to remove responsibility from irresponsible men. We're telling you not to sleep with them at all, and
Right.
if you do, then you are not a victim. You're a co-conspirator. And the problem that we get back is women say, well, they trick us, or they lie, or they this, they that, and none of that has anything to do with why you have sex with unprotected sex with an irresponsible man. Because if you know, you're a PhD, you know that if you are having unprotected sex while you're not on birth control with a man, then it's not a question of if you're going to get pregnant.
It's
It's a
when.
question of when. Okay, so if you are doing that, then you're responsible for your outcome when it comes. And blaming the dad for being a deadbeat when he was a piece of shit before you ever let him smash is dodging accountability and responsibility for the situation you created. You knew that he was an irresponsible man. He already had children outside of wedlock by other women he's not providing for parenting. And then you carried a child for him. And now you're blaming men as a group is the dynamic. This is the dynamic we're watching play out. These women are having sex with irresponsible men, having children for them, and then blaming men as a group. That's
Yeah.
the dynamic that's happening.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen.
Okay. All right. You and I,
Yeah,
same
no.
page. Boom.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. No, I get it. But me, I tend to be like, yeah, we can't blame one without the other.
Right. The men aren't absolving. None of the men are absolving Pookies and Ray Rays of anything. None of the men encourage that type of behavior. None of us say, oh, well, it's her fault, this, that, and the other. No man that is a responsible man or an educated man, a father himself, is doing that. No man absolves the Pookie. Okay. The problem is that the women absolve Pookiesha. They give her victim status and throw her a baby shower, and there's no accountability, there's no judgment, there's no nothing. And so there's nothing to stop her from replicating the behavior. And so now she's got 4 baby daddies and 5 kids. And now all of those kids grow up in a scenario you were talking about where you say, hey, we didn't see good men doing good things. Well, of course not. Your mother doesn't like to have sex with good men because to get a good man's ring, he's making you wait for that. You have to meet his standard. And now he's looking at your body count doesn't matter past. And he's looking at you single, independent, don't need a man, so you don't want to listen or follow any leadership. And so you don't qualify for anything with that man except for sex. So you stay where you powerful. You deal with men who don't have no standards. And you're having sex with those men because that's where you have all the power. You can make whoever you want wait for sex. You can control a relationship with sex. If you're trying to get a ring from a man and you turn off the sex, then you turning off part of the relationship. You might be turning off the relationship. So a lot of women in our community, they don't know how to be something in a man's life that a man wants to marry. They just know how to be something that somebody wants to have sex with. So they know all the tricks of playing in that realm. But once I've given this man continuous access to my body and I want a commitment from him, do I know what to be for him to get him to say, hey, you and only you? And they don't know how to deal with those men. So men like my nephew, a lot of those women, he's invisible to them. They don't even see him. He's not sleeping with those women. They don't exist. And so that's why you have so many women who are like, there are no good black men. No, they live in a completely different dimension than you because they can hear you talking and they say, yeah, no good. No, thank you. No, you got a nice this and a nice that. And I really wish, but no. And they're not even having that conversation with you. They say it in their head and then don't even talk to you. And you think, oh, he's gay. Or, oh, he like white girls. That's what they say. That's the box they put good black men in. Well-spoken black men that are on their grind and on their purpose. We gay, we lame, we squares, we like white girls. That's what they do, so they don't have to deal with the reality that you just don't qualify. You don't know how to behave. And you got so much power in the sex realm that you stay there. You're right there. You're like, you know what? This guy ain't acting up. I got another 5 guys. I got this guy, that guy. I can do this, that. They all buying me stuff. I got one to pay my light bill. I got one to pay my gas bill. These men ain't shit. Blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, you're never picking up on the fact that the reason that you're dealing with a whole bunch of ain't shit men is because you don't know how to be shit in a man's life who's worth something. And then when men try to tell you that, you're experiencing it as bashing. And so you can't take advice because everything's different, every situation is different, every relationship is different, every person is different. So there's no advice, and you're lost in a sauce. And the men who are trying to speak to the women, it's on deaf ears because they don't want to take accountability. That's what we're seeing. That's what I'm watching happen. When I see these women who are saying men ain't shit, and I'm surrounded by guys who are doctors and lawyers and who want families, or men who are electricians, or they work for the city, or they make a good living. Maybe you're not rich, but you got a good, stable man, security, stability. You're like, and that man wants a wife, and he's not bad looking, and you don't want him because bad boys, I like bad boys, or nice guys finish last, or he's too nice. And all of these toxic ass mindsets for evaluating men and partners that where women pick these men, and what they want is they want a bad man to be a good man for them. And it don't work. It never works. It's never gonna work. It's never gonna work. And then it doesn't work, and then you blame all the men. That's the dynamic we're watching play out, hindsight. And that's why, because women are divorced from the reality of themselves, they are not seeing themselves in this manner. When men talk to them, it's like we're speaking 2 different languages. Men are aware of the reality. We understand the reality of the Pookie. You guys don't understand the reality of the Pookiesha or of yourself or of the market that you're dating in, because practical knowledge is gone. Because all right and wrong is relative now. Oh, you don't know the situation. I'm a special snowflake. Everything is different. That's what we're experiencing. That's what's playing out. Does that make sense the way I explained it?
Like, I understand what you're saying. My only thing was, don't blame one without the other.
Sure. Yep.
That's
Nope.
all. That's all.
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. So you and I are on the same page.
I get what you're saying, but the conversation is always blaming one and not holding the other one accountable and responsible. And we can't do that, because that creates more division in what we're talking about.
All right. So
which
I
is
agree
new.
with you. Yeah, I agree with that. We blame these men, but you have to understand that there are a small percentage of the men. Most men don't behave this way. So
I
you can't blame men
get
because this isn't a majority of men. It is,
Right.
however, in our community, a majority of women, and the women who pass the messaging around that justify this approach to life and these behaviors are most of our women, even our educated women, are telling our women not what I told Wiseman, she Maria Wiseman, right? They're telling her, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that. Let me ask you a question. If she had been talking to a modern woman, right, like the women who were in that live that I was in, do you think the advice she would have got from them would have benefited her? Or do you think the advice she got from me was a greater benefit to her?
I'm sorry. In that live, I don't think that anybody was listening to anybody.
I get it, but I'm asking you a question. Those women with that mindset, somebody like Wiseman, Miss Wiseman that was up here, do you think that she benefits more from listening to somebody like me or somebody like them and what she said she wanted her life to be?
Yeah, she would benefit from someone like you, but what I see,
Is our community better off if we have more women like her or more
uh,
women?
I'm not gonna
Okay.
I'm not gonna go with that, because there are some women who do not desire to be married. There are some women who do not
Okay, so and then what is the impact for women
I,
who if for women who want to have children? Okay, let's take it off of marriage. For women who want to have children, are they better off following what I'm saying, or what those women were saying. If you want to have a
No,
child or a child.
if you would like to have a child, go along with what you're saying. But for women who don't desire to have children, don't desire to have a family, they're perfectly fine.
All right, so
Getting
who are they? What are they? Who are they trying to talk to then? Because they're talking to our women as a group. They're not saying like, "Hey, if you don't want a marriage and you don't want children, we're the right people to listen to." They're saying, "No, all Black people have children in a collectivist, progressive, group, communal living situation, and that's going to be best for us. And if you disagree, then you are
that,
a colonizer."
see, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear it from that lens. What I
They were crazy with that, and
Yeah,
don't
they
not a
said
one of
that
them own an
exactly.
acre of land.
see, I came a little late. So,
Okay, I
but
understand.
when I came in, I was hearing, oh, we need to build up our communities and not just focus
Yeah,
on nuclear families. That's what I and that again, I came in
that's the
that part.
basic building block. The basic building block of a community is a family. There
Yeah.
is no community
See,
without a family.
and the opposite is what has been taught to me by my Ghanaian family is not that. They were like, we needed a very strong community before we even developed families, because if we were not a community within ourselves first, then we were not going to have two community people, community based people come together and create a family. Like
All right. So,
that's not
question about
how
that. Question about
how
that.
I was taught.
Okay. So, question about that. Question about that. So, you said earlier that that women are being raised without an example of what a man is supposed to be. So, how do those women get that so that they can be an effective part of the community that then matriculates into wives and husbands and families? How do they get that if there are no families?
We're
You
not
have
saying
to.
that there aren't families. What we're saying is that there has to be a sense of community and a sense of belonging within your community. And you have to have two people who are community mindset in order for them to create a family first.
Okay, all right. So
Like,
I
like
agree with that, but
that's why women are saying, wait, hold on, before you even have a family, do you even know what community looks like? Are you a proper community member? Are you a
all right.
product
Do
of
you,
society first before you choose to even try and get together with somebody? Do you
all
even know
right.
what that looks like? Because if you don't know what community looks like, how do you know what partnership looks like? How do you know
All right.
share with somebody? Like that just doesn't make sense.
All
What
right.
we're doing is
Do you think we can do that with the raw material we have right now, with such a high percentage of our young people being born in unstable situations and outside of family? Did you know that two women on that panel were raised in a foster care system?
yeah, no, I didn't. I came in late, so I didn't know.
Yeah. So these are two women that are arguing for no marriage, no family. Husbands don't do anything for anybody,
I
blah
don't
blah 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 blah.
that. I
All
think
right.
that both are
And
valued.
they're from the foster care system. And I'm not downing anybody from the foster care system, but I'm saying that definitely is an environment that is not going to produce the most stable environment for children. And so those are what I'm saying to you is simple. Okay. The basic building block of a community is a family. It's not in reverse. You can't have a community of people who are broken because they were raised without families, create a solid community, and then begin to create families from that.
And
If
can I
you
jump
don't have
in?
a family, then you're not going to have solid people to make up the community with. Because what we have found is kids who are raised in foster care system, kids who are raised by single mothers,
Hmm.
all of this stuff, the stats are telling us that they are overrepresented in mental institutions, in jail, suicides, murder victims, murderers, drug addicts, all of these different things. Every single negative metric that we measure in our society, the line you can draw through all of those people is they were raised in unstable homes more often than they were raised in stable homes. How
And
somebody
can
is raised as a child when they're going through all of that incredible brain development, what they are experiencing has a big effect on what type of adults they become. And
Right.
so we can't have community first and then family second. It's family first, and then the community comes from the families working together. Like me and my brothers,
Hmm.
You
we
don't,
have a community.
And let me add
but
on to that real
you don't
quickly, if
see
I may.
that we don't have
It,
family. And the reason, and we can't even have our own community. So you can't say that we can have families if we don't even have a
well,
community that agrees with
let
one
me
another.
break that
Like
down.
that doesn't make
Let me
any
break
sense.
that down.
This is the reason
So
why Like every social science will tell you, every article will
Is
say,
what we're
in
doing
order to,
working?
No.
in order to build it. But the thing is that
We haven't had families. We
it's
haven't had
always
families in 40 years. Is what we're doing working?
the thing is there isn't family because there's no sense of community.
No, 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 no. Hold on, hold on, hold on. There isn't family, in my opinion, because the women say, I'm single, I'm independent, and I don't need men. They don't believe body count matters. And they are the only group of women I know of on the planet that don't believe you need to marry before you have children. You don't need to become a wife before you become a mother. And those are dominant beliefs and dominant narratives. So I believe that's why we have no family. You're saying we don't have community, and we can take women where those are their dominant narratives and make wives out of them. And I'm telling you that is not possible. If
Yeah,
those
I
are your
know
dominant
that.
thoughts, then that is not a wife. And you can't build a family with somebody who says, I'm single, I'm independent, I don't need a man. I want you and don't need you. Body count doesn't matter. And I don't have to wait to become a wife to become a mother.
That's
I
not
think, go ahead, go ahead.
and that's not the point that I made. If you
I know
want to
it's not. I
pinpoint,
know it's not.
if you want to
Go
pinpoint
ahead.
those things out, then that's for you to pinpoint those out of what you're looking for. But what I'm saying is that in order for us to actually develop families, we needed to have a strong idea of what community looked like, because we all want to say, oh, we need a village.
Okay.
You cannot have a village
All
if
right.
you don't have a community to
All
actually
right. So
create.
here's
So
the
like
crossroad that we're at, hindsight. Okay. The men that are competitive, successful men who want families and want to provide and protect for women, right? And a family and all of that, they don't agree with you. And
the
so
no that you
because of
know,
that, hold
the
on,
men
because of that,
don't agree with me.
I'm
But
sorry,
the
go,
men that I
what
know,
you say?
I said the men that you know and ones that subscribe to what you think don't agree with me. But the ones that I know and the ones that that
Hold
my
on.
husband knows do agree.
Marty,
It's
let me
the
let me
difference.
let me approach this from a different angle.
All right.
I understand what both of you guys are saying, and I absolutely understand where both of you are coming from. But I think what's being missed here is the ease and access of modern society. So, and because of that, sometimes we see what a thing is through that lens of the ease and access of modern society, and we don't actually know what it really is. Ukraine is figuring that out right now, right? So a few months ago, they had the ease and access of modern society. Now they're at war. And now they're figuring out that some things aren't what they thought they were. And so when you're talking about a community is the result of a family that's enduring hardship. When families endure hardship, they create communities. Okay, right now we have a very nice modern world. We go to the grocery store, we get our food off of the shelves, but in the real world, without all of this facade that men have built, a family comes together and they survive in the wild, and that survival creates a community. And the more you survive, that becomes tribal and that becomes traditions. And that's how those things are created. It starts with the family. And when the family goes through adversity, they create the community. We think we can do it backwards because we've created a cushy little fantasy that we all live in based on the infrastructure that we've created. But if that infrastructure goes belly up, it goes back to the family unit, and the family unit surviving adversity, and by successfully surviving adversity, building communities that continue to successfully survive adversity, and that becomes cities, and that becomes cultures, and that becomes tribes, and whatnot. So it always starts with the family unit, right? And I'm not like a religious person, but even if you want to go to religion, there's normally always a family first. Whether you believe in Buddhism, whether you believe in Christianity, whether you believe in Islam, there's normally a family unit first, and everything sprang from that one family unit. It's just the way nature works. It's the family
Yeah.
unit first. The family unit goes through adversity, and the adversity creates the community.
Yeah. The women in our community, it seems like that are on that side of the argument. They think that we need community and that nuclear family is a white supremacist tool of oppression that black men have fallen in love with because they are in some type of Munchausen syndrome or by proxy I forget what they call it, but like we're in some type of thing where we want to emulate our oppressors. And here's the fact of the matter. Let's say that they're right. Let's say that they're right. The competitive, successful black men who have families like you experienced me talking to my nephew, and you see what you guys get a chance to see to some degree what my family is like. The men who build that, they don't want to do it your way. And you aren't in control of relationships. You aren't in control of rings. The only thing that they're in control of is sex and kids. So because our community is controlled by women, what are we getting a lot of? We're not getting relationships. We're not getting rings. We're getting sex, tons and tons of sex. All the girls are sexualizing themselves, showing a camel toe on camera. They're OnlyFans girls and all this stuff. And we're getting children out everywhere. And the women are justifying that this is because of community. It's not. It's because you, at the end of the day, if we're going to make it, whether my plan is the best or yours might be better, it's not going to matter because we have to cooperate to do it. And the way we're going to cooperate is under the male leadership because the competitive, successful men of your community want leadership. They're not going to submit to you. They're not going to be matriarchal. They're not going to be matrilineal. They're not going to have babies inside of a community. The competitive, successful men are going to do that, are not going to do that. So if you want to get with the men in your community who are building and doing something, the majority of them, not the 1% guy that you found that agrees with what you think and all of that stuff, the majority of the black men who are doing something with themselves, then you're going to have to agree to follow them even when you don't agree with them. Because at the end of the day, you see what I want for you. If I want your best and I have your best interest at the heart of my actions. So if you trusted me, even if you might have done something better or we could have made a left when we did a right, we're still going to get to the destination we both want. But you need to let me drive because I'm not getting in your car and letting you drive because you've been driving for the last 40 years. So we got a whole bunch of sex and a whole bunch of babies and women who don't believe that girls are boys and boys are girls and all of this crazy shit, no right is wrong, and crystals and natal charts and occult women who believe in witchcraft and ancestors and all of this shit that does not produce stable environments for children. And so we're having 12th grade boys graduate with a 4th grade reading level because they're being mothered by women who cannot keep a relationship with a man going and have no clue what a good man looks like. That is what we have more than we have of everything else.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to just drop from this conversation because it's rubbing me the wrong way because
Okay.
no matter
All right.
how
You did good. You did good.
like and the fact that people want to disrespect my marriage in the comments, that's just not okay. And the correction is
Okay.
coming
That's not okay. That's not
and the
Yeah, I
okay at
correction
all.
wasn't
is not
reading the
coming
comments or
from
I
a
would
hoe.
have stopped them, babe. I wasn't reading the comments or I would have stopped them. But
I
you did a good
very
job.
I worked
Thank
very
you for
hard
coming
for
up.
my marriage. I've dealt with 3 deployments and having to raise my son independently while he was gone those 5 years in total that he had been gone.
Mhm.
Mm.
It's not okay. It's just not.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, no,
Don't
they
you're
shouldn't be
smart.
talking
You're
about your
smart for
marriage at
pulling
all.
yourself out if you're feeling some type of way. Everybody in the chat, just so you know, she is a married woman. She's been married for almost a decade and a half. She's been with her husband for almost years. They have a successful hold on. They have a successful family unit. She does talk like a modern woman, but if you ask her questions about her marriage and her relationship, it's a very traditional relationship, just so you guys know. So, and for my chat and my and the conversations that I lead, I want us all to try to give each other respect. I don't want us to personally ad hominem attack anybody because it stops the dialogue. And the important thing about what we're doing more than anything else is the dialogue. And so that means she's got to feel safe to talk about her ideas, even if we or I or you don't agree with them. We can't attack them personally. Okay? All right. And so thank you for coming up to Hindsight. And I appreciate all the time you gave us. And you enjoy the rest of your day, sweetheart. Zaria, what's up,
Hello,
little mama?
how are you?
I'm living the dream. How you doing, baby girl?
Good. I see. I kind of came in on the back end. You guys have been doing this early because I came on at like 10:30, and when you were talking to Shamari, so I missed that. I guess there was a conversation about single women, and I don't have anything to speak to that because I kind of missed that combo.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Did you have anything? Uh, did you have anything that you wanted to add based off what you did hear from the conversation with Ms. Wiseman, Shamaria Wiseman?
Mhm.
What did you think about the exchange that we were having with her while she was here with us?
One, I love the exchange. And I am kind of in the same boat a little bit as her, a little bit different, but I am
Okay.
23.
Okay.
And I was able to score like my dream job right out of college. And I was raised by a mom
Congratulations.
and
There
dad.
you go.
Thank you. But essentially, I was raised as what my dad would call a triple threat. I was raised in a two-parent household. My mom, who is my stepmom, but she's been around since I was like 2 years old, like taught me how to cook, clean, properly, like how to be a wife. I was raised around a real wife, woman or whatever. But my mom, my biological mom, is a what you would consider an independent woman. So on that side, they're like, go to college, get your degree. I went to a HBCU, like, you know what I mean? I did all of that.
Okay.
And now I'm at the point where it's like, as I prepare for marriage, I want to know what you guys would consider, like how you value yourself as a woman. Cause I get a lot of different opinions on this app where they're like, you can't go for a man with money. You need to settle and get whoever you can because women are dying out. Your biological clock is ticking. And then there's other rooms where
You
you hear,
23, baby. You got time. Keep going.
and then you get rooms where also people are like, you got a degree and you have this, and men don't care about that. And I'm like,
We
well,
don't. We don't.
Yeah,
But
we
good for
don't.
you that you did it because it still
Yeah,
says something
absolutely.
about you in terms of your character. It just doesn't carry the weight that women want it to carry with us, right? So, like, if we were to put in order all the things we cared about, whereas if a woman were to, the way I explain it is this: I got a whole thing that I teach on this, and I'll put it up on YouTube. So, there's three major areas when you're evaluating a partner, okay? The first one is entertainment qualities. The second one is resource qualities, and the third one is substance qualities. So men and women put these things in different orders. Okay. As a man, men put first entertainment qualities. And entertainment qualities is like, how does she look? Is she sexy? Right? Is she smart or funny? These are all the things that make us feel good to be around you in terms of how you act and behave. And this is the compatibility shit. Do we have the same interests? Like both of us like playing, first person shooters. I don't know if you're a girl that plays video games or you're a gamer, whatever, right? So that's what that is. The second thing is substance qualities, and substance qualities is like character, right? It's like, what does she believe about relationships? Right? Does she believe that they're on a team and a man is the leader? Does she believe in 50-50? Does she believe that the woman should lead the relationship, or that she wants, whatever it is? What is her belief system about relationships, mating, dating, herself, how she should treat other people, how she should be treated, how she should treat herself, right? Those are substance qualities. Then lastly, you have resource qualities, and those are third on a man's list. That's at the bottom. And this is, does she have a good job? This is, does she come from a good family? This is, men look at those things last. They're important. We evaluate them. They're on the list, but they're at the bottom. If you got a girl that looks the way you want her to look and all of that stuff, and you guys have a good time together, and then she's loyal and she wants to be a wife and she's got wifely qualities, and whether or not she's got a job or not, that shit may not show up on the radar, right? Now, women are different. They
right,
put on top resource qualities. What type of network does this man have? What type of status does he have? What does he do for a living? How much money does he make? Does he have a degree? That stuff goes in the top. And so when you look at men, you're trying to put the order you have onto men, and it's not. We don't put them in the same order. The second thing a woman looks at is the entertainment qualities, and the last thing a woman looks at, unfortunately, are character qualities. Right? Women, that's why nice guys finish last, right? Because at the bottom of
right,
our list, it's important It's important, but at the bottom of most women's lists, most of them, is, you know, what type of character does this guy have? Because if he's got enough status and he's cool enough and y'all have a good enough time and he's got swag and it's a vibe and all those entertainment qualities, and the guy's got the resources, oh, he makes good money, this, that, and the other, blah, 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 then a woman will jump on that man and be like, oh shit, he ain't got no loyalty. His loyalty is in the trash. It's with Oscar the Grouch. It's in the trash can. This dude is smashing chicks every time he leave the house. Oh shit. I got a baby with him. I'm fucked, right? So we put these things in different ways. You want us to put it in the same order as you, but we are different and we want different things from one another. So that's why your degree is important.
Mm-hmm.
But a man who is looking for a wife is not like, you know what? She got a degree in communications, but this one, she got a degree in engineering. So even though she got a flat booty, I'm gonna go with this. You know what I'm saying? Guys are not like that. Guys like, man, the booty's so fat. She know how to act, man. The ass looks so good. She know how to act. She made me this jerk salmon pasta dish. The shit was delicious. Man, I'm in love. So we're different in that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. I guess in like the realm of like where I am in just the dating world, I also was just living in Atlanta, which I'm moving now, and that pool of people to pick from is maybe not the best. But
Yeah,
that's just,
Atlanta's tough.
yeah, like that's where my
Yeah.
dream job was. I work at Cartoon Network, so I was like, oh, I'm going to Atlanta. Like it's the only place that I wanted to be. So, like I was just there. But the dating pool is just a lot different. But I hear a lot of people say that women can be shallow. And so that's why I was asking you, because I want to know like what makes me not be, like how do I categorize myself or value myself in the way where I can say, okay, the average maybe guy working at, Walmart, it may not be the best match for me for the things
Okay,
that I
it's not a good match for you, babe.
okay.
That's not a good match for you. You're young. You're 23, right?
Right.
And you've done well for yourself. So at your age, let me ask you a question. How long ago was your last relationship?
2021.
Okay. All right, so a year or less. Okay. All
Mm-hmm.
right. How long were you with them?
Almost 3 years. It was the end of 2018 to then, so almost 3 years and some change.
Okay, that's a long time to be with somebody. How old was he?
That it was a college relationship. It was
That
like,
doesn't matter.
yeah,
It
I
does not
started
matter to me.
19. It lasted for until I like graduated. So yeah, it was about 3 years.
Okay. So he was in college too. He was your age.
No, he was like 2, 3 classes above me.
Okay. So you were 19 and he was like 22.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Now let me ask you, did he express an interest in wanting to be married at all?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Did he want to marry you?
Yes.
Who ended the relationship?
I did.
Okay. So you broke up with a man that wanted to marry you, and what was the reason for ending the relationship?
So first things first. Okay, so I don't really want to go into like too much crazy
You don't
detail.
have to explain it. Just you
Um,
could be like, he cheated, he slapped me, he was gay.
no,
You could just whatever it is, you can just be very,
yeah,
you don't have to be in
I'll
detail.
two main factors. One was being that I was in college, so those things of me looking for like a masculine man, kind of like my dad, a leader, I did not find because we were in college. So like during that period of time, it was just like, he had his own place, I had my own place, like it was okay. But as he graduated, I didn't see any like um uh I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what's the word? I didn't see like him,
Potential.
yeah, like the potential of someone that's like a go-getter, like dedicated, like cares about, the big things. He wasn't really a protector either. And then the second factor was his family was extremely involved in our relationship. And I expressed to him how I didn't really want him to tell his family about our business because they would act weird towards, like it was inside things because we lived together that shouldn't have been outside the home, and it caused his family to kind of like treat me a certain way, so it ended up just kind of like not working out, and I was very uncomfortable. And I do think I also may have stayed longer than I should have. It should have been something I was
What
like,
was if I were to ask him in his words,
mhm.
why do you think he would say what do you think he would tell me about why y'all broke up?
Okay, so I think
Even
for
if it was negative.
yeah, like what he thought was wrong with me.
No, why he thought y'all broke up. He wanted to marry you, so whatever he thought was wrong with you, he was still willing to accept it. So I'm saying it, but the relationship ended. So if I could bring him on the panel and he
Hmm.
were talking in his own words and he wasn't trying to not hurt your feelings,
Hmm.
what would he say is the reason y'all broke up?
He would definitely say his family, and he also, yeah, he would definitely say his family, and like he would say his like he would probably say finances, but it was more than just finances.
Because you said it was the future. You said you didn't feel like he was,
Right.
and this is something for
Like
men. If
losing
men,
his job during COVID, and it was like, okay, I stuck around. I used my refund check to like pay our rent and things, but it was the fact that like instead of going and trying to I have a dad who will go and work at a Walmart or construction site just to make sure we like have food on the table type of thing, and he was more like the I'm gonna play the game all day and wait for one of my line brothers to call me with a job, and I was like, this is not working. Like he wasn't steadfast in like trying to build a home. But I will also say around that time, me being younger, I was a little bit more combative and real frustrated with him. I didn't have the patience for him like I do now. Just because I probably shouldn't have put myself in that situation in the first place. But
okay.
that's like the
So this is okay. I don't shame women at all for wanting men who are on their purpose. I think that if you're a woman, you have to be very intentional with dealing with men who are on their purpose. But this brings up another point, and I'm just going to mention it. And I don't want to open up a body count conversation, but women care and will break up with you, men, because you don't have a future or they don't think your future is bright enough. Okay. And that is okay because she is going to make herself incredibly vulnerable, making children for you. And she needs to be able to count on you. And if she doesn't feel like she can count on you, then that will dry the punani up like the Sahara Desert. Okay. That shit will turn into a bucket of sand. Okay. All
yes,
right. But in the same way, ladies, that you will break up with somebody because of their future, men will not start a relationship with you because of your past. There is the mirror image of that. So when you say body count shouldn't matter because it doesn't matter to us because you want us to prioritize things the way that you do, we do not. We put them in different orders. And when it comes to your past, men want to date a woman without a past, and women want to date a man with a future. And that is okay. That is natural. Does that make sense?
absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I didn't want to crawl into that rabbit hole, but I felt like it was a good opportunity to talk about that. Okay. So your question to me that started us on this is how do I avoid being shallow? And the way is it's okay to date a man who is ambitious. Okay, and you should be looking for men who are ambitious. I would not entertain a man who is not ambitious. If I was a woman and I had some punani I was sitting on, you put me on top of the gold mine, pimp. Oh my God, let me tell you, I'm marrying the Sultan in this motherfucker, okay? You're not getting this for free, baby. No, sir. No, sir, okay? So you got to be ambitious, but the biggest currency you have is going to be character. It's character. So it's, what a man's character is made out of what virtues he shows most often in his personality and how he lives his life. Okay. So to understand this, we got to know what virtues are. Okay. And virtues are qualities that you use to guide your life towards more happiness and more balance. So someone being patient is a virtue. Patience is a virtue, right? And so you want to look at what virtues a man has. Now, most women want a man who is industrious. Industrious means hardworking. Hardworking and ambitious ain't the same thing, but they're very similar, and they need to go hand in hand, right? If you want a guy who's highly successful in life, then he needs to have a lot of ambition, and ambition is a combination of being a hard worker and having a vision for your future. Okay. So you have a vision for your future, and you're also willing to do the work necessary to try to accomplish that vision. Okay. So that is what ambition is. And so ambition is a great virtue to look for in a man. Okay. That's one. Another thing that you should be looking for in a man is integrity. And the best explanation I ever got for integrity is an explanation I got while I was in the military. And that is integrity is what you do when no one else is looking. It is how you behave when there is no one there to judge your actions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the integrity of something's okay up front. If I can see it, then he's going to do the right thing. But when I can't see it, how does he do the right thing? And this is something where you have guys, this is held together by principles. So I have a principle. I don't steal. I've never stolen anything my entire life, never once. I've never taken anything that does not belong to me. Not a piece of candy when I was a kid, nothing, never. I've never stolen. That's because it's a principle. So let's say I had an opportunity to steal something that I wanted. I wouldn't give that up because I get to say that and mean it from the bottom of my heart. I get to say, I don't steal. It's a principle. It's a value. It's a fabric. It's part of the fabric of what makes me me. Okay. And I wouldn't give that away for a nice watch, right? That part of me, that thing about me that can't be held inside of the hand, that only exists in my heart and mind, I wouldn't give that away for a nice watch or maybe a really nice ring or something I could steal, right? Because that has so much value to me because it's part of the fabric of who I am that there's no way I would offer that up. You know what I'm saying? This is, you have to deal with learning to evaluate men in this way is very difficult. And because people are very deceptive, right? And we're all trying to show our representatives. And so back in the day, the way people used to behave, what they would do is they would let their fathers and their brothers and the men of their family vet that man. And what those men were looking for was they were trying to evaluate that man's character. And your character is the system of values and virtue, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you have, that you built your personality off of.
That's so
right?
funny. My dad actually raised in like a Muslim household, and my dad was talking about arranged marriage as a joke, though. But it's so funny
Right.
that I always hear that on this app because that's hilarious.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And again, ladies, I know y'all hate it, but guess what? That's that patriarchy. Boogity boogity. We trying to get you, right? We're gonna get you, ladies. We trying to oppress you by making sure you get a man who is worth something in his life. We trying to make sure you don't get a man who ain't worth shit. That is oppression, girl. We trying to make sure you barefoot in the kitchen, butt naked, with you ain't got shit. We gonna take control. All right. So my point though is that there's a very important thing that I think escapes a lot of our women, okay? And it's I'm single, I'm independent, I don't need a man, okay? And this does something to you that mutilates the way you view reality. It divorces you from reality. And the reason why is because human beings were made, look at this silly hat. Thank you for gifting me. Human beings were made to work together. We're social creatures. So none of us were made complete by ourselves. We were all made to work together, to cover each other's weaknesses. Okay? And so men were made with certain strengths and women were made with certain strengths because together we create this divine relationship that grants us the highest level of success, the highest level of protection, the highest level of security, the highest opportunity for prosperity. Okay? This comes from us working together. And so you were believe it or not, part of your natural vetting mechanism for men is supposed to be your dad. It's not just that hey, that's a cool thing you can do. No, in the same way, that's part of your mechanism. Think of it this way. Like an anthill is not a natural structure. Ants make it, but it is natural to ants to make the hill because that's what they live in. Okay. So even though your father is in a natural part of your body, your relationship with him is a natural mechanism for filtering and vetting men. Okay, and this is another reason why fathers are so important and we protect daughters is because you weren't made to do all of this on your own, right? You are supposed to get help with this part. In the same way you needed your parents when you were a child, you weren't a being made to exist on your own. You needed your parents. And so, but people don't know this because when you grow up, you're like, oh, I'm independent, I can do it all on my own. No, 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 no. Your family still has a use for you, a use to you. And that use to you, one of the uses that your father serves is he is part of your vetting mechanism. And
Yeah.
if you don't have a dad, which you said you did, right? And but I'm talking to ladies in the chat that then your brothers, your uncles, men who love you, who don't also want to have sex with you. Okay? So
Mhm.
men who love you, who don't want to have sex with you. Those are the men who are supposed to help you vet. Okay? And your father should be the chief person that loves you and doesn't want to put some dick in you.
And I'm glad I'm having this conversation because it kind of like brings me down to like thinking of, because one of the main issues I have just in the dating world, and not to sound like cocky or vain, but like men are always, like you said, attracted to just me, like originally, whether it's literally, I'm not even talking about like going out half naked. Like I will have on jeans
Yeah,
and a
yeah, yeah.
shirt. I can have on sweats, no makeup, all of that. And like the first thing they're doing is commenting on my appearance. And I've kind of like started to stray away from that because I get so much attention because of appearance, it makes me kind of like, okay, I'd rather somebody like approach me in a different fashion. I don't think the guy I'm gonna want to
Yeah, no,
marry
no, no, no.
is
You want
gonna
to keep your
automatically talk about my body.
no, 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 babe. Let me tell you something. That is your nature as a feminine woman, and that is a gift. And oftentimes, our our greatest strengths can also be our greatest weaknesses. So we have to be mindful of the different powers we have and what weaknesses come along with those powers. So if you have a great power to attract men with beauty and femininity, then you don't need to downplay that. You should lean into it. But you have to understand the responsibility of it is that you have to have a very tenuous process for vetting men that gain access to you because you're going to attract tons and tons and tons of men, right? So that's okay. That's a good thing. That's not something to pull back on, right? As long as you aren't, I think diminish. I think when women sexualize themselves in general for attention, it diminishes their value, right? And most men who are husbands think of women that way. Okay, so I'm not talking about that, but it sounded like you were talking something different. Like if I don't attempt to try to dress down my beauty, then I get so much attention that it's negative. It's a negative thing for me. Okay,
And it's not
and I'm
necessarily, I
go
wouldn't
ahead.
say negative. I would just say it's an overwhelming amount. Like I am
Yeah,
getting, messages on here and Instagram and whatever, and I
right,
don't feed into it. I would rather have a natural connection and meet somebody in person anyway.
right.
But I'm just saying, like, I feel like because of my beauty, I feel like I don't always get the type of suitors that have the character I'm looking for because like the guys that are coming up to me. And also another thing is I'm so glad diaspora brought this up is that I really don't get out the house much. Like I don't go out to bars and stuff like I might do a restaurant every once in a while in the grocery store, but like I really don't go out. So maybe, those guys at the gas station is because, I'm not going out and being around like those suitors that you all mentioned. So I am learning a lot here.
Yeah,
But
like I tell women, a girl. I almost married a girl I met at a restaurant. She was sitting at the bar at a nice restaurant I love to go to. It's called P21, and they've got this incredible. I treat myself every now and again. I'll go down there and get a steak, and it's a higher end, so it's like everything's a la carte and it's very expensive. But she was at the bar, and I'll go up to the bar and I'll have a steak and I'll have a side of their garlic mash and, their mixed vegetables. And I'll, have a drink or two and I just sit and, catch up on work and stuff like that, through my phone and relax. And there was a girl that was sitting there and she was sitting there with a salad. She wasn't on her phone, and she had a glass of wine in front of her, and then her and I ended up sparking a conversation, and ended up in a relationship. And so I tell women, like, if you're going to the bar section, you have to think about what, like, men like me, what type of men use, that type of establishment. And if it's a club, then, all types of men use that establishment. But if it's a high-end bar, you can go in there, grab, you get a glass of wine, maybe it costs you $18 or $17, depending on what type of wine you get. You get a salad, maybe the salad, it's a salad, maybe $20 or something like that. And you
Yeah.
sit there, you stay off your phone so that men know that they can smile at you and catch your attention. You notice the men who are coming in and out of the room. You smile, you keep, and then any guy that you like, you just smile, hold his attention a little bit longer, and then they'll come. They'll a lot of those men will approach you if they're single. But putting yourself in those spaces where there's a $200 steak on the menu, you know, that you don't have to eat the $200 steak. You can go to a place like P21, or I go to Ocean Prime. I like to go there. I'll have a drink at the bar, and I'll have their Caesar salad with blackened salmon on it. You know what I mean? Like, I go and I do that because I treat myself, because sometimes I don't feel like cooking. I've been working all day. I'm driving home from the office. I'll stop in. I want to have a good meal. And you'll meet men who have their shit together in places like that. And you can spark up a conversation. And at the very least, these are men who are successfully running a life enough to the extent where they have that type of expendable cash. And then in addition to that, have a taste for nice things. And that's at least a starting point. It doesn't qualify the man, right? He still may be a guy of low integrity. That was something Kevin used to talk about when he talked about high value men. People watched all his videos and they talked about, I don't talk about high value men. I talk about men of value. And a man of value is a man who has character and honor. Okay. And character means that he has that system of virtues I was talking to you guys about. And honor means, because every person is a human being, we're all struggling, right? None of us are, we're all born with sin, right? So our nature tells us to drink it, smoke it, and fuck it, right? so uh, you've got satisfaction, gratification, and validation. These are the things that you're constantly trying to do to yourself that are low vibration. And then you've got the stuff that's high vibration, and that has to do with your code and your honor, right? And so, or your code and your character. How often you choose code and character, right, over satisfaction, gratification, validation, that is how honorable you are, right? So you may have a code, but if you don't ever follow it because you're too busy stroking yourself and chasing around girls, then you are, even though you can sit up and talk about a whole bunch of honorable or code or character shit, you
Right.
don't actually have any honor as a man, right? Because your actions aren't in alignment with your best ideals. Okay. So Kevin used to talk about high value men, and he was like, yeah, you got to make this amount of money. You got to have a network. You've got to be seen as valuable to other men. And there was something else. But the thing that I was most interested in was discipline, integrity, morals, and ethics. And so he went and explained that if you are a high value man and you don't have discipline, integrity, moral, and ethics, then you aren't high value. And that's why he would always say, you know what, just because you're a movie star or an athlete or a singer or a rapper doesn't mean you're high value. Having money doesn't make you valuable
Right.
to women,
Those are the
make
type
you
of people
valuable
that
to
I
the
feel
world.
like I have had encounters with in Atlanta, and I'm like, no, like I've never even like thought that's a lifestyle I ever wanted to be, like some rapper's
Right.
girlfriend, whatever.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, like, it's a lifestyle, and a lot of things come along with that lifestyle that I don't think the person who is average in what they desire out of life want. And, like, I'm going to tell you, like, I made, oodles of money throughout my life, and money comes and goes, right? I've had, $500,000 a year, and then next year I had $150,000 a year, right? So, like, it comes and goes, it fluctuates, this, that, and the other. The concept that, finding a high earning man is going to be like a solution to your life that's a foolish thing. Like you need when you choose a man, it's literally the most important human being in your life. And the reason they're most important is because nobody can hurt you more. Nobody can hurt you more. So that person is incredibly important because they can take you so low. And so that person has to have character. They have to have virtues. You need to be able to talk to them. And these guys, a lot of us, we sound like teachers when you talk to us because we know what we think about why we do what we do. We have a system, a code we've come up with as to what is guiding our behavior. And if what is, because you got to understand, everybody's making choices in life. And if what guides your choices is what you can get away with and what you think you can get, right? Satisfaction, validation, and gratification, then it doesn't matter how tall you are, how handsome you are, how much money you have. You have to have things that guide your behavior that can't be held in the hand, right? The house, the car keys, whatever, they can't be touched. They have to be things that only exist in the space of the heart and the mind. And those things have to be the stuff that guides you. So like the fact that I don't steal, it's an honesty thing. Because one of the core virtues that make me up as a man is honesty. Honesty is so important to me. If you lie to me, then you have irreparably damaged our relationship.
Right.
Tell me it's none of my fucking business. Do not lie to me. Tell me it's none of my business. Don't lie to me. But I deal with people the same way. So I say, hey, I speak only truth. Right? If I'm going to tell you something, it is the truth to the very best of my knowledge when I said it. Right? Now, if you were to ask me a year from now or 5 years from now to say the same thing, I'd be able to say the same things to you in the exact same words. You want to know why? Because it's a code that I built to regulate me, right? And men build codes for themselves. If I were to bring Dr. Ja, I bet you, Dr. Ja, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Dr. Ja, what is your code?
Are you talking about as far as picking women?
No. What are your values? Or let me ask you a question. Define for me what you think principles, morals, and values are. And what does that stuff mean to you? What do those words mean to you?
So to sum it up in a few sentences, it's the filter I use to make decisions throughout life and to understand my environment. That's how I can sum up the question you just asked. So that could be morals, values, and the things that you talked about: integrity, being kind, considerate to people, understanding the values that others bring to my life, and etc.
All right. Now here's the thing. Everybody listen to him talk, and then I bet you if I were to ask him the same question a year from now, he would give me the same answer. Because that
Yes.
answer he just gave me, he's given 50 times before. Because he's not just freestyling, it's how he runs his life. So men who have character, you can tell they have character because when they talk about their morals, the guiding principles for their lives, they say the same things over and over and over and over and over and over again. Because it's something they actually figured out that they're living by. It's not just, when you talk to somebody and they're like, oh, well, that's kind of like this, and it's kind of like that. No. If I call any one of my kids up right now, right, they can come upstairs, my son fell home from school today, wasn't feeling well, right? And if I asked him, hey, what is the most important promise you can make? My son would say, the ones you make to yourself, right? Like they're gonna give you the same response because they've heard dad say these things over and over and over and over and over and over again because it's a code. It's a way of viewing the world. It's a standard of your behavior. And men who have character have developed standards for their behavior. And that's why when you ask them, they can give you the same answers over and over and over again a year from now, 6 months ago, a year into the future.
And I would further say that those decisions, or I would say, to add on to what he just said, it's a filter. So what we talk about, like values, morals, integrity, honor, those things that we live for and die for, those have been filtered around our relationships, around our family, around the people that we interact with on a daily basis, the things that we see on the internet. So we filter what we believe in against that. That's what we do to filter those things in our lives. And to actually meet a good guy, the one that you really want for a lifetime, is to know those things. You know those things, then that's what it'll live for. It's like being downloaded. Those things have been downloaded in the guy's brain since they were born. And
Yeah.
as time progresses, they get sharper and sharper and sharper. And it would be unquestionable. That's why he talked about the thing about can you trust that person to do the right thing when they're not around? And if they have the right morals and values, the ethics, the codes, those things that they live by and have been passed down from their family and their friends and all those successful relationships around them, they're going to automatically do it. And there would be no reason why a woman would not pick that person, because they know that those are the things that they live and die for.
Yep. Yes. So, like, check this out. Each man, when you ask him these questions, we all have a different answer. But men who are competitive, successful, consistent men who have accomplished security and stability, right? So, stability and security is an accomplishment. It's a threshold you meet where the work that you're doing in your life you can reasonably sustain, and the lifestyle that you're living is reasonably covered by that. And so this is a state of being that most men are all looking to try to get to. You'll notice there are guys that disappear on you. You know, some women think sometimes that men disappear because they're ghosting you. Like, because women, that's what women disappear for. A woman disappear because she's fucking her ex, you know? But a lot of times when guys disappear, we'll pull out of everybody else and pull out of the world because we've lost stability. And now we're doing all the work that is necessary to become stable again. And we don't want to present ourselves to other people as unstable, insecure beings that haven't gotten to a level of personal security and stability financially and with ourselves. You'll see men crawl into a hole and disappear and do that. Men that's important to,
Right.
right? And so when you find a guy who has accomplished that, right, and knows how to sustain it over long periods of time, because everybody experiences bouts of, instability, right? But guys that are really good at it, they will hit it and then we'll become stable and then we'll maintain that stability. And then some of us are even really ambitious where we can point it up and we get this upward forward movement in our lives. And a lot of us don't figure out how to accomplish, maintain, and directionally control stability until we're past the age of 35. And that's why a lot of guys, like, they hit their financial stride between 35 and 40, and then
Mhm.
they maintain it, because they're mastering the ability to create stability, to live within their means,
Right.
manage their resources, all of these different things. And that's when a man becomes that's an aspect. That's
Mhm.
not everything, because finances ain't everything. If he doesn't have character, he ain't shit, right?
Right.
But that's an aspect of being a good husband and being a worthy leader, where you would be like, I feel comfortable submitting to this man. And when you feel comfortable, if you saw a man who had the evidence of 2 or 3 or 5 years of stability and performance in his life,
Ab-
right? That's why you left the guy you had, right? Because he wasn't, right?
Absolutely. I do want to say, first, I don't know if Miss Kanai is still in here. She was like, don't be ignoring her when she say, hey, I think you missed her a couple times.
Oh, I missed her. Kana, I love you, baby. I'm not ignoring you, sweetheart.
She
I promise. I'm sorry. I'm running my mouth. That's what my problem is.
down the comment.
Okay, so I'm sorry if I missed you. Yeah, I would never want to slight Kana. She gives me so much respect, and I have such an appreciation for her. You
Yeah.
know.
Hey,
My
hey,
second thing was that you are saying uh basically what kind of like my dad says, in the sense of, like, he always says, Zari, maybe you need to find somebody 30. And I don't know why that scares me. It doesn't scare me, but it's like, first of all, I don't know where to look. And then also, for some reason, I feel like I won't relate. Like, will a 30-year-old man entertain TikTok live? You know what I mean? Obviously I don't. I'm willing to
I'm 40.
sacrifice
I'm
whatever.
42. I'm in this bitch. Come on, girl. I mean, not for me. You too young for me, but I'm
Right.
just saying, you can find a guy that's hell yeah, you
Yeah.
know. Yeah,
I guess
but yeah, you don't want to
that
go.
issue is also not even knowing where to look because my dad's like, you want security, you want somebody to provide. Like, sorry, the people your age are not going to be doing that because they just
Right.
haven't had enough years to build that. So it's like, okay,
Exactly.
now I got to like go to Home Depot or something.
You're like the
So, so
sand bill. I'm going to Home Depot.
So basically, Queen V in the comments, she asked, she said, so why don't men tell the women that? I guess she's talking about those things that we use to filter our life experiences through. Is because we don't normally share it. You know, you'll know it by being around us and being around our family and friends and actually finding out for yourself. We don't tell you that because if we tell you that, you probably won't stay because you may not
Yeah.
understand how our experiences and our life experiences to actually filter that through your lens. And
Right.
that's why.
Yeah.
And I
You
also
got to
think, yeah.
go
And
ahead.
one thing
Go
I
ahead.
want to, yeah, one thing I
Oh,
want
keep
to add
going.
is that I'm around Black Jesus's age, and you know, I finished my PhD. Now I'm actually looking for the right person, and I also think that TikTok is a good paradigm to use to sharpen the lens to find what you're looking for and to understand the perspectives that are out there. So, I mean, I think when you stop learning, you start growing. That's what I think, and
Wow.
Yeah.
I digress there.
Can I say
Absolutely. Yeah.
something to
Uh,
Zaria?
uh, go right ahead. Go right ahead,
First of
Shay.
all, ma'am, you are beautiful. Your impact giving you your roses because you deserve them. You out here doing it.
Thank
That's
you.
first and foremost. Second, okay. So both kind of touching on a lot of the things that were discussed here. Both myself and my husband come from single parent households. Our grandparents were married, but our moms raised us, you know, technically by themselves. So when we met, I just can't stress enough to be friends before you go further is just so important. Now, I know I can't necessarily speak to the dating world because I've been with the love of my life since I was freshly 19. So it's not, I don't know anything about dating, but the fact that we were friends
Dating's
first,
dumb. Dating's
when we
dumb. Good
did
job.
go through you know, he was broke and I was working, I was broke and he was working, like we talked to each other about it. So when he was feeling like, damn, like I want more, I'm trying to do this, you know, and I'm like, you know what? I'll, you know, take the bulk of this and you do what you got to do. Then when I got pregnant, our senior year in college, I had an exam the night I went into labor. He went to the campus, spoke to my professor, like I was able to retake the test that next month. But like it's just about how, it's just about being friends. Like when you meet somebody, if they come up to you and they're asking to, you know, mentioning your beauty, accept it because they're just telling the truth. But what's most important is that you make it known to them that you're not interested in just jumping into a romantic relationship. You want to be comfortable with whoever you're dating first because no matter what changes, trials, or whatever y'all go through, the comfort will be there for y'all to talk to each other and be comfortable. If he gets to a point where he's not happy where he's at, and you know for a fact that he wants to get there, he's going to talk to you about it because he's comfortable with you. Y'all have a different kind of relationship, and it's not just romantic. It's about you guys as individuals. So I will tell anybody who's looking for somebody, make it a priority to be friends first. I can't
Yep.
stress it enough. I cannot stress it
Yeah.
enough. Like
And
he's my best friend. And now that we've been together for 16 years, married for 11, 3 kids later. Now I am a stay-at-home mom. You know, I still run my business, you know, seasonally probably, but I he's given me the comfort to let go. And I spoke to Black Jesus about this before. It took me a
Yeah.
couple of years, but that's just because we were going through growth and changes. And I'm blessed to say we didn't have the infidelity stuff and we didn't have like trauma. And that's where I'm trying to get my niche. I want to show that there is Black love without trauma, without infidelity. Like you don't have to experience those things for your
right.
love to be powerful. So
And I do want to just expand when I meant beauty. Like, I don't mind a guy saying, like, oh, you're beautiful or you have a nice smile. But I get a lot of comments just like,
in Atlanta, especially just like on my body or even just the way they approach. Those are the kind of things that I'm like, real
It's a turn off.
standoffish about. Yeah, it's like I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like if you are automatically saying I'm thick, it like that's disgusting to me. Like I don't want to hear that the first time I see
Yeah.
you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's not the way husbands are approaching wives. Is saying, "Girl, you thicker
yeah.
than a snicker."
Mm-mm.
I want to smell
Definitely
it.
not.
I know husbands ain't talking to wives like that. I tell women this, and Zaria, ladies, if there are any ladies that are listening to us right now, these are the exact words that you should use. You find a time to say it in between the time that you meet them and the end of the first date, wherever it's appropriate. This is what you want to say. You say, okay, what are you looking for out of women right now? And then you give them three options. Are you looking to date? Date means trade food for sex. That's what dating means to a man. Okay. Do you want a relationship? Do you want, or could you see yourself married in the next 2 years if you met the right woman? This is the first filter for any guy. All right. And if he says, I'm just looking to date, no problem. Right? You order a glass of wine, you have an appetizer, and then you take your ass home. Because if you are a wife, you have no business dating men who are not husbands.
Right.
You have no business with a man who's not a husband. He might be tall, he might check those two boxes in spades. He's got the resource qualities, he's got the looks, and all of that. If he doesn't have the same values you have, he doesn't want a meaningful relationship that will lead to marriage, then you have no business on a date with him. He's not for you, even if you like him. He's not for you. It doesn't matter. And guess what? Maybe you could change him.
To
But
play a
if
little
you can't,
devil's
if you
advocate,
can't,
that would be
the,
assuming that yeah, honest
yeah,
from the
and
jump.
maybe you could change his mind. But if you can't, the cost to you is too great. You give up too much. You're too valuable. You have to only date men who are saying, yes, I no, yeah, if I met the right girl, I could be in a relationship. Yeah, if I met the right girl, I could see myself married in the next 2 years. Yeah. You want to meet men who are at that stage in their life. Dr. Ja, he said what? He said, I finished my PhD. I am looking to settle down. He's looking for a wife. If a woman asked him that question and said, hey, what are you looking for right now? You want a date? Are you looking for a relationship? If you found the right girl, could you see yourself married in the next 2 years? Then he would say, you know what? If I met the right girl, I can see myself married. He's going to answer that question that way because he's ready to be a husband.
Right.
And women often get into trouble trying to change men who don't want to be married or who are not husbands into what they want them, what you want them to be, because he got some good dick, or he know how to talk to you, or he got some swag, or he drive a nice car, or he's got status, and he can get you in all the clubs for free and all of that shit. And that dog does not hunt. That does not work often enough for you to do it. Sure, some women meet the man, they get lucky, but that's like winning a lotto. And if you're gonna bet your future, your stability, your safety as a woman, your access to you as a woman, you can't bet it on something like that. You have to have these filters in place so that you're weeding out the guys who are just trying to play games. And any guy that's like, hey girl, you think, blah, 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 blah. Maybe he could be a good guy. Maybe, maybe. It ain't you gotta filter that out.
I would never
You
fight.
gotta filter that out. I've never been like that. I've never been like that. Never at any point in my life have I ever approached women that way. My approach has always been, hey, I'm boom, and I give you my name. I put my hand out to shake your hand. Hey, and I give you a smile, and then you're like, oh, okay. And I'm like, what's your name? I didn't catch your name. Oh, my name's this. All right. Well, I don't want to take the chance of not seeing you again, and I do have to run. I want to give you my number. I'd love to take you out. If you're interested, give me a call. Okay. And then what I'll do, some of them, if they real fine, I'll trick them. It's a trick. I'll take my phone, I'll open it up, I'll flip it around to them and hand them the phone. And then say, go ahead and put your name and number in there. And I just told them I give them my number
happened to
Now
me
I
before.
give them and they give me their number without even thinking about it. And then I text them and be like, here, I'm shooting you a text right now. This is me. And what I always do, fellas, this is what you do. I send them my business contact card. I say, this is a business contact card. Save me here. And it lets the woman know that you're a professional, that you're about your business, that you ain't some hood motherfucker, this, that, and you don't want them associating you with that or nothing. Right. And then also it lends to credibility because they know where you work and they can see, that you're a legitimate human being. It grants a little bit more faith and trust. And if you're approaching women that you want to respect you, this is the way you approach them. If you're approaching for some sex, hey girl, you looking kind of thick over there. Damn.
Right.
Wait. You know? So that's that men approach differently based off of where they are in their lives and what they are looking for. And men who want wives are not telling you thick or they want to smell you.
And
Just
they're
saying.
open to friendship building conversations, not just jumping into being with each other romantically. It's about getting to know that person first. And if you become somewhat friends, more than lovers, you'll see what their intentions are a lot easier because they'll have let their guard down with you as a friend. And then if they slip up and say something to you that they would say to their friends, then you'd be like, okay, I see where his mind is really at. I'm gonna keep him in the friend zone, but be honest about that. Be like, this, I don't see a relationship between us, but I don't, yeah.
Yeah. And then that just makes sure you fit that question in up front between when you meet them and wherever it's appropriate and the end of the first date. So you don't sit up and burn through this man's time and money because men are creatures of like we are transactional creatures because we're very logical. So we're saying, hey, we're spending time and money on you. We planned this date, so if you're doing this with me, then this is an agreement towards sex. Eventually you're allowing me to do all of this because you are going to reward me with intimacy, right?
Right.
So if you don't want to have sex with a man, then you can't go out on dates with them, ladies. It's the going out on dates with men that you don't have any sexual interest in is the equivalent of men having sex with women that they don't have any relationship interest in. Okay, so you're having sex with this girl. You know she likes you. You know she wants to be with you. You know she wants a relationship with you. You don't want nothing from her. The punani feel good. You like the way she take it to the bottom and slurp it to the top. And so you got her in your room doing a horizontal mambo. Okay, and that guy is using that girl, and that's not what men who have character and integrity should do. You should deal with a woman who says body count doesn't matter because that girl is just out there having sex. So she just wants to have sex. Find a girl that just wants to have sex to have your sex with. Don't have sex with girls that want a long-term meaningful relationship with you. Do not use women for sex. It's a low integrity move. It's a no character move. Okay? So if you're and it's the same thing, women, as going out on dates and letting men spend money on you and time and effort and attention and validation and all of the stuff that they do to try to get you to like them, and you know you don't want that man. Don't waste his time, don't waste his money. Be fair. Does that all make sense? Did that fit together in a way that made sense, ladies?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I really enjoyed the conversation mainly because as someone my age, I get told all the time, like, oh my God, like you got a lot going on for yourself. Like, and the one missing piece is that. Like I am at the point in my life where I want to like buy a house and I was telling my dad, like, I want to get property, but like I'm not cutting grass. I'm not taking the trash to the curb. So like I need to like figure something out fast. And my lease was up in October in Atlanta, and I decided to move home for a while just to like not only vet but to also save up and to like potentially move to another state because I really or a city because I really don't think Atlanta is where it's at. My job let me work remote and everything, so I'm like, okay, this is the perfect opportunity for
Yeah.
me to try to take that leap because I really don't think Atlanta.
Atlanta's tough because there's the ratio of men to women is very high. And so men have a lot of options there. And so a lot of men there are playing, I got a homeboy who owns a business in Atlanta. And whenever he goes to check on his business, I'll hop a flight with him and we'll go down there for, a couple of days out the week and a weekend. And then, I'll come back. And, we go to the nightclubs and bars and stuff. He's Big Willie status. He calls himself King Yanni, But,
And I'm
he's,
not a nightclub type of person anymore.
yeah,
That was like my 21 kind of area where it was like just go out with your friends and getting in the sections and all that. But like I'm so past that. In Atlanta, I probably spend more time in my apartment than anywhere.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Atlanta's a really tough dating market. And, a lot of the women have a very modern mindset. They have a very modern mindset, and the men know that. So when I was single and I was going to Atlanta, I'd always be hooking up with some fresh face thing, having a good time. But I knew what it was, and she knew what it was because it's Atlanta, And so trying to find, a meaningful long-term relationship in Atlanta, where the expectation is that we're going to have some fun together, and that's it, you know. And then you got to be careful in Atlanta because I mean they got the highest, you know, AIDS population, in the country.
Oh yeah.
Atlanta
I've
does.
never even found anyone, and I've been here for about 2 years. I have yet to even like find anyone like that I genuinely like in Atlanta. I've been like, I don't want to say lonely or a loner, but like even just I've gone on dates, the conversation, and it's just like, I don't want to say I ghosted them, but after one date, I'm like, yeah, that's not it. And some of them
Yeah,
say like, they're looking for marriage, but then they have these weird values where like they'll say things like, well, I want a baby. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like,
yeah, they want to be
you're
poly.
talking about
It's
having
it's
kids
so
on
it's
the
hey, if
first
you a guy
date.
and you got your shit together, it's the land of milk and honey. I know I got a homeboy. Check this out. I got a homeboy where he got sick of me and King Yanni bragging about the good time we had in Atlanta and talking about how many available single women they are and how fine they are. And so I was like, yo, man, I'm telling you. So he's like, bro, let me tell you something. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to find me a wifey. I'm going to pull her off the market, blah, blah, blah. If it's like that, then I know I can find me a wifey, blah, blah, blah. And this is a dude that wanted to settle down. And he went to Atlanta and he had so many options that he's still down there playing. He's been down there 3 years and he's still and it's not because he can't find a woman. It's because he just see like, man, let me tell you. And he sent me a picture and he sent me girls on Instagram. He'd be like, yo, bro, what you think of this one? I'm like, man, I thought you was looking for a wife, man. You know how I am, man. You know I'm Black Jesus, man. You know I'm trying to get your ass married so you don't get AIDS or have 17 kids or something, man.
Right.
And because my friends know me the same way, that I've set of rules that I try to live my life by, and I do a pretty decent job sticking to them. So just like my nephew, he's on the path, you know. So I just want to remind you, Zaria, like there are the men that you are looking for are out there, and they want families too, but they are older than you. They're not 23 years old. Men who have their shit together at 23 years old are having a good time. Okay. I was I remember, so for me, I finished high school and then I went to college for 1 year and I was playing basketball. I walked on to a Division II school and made the team. And they had a volleyball team, a soccer team, track team, and I was running through it. I was being a nut. I was shredded. Oh my God, girl, I had an 8 pack. I had veins in my booty cheeks. They're co-ed dorms. I didn't stand a chance. Let me tell you something. When we finished practice, I would go and walk back from the dorm room to the bathroom, the community bathroom, to the dorm room, and I'm covered in glistening and shit. The girls used to line up to watch the basketball players walk from the community bathroom back to their dormitory rooms. They would come to the edge of the hallway because it was like male hallway, female hallway, male hallway, like that. They would come and watch it. Let me tell you something. I was having the time of my life. And so I was too busy chasing girls to take my education seriously. So I went into the military, right? And so I was in the Air Force, okay? And while I was in the Air Force, I had a job that had high status, right? Because I was a computer tech on a spy plane. So I flew on a jet. So I wore a flight suit. So everywhere I went, everybody thought I was a pilot. Every base I went to, they thought I was a pilot. Okay, and let me tell you something. Okay, I was quarterback in high school. I played basketball in college, and now everybody thinks I'm a goddamn pilot. I was having the time of my life. So in my 20s, okay, if you would have met me, I'd have ruined your life, girl. I'd have messed you up. You know, I'd have hit the back spot behind the back spot. I'd have pinched your leg behind your back. You know, I'd have messed you up. So you have to understand that men go through stages in their life. They're not like women. And that's why women are like, body count. What about a man's body count? And blah, 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 blah. A man is going through something different than what you're going through as a woman. Because you have to build yourself to a point and then you're ready for a mate, because a man doesn't require you to have a house or to demonstrate security and stability financially before he is willing to marry you. But before a man is a good husband, he has to demonstrate those things and maintain them for some time for him to make a good husband. So that's why, and he's not going to be celibate while he does that. Okay. So you want a guy who approaches sex responsibly. If, in his past, you want a guy who he doesn't spend too much time trying to run up his numbers. I went through a fit of that, when I was in college, and I went through a fit of that while I was in the military. And then I met a girl in the military, fell in love, thought I was going to marry her, and then got gutted like a fish for the first time in my life. Right, and the girl just showed me what it meant to fall in love with somebody and for the shit not to work out,
And
And
yes, you probably went back to dogging women after that
no,
again.
you want to know something? Check this out. After I got my heart broken, I did not have sex for almost 2 years.
Interesting.
Yeah, my heart was broken. It was broken. I was 20 nothing years old. And I'd been through a lot. September 11th had happened while I was in the military. So like all of a sudden like I'm in a war, like one minute I'm traveling to Greece and Brazil and I'm flying drug interdiction missions through Central and South America. We go to we went to Saudi Arabia to do a tail swap, is when we pick up one jet and then pick up another one to fly it back home because we got better materials to maintain the jets at home. And so we did a tail swap. And then while we're flying back, we got a call over Secure Line. World War III started where we were routing you guys to New York. And it was a hell of an experience and a hell of a time to be in the military. And so then I ended up getting deployed. And I came back and my dog was dead and my girl dumped me and I lost a friend while I was over there. And so I was like obliterated. Like I was like destroyed. Like I couldn't sleep through the night for a couple of years. Like couldn't sleep more than 2 or 3 hours at a time. Like I had to go to counseling for PTSD. Like it was tough. And so, anyways, after she broke up with me, no, I did not go back and be like, hey, I'm gonna start smashing mad chicks and having sex and shit. I didn't want to touch a woman at all. Like the concept of kissing a woman and having her spit in my mouth, saliva, her tongue in my mouth disgusted me, because I was really into this girl and it didn't work. And, that was 20 years ago now, like she actually called me like January of last year and she wanted to try to get back with me. So she reaches out to me and she's like, hey, she's like, I never moved on. I never married. You were the greatest love of my life. I should have never broken up with you. Boo, boo, boo. And I was like, okay, well, I haven't talked to you in 17 years, 18 years. So I don't know who you are. Okay. So I am willing to talk to you and get to know you again, but a serious relationship, out the gate, I don't know you like that. Let's spend some time and get to know each other. And so we did, and we talked for a couple of weeks, and she was a stone cold nut. And it made me remember that while we were together, she was crazy as a shit house rat. She was nutty as squirrel shit. But I was a kid and I was so in love and I was away from home for the first time when we were having all this sex and it was great. And it was just her and I together, just making love all night and every day. And and then you had the intensity of the war going on and all of this stuff. And it was just all these emotions. So I couldn't see her clearly for what she was. But then as an adult, when I experienced her, I was like, oh yeah, absolutely not. So, but in any event, my point is that, men go through stages in their life where they are in a state of becoming. And while they're in that state of becoming, if you so happen to meet a man and marry him, it's a chance that he could become something great. But because he's still, becoming something, there's a chance he could become nothing at all. And ladies, you are all too valuable to gamble, to make that type of gamble. Okay, so unless you have a guy who is already head over heels in love with you, the guy is already demonstrating at least stability and sustained work ethic and ambition, and unless the guy wants to marry you, right? Unless you meet him and he is your absolute soulmate and he is willing to give you every single commitment up front, and he is a hardworking man, to marry a man that is in his early 20s is a foolish endeavor in the environment that we live in now. That is foolish, because men who do have options, like, so I didn't start making big money until I got married. When I married my wife, I was broke. I just got into the finance game, right? And so you have to take a couple of years and cut your teeth. So we were in a one-bedroom apartment. The night that we got married, we just had wedding bands. I could, that's all I could afford. We had our marital coitus on an air mattress on the floor. Okay, so I was broke. But what had happened was, she was my girlfriend at the time, and she got pregnant. So Mr. Traditional married her, right? I was like, she's pregnant, I gotta marry her. So within a month, I put a ring on her finger and I married her. I married her on my lunch break at the Justice of the Peace, and then went back to work. And I worked nonstop. I worked 70, 80 hours a week, so that I could learn what I needed to learn, so I could become who I needed to become, so I could take care of the family that I had. And I was terrified. I was terrified because I knew nothing about being a dad, because I grew up without one. I knew nothing about anything. I didn't know shit. I just knew that I had a wife now, and that she was going to have a baby, and I didn't know what the fuck to do. Okay. So I knew that I could work. So I worked, and I just worked nonstop. And, the first year I think I made 55,000. Second year I made like 98,000. And then after that it was like 150, 200, 250, boom, 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 boom. And I just kept going up, and we went up and up together. But because I had chosen, the reason I chose my wife was because my wife loved me. She still loves me, right? Black Swan still loves me, right? She was loyal to me, had no concerns about whether or not she would be with another man. She completely was committed to me, right? And she believed in me. My ex-wife knew that I was going to do something with my life, right? But that was not enough, right? It wasn't enough because my ex-wife's temperament was like nothing y'all have ever seen, right? She was wild. And
Tires.
what you said?
I said, was she out there slashing tires and busting windows?
Oh, my ex-wife was just, she would give you the business. She was not playing. She just, like, she, yell, curse, scream, this, that, and the other. And my temperament is not like that. I don't know if you guys notice, you see me in other lives and stuff like that. Even if I get into arguments with people, I'm not gonna, curse you out. That's just not how I roll. Right. So, like, I've been doing martial arts and fight training since I was a kid. So aggression and violence is not meant for women. It's not meant for me to do to a woman. My aggression is not meant for me to point it at a woman. So I don't believe in yelling at women, and I don't believe in cursing women out. And I definitely don't believe in calling women out of their names. So I don't do that. So if you're going to do that to me, I can A, walk away from you. B, I can try to correct you, right? Or C, I can end the relationship. And what I did was 10 years of walking away. Trying to correct her in 10 years of walking away. And then eventually I was like, okay, you're not learning. We've done 3 marriage counselors, two psychiatrists. You're not stopping. The kids are old enough to see you emasculating me, and I'm not gonna hit you. So we're done. Like, I can't stay.
Right.
So that's how we ended up not making it. But my point is, is I went through a stage in my life where I had to become something. So I went into the marriage broke. And then when I came out of the marriage, I was six-figure nigga. I was two BMWs, a black one and a gray one. You know what I'm saying? And, I was making all this money. And so I didn't know what to do with myself, right? So I was, I think, 36 and I was shredded, in great shape. And so I started dating, the little 20-year-old models and stuff because I could afford them, I could afford them. I was like, okay, girl, what's up? Yeah, let's go. I'd love to take you out. They're like, all right, shit, I like to go out, So, that's what I was doing. And I ended up meeting this young girl, and she's famous now, so I don't mention her name. But we dated for like 2.5 years, right? And I got serious about her, and she was young. She was in her 20s, and it was foolish of me, right? But I hadn't, I went from I was still figuring things out, and this was 36. This is 36. I was in a relationship with her. 35. I was in a relationship with her, and then the relationship ended. She broke up with me because her parents were super wealthy. Her parents are worth like 50, $60 million. They own this really large logistical company here in Michigan. I got a nice big house. You can fit my house in her basement 3 times, And, her dad was like, look, he's old, he's divorced, he's got kids. Like, I'm going to cut you out the wheel if you don't let go of this motherfucker. I don't care how good a dick is putting on you. I don't care if he can afford you. You're just like, no, we're not doing this. So the relationship ended up ending, and I was, and after that, I was like, okay, I need to take a serious appraisal of myself and really ask myself what the woman I'm looking for looks like, and start only dating women that are there, that will make a good wife, that will make a good mother, that fit into my life, and this, that, and the third. And that's what I started doing.
Yeah.
So that's how we got
Yeah.
to this point.
I'm not opposed to playing like stepmom, but it would have to be like the perfect guy because I
Yeah,
care about that whole first thing, which is why I haven't even like bought a house and property yet because I care about like first house, first wedding, first baby, like that kind of thing.
right. No, let me tell you something, babe. Um, I don't recommend that women who are childless and young date and marry men who have children. If you meet the perfect guy and he's got one, fine. But men who have had children, like, let them get with women who have had children,
Right.
right? That's what I recommend. Now, if you're a guy and you have children and you've got your finances together and you can afford it, and afford it means that you can supplement this woman's life and she's young, and also if she wants a child and you're willing to give her another child, then it's fine to date women with no children toward marriage. But
And
don't burn up
that,
women's time while they're in their 20s. Their 20s is such a valuable period of time for them. And if you burn through that time because you want to fuck on them, or you want a relationship with them and you're not going to marry them, or you're not going to give them a child and they want children in their lives, then you are the worst type of thief. Leave women who want a serious relationship that are in their 20s the fuck alone. Don't have sex with them. Don't waste their time. Leave them the hell alone so that you don't mess up the whole trajectory of their life trying to get your dick wet. So,
and the only reason I say I'm not completely opposed is because my parents have been married for 23 years, and my mom was
right,
23 when she married my dad, and he had me as a 2-year-old. So I'm like, that's the only reason I'm not completely opposed because they have a nice marriage. Like me and my siblings, we don't even consider ourselves half siblings. I was raised around them
right,
since birth. I lived in the household like with my dad for all my life. So it's like that's the one reason I'm not completely opposed. But
right,
in said like he helped her through nursing school, he paid all the bills, like he did all
right.
that.
Like
So
I said, your dad
yeah.
can pay the cost to be the boss. So that wasn't a bad play. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just what I'm saying is this is the advice that is going to work best most often, right? This is what you should be trying to do. these things are acceptable under these circumstances. That's the way I'm trying to talk to people about this stuff, right? Is so that you can get the best possible outcome for you. The guy that's for you, your perfect husband, maybe he does have a child already. But the best case scenario for you, Zarian, is that you're a young girl, you're still young. If you're marriage minded, is that you're able to find a man who's 28 to 32. Okay. He's marriage minded as well. He wants to settle down with a beautiful girl like you, because I've seen you before and you and I have talked on Noble's Lives and stuff like that. And you are a very beautiful girl and you've got a good way about you. You're very feminine. You're very, very sweet. Me and you get into it sometimes, but you're still
Right.
very sweet and respectful, and you're just a gem. You be a blessing to any man that is lucky enough to be in position to get a woman like yourself. You know, the thing that fills me with fear and why I go into the lives that I go into and stuff like that is because I know girls like you are lurking around and you're undecided. You haven't figured out if you're going to city girl your life away for 2 or 3 years, or if it's time for you to get married now. And so I believe that I have to be there to represent something reasonable for you so that you don't fuck yourself up, because there are good men who want wives and you deserve to have a good man and to be married if that is what you want. You get
Right.
what I'm saying?
I don't even fit into that whole city girl thing, which is why I think I gravitate towards these type of conversations in lives, because I have never had the whole phase. My parents have never promoted that. My dad, since I
Ain't
was
no such thing as a whole
6 years
phase. If
old,
you,
I used to
yeah,
literally think as a child that I was a real life princess and real life royalty, because my dad would literally like call me a princess and teach me how to keep your legs crossed and wear dresses and stuff. Like I literally thought I was royalty. So I grew up thinking that. So now like I
yes,
said, the negative attention that I get because I am a shapely kind of woman and I'm small and I'm 5'2", so people like automatically gravitate towards that. And overly sexual people have never been something I've ever been interested in, because it turns me completely off. Like it's weird to me. So I like these conversations, because for the ones that are, like you said, on that verge, I like to be the one to bring them over to this side. Like being over there
right.
be cute for the 20s, and then you get older and there's nowhere to go. So
Yeah.
I love these
That's why the whole body count thing is like, what this is what guys are not telling you, like what men are trying to tell you when they're making this point. They're not trying to control these women. They're telling you that you're worth more than where you're setting your price, and that the more you set your price at a man just looking good and you thinking that you interacting with him has no value, or you say have women who say, you know what, I can have sex with a man and it don't mean nothing. That's not a flex. That's
right.
terrible. You
Yeah.
could do something that intimate with a man and it don't mean nothing to you, and you think that'll mean you damaged.
Right.
Like that's terrible. You shouldn't
There's
be able to move like that, mama. It should
also,
mean something,
and
you
because of
know?
social media, I don't know if it's the nudity or what, but like people are very, very like women are very comfortable being like half naked and open. And not saying that they're bad people whatsoever, but like I don't even feel comfortable in a swimsuit sometimes. Like I in my own household growing up, like my dad, we were not the kind of household where we could just walk around half naked. Like my brothers don't even walk around with their shirt off. You know what I mean? Not to say that anybody's looking at anybody crazy, but it's
Yeah,
the
I get
thing
what
of
you're saying. It
learning
just
privacy. It's privacy, and certain things are just not for the world to see.
it's not. Yeah, it's not. You're supposed to be all of that stuff is for the person that you choose. It's not for everybody. Like, why do women want attention for this? It's crazy that I'm the crazy person for saying this. I'm
Right.
the crazy person. I'm the crazy person because I'm telling you to not wear some see-through tights with no drawers on, where I can see where the labia minora is attached to the labia majora and the mounds and the clitoral hood. I'm the one that's crazy because I don't want somebody to be able to detail your JJ through
Right.
your see-through pants. I'm the one that's nuts. What is happening?
Like
Like,
owning that
who
inside.
raised these
But
savages?
I
You
feel like girls
know,
have that
who
inside
raised these
themselves,
savages?
and they just
And
maybe
now, have you seen this thing, Zaria? Have you seen these things on the Instagram posts now where they got guys who are like no shirt on, they're flexing, and they're all wearing stuff where they show off their dick print? Have you seen this?
Actually, I like literally sent this to my friend on Monday. I saw something like that here on TikTok, and I was like, "Are they doing this now? Like, what
Hey,
is
hey,
happening?"
these are the sons and daughters of Lilith. These are Lilith is the archetype for the single independent woman. I'm equal to a man. I don't need a man. I use men for sex. I have children at will. Lilith was Adam's first wife. So when God made Adam, the first woman he actually, these are in the apocryphalic and rabbinic text. You have to Google this information to find it because it's not in your Bible. So when God first made Adam, he made Lilith alongside him. And Lilith was like, I'm single, I'm independent, I don't need a man. I don't submit to you. We're equals. God made us equally intelligent. And fuck you. Fuck what you talking about. I'm gonna do what I want to do. So Adam was like, okay, listen, God, you gotta talk, man. Okay, you gotta get this motherfucker out of here. I can't deal with it, man. You're driving me crazy, you know. So God outs her from the garden. And so Lilith is out in the world and she doesn't know what to do, right? So she mates with all of the unborn creatures that are in the world, these supernatural beings. And her children become the monsters that, you know, we all write about, hear about, that are in our mythologies. And she becomes the wife of Samael, which is Satan. So she becomes the devil's wife. Okay. And so her children become the monsters that, you know, attack society, attack culture, attack people. And ever since then, right? And this is an analogy, right? This is a story, an allegory, a story that's meant to teach us a lesson. And the lesson of Lilith is the archetype of the single, independent, I don't need a man woman who reproduces children at will outside of wedlock. Her children grow up to be our, you know, our rapists, right? They drop out of school, they go to jail more often, they're in mental institutions, they hurt other people. All of these are the sons and daughters of Lilith. And so now the most divine community, the first people born on the entire planet, which are Black people, right? This is anthropologically true, right? The most divine race of people that God made. He filled us up with melanin. He gave us all the most of it so that as we produce the other races, they would all have lesser and lesser and lesser of the melanin, right? Lesser and lesser and lesser of the melanin. All the other races were created, and then whites last because they have the least amount of melanin, right? And so he filled us up with this, you know, biological superconductor, right? You can see it all through our skin. We're glowing jet black. We absorb the sun. We metabolize sunlight, right? And so we got the most divine race of beings on the planet. And what do you got with us? We are now all majorly the sons and daughters of Lilith. 74% of our children are born outside of wedlock to women who never marry. And what is their mantra? I'm single, I'm independent, I don't need a man. They are channeling the spirit of Lilith. And that is why our community is upside down and inside out. That is why.
Hey,
Look up the
basically,
story of Lilith.
I want to say a few things and I'm going to drop down. For one, I think the crux of the conversation, which actually it kind of spun off from that crazy echo chamber conversation earlier with all the other women, about 800 people in the room. But I want to say that the crux of the issue, I think, revolves around the dichotomy of understanding the differences between men and women as far as understanding how we display emotions and how we conduct ourselves and how we make decisions. And I believe the key, if women are looking for a good man, a man that's going to be there for until either one of you all go to your grave or to your maker or whatnot, you have to understand the differences between how men operate and then how women operate. It's completely different. And our priorities is different. I think Black Jesus, he touched on that a lot earlier in the conversation with some of the guests and just in general. And I also want to add the last thing I want to add. I wanted to say yesterday I looked at it live for about 20 minutes, and the lady's live. Her name was Miss MS April Mason. I don't know if you heard. Have you heard of her before, Black Jesus?
Yeah, April Mason. She's the dating coach that quit dealing with women because she was like, they're too ridiculous.
Yes, but she still has I had a good conversation with her about 20 minutes yesterday, but all the women in that live was trying to understand, because she hangs out a lot with Rick Ross and a lot of the
Yeah,
high end
yeah.
celebrities.
I've seen her.
And
She's
she,
yeah.
they were all, the only thing they want to ask on the live was that, hey, who is he dating? And she was trying to explain to the women that, hey, if he's actually dating you, he's going to say it in public, not trying to guess about it. But what I'm trying to say is, even though she's had a lot of experience with being around a plethora amount of people, the different, diaspora all over, different ethnical backgrounds, the monetary value they have, and all that kind of stuff. But she still has an app that she uses. And but if you go to her page, I think that is a good example of what I think, and I believe Black Jesus would agree with me, when somebody who understands what femininity is, and how she said how powerful it is, and she talks to a lot of women about this, and she focuses all of her ideals about talking to women, and to actually help them, having deep conversation with them and understand them, the power of femininity. I believe every woman on the app who's listening, just give her a check out. Go look at some of her videos. She was absolutely amazing. Now, there were about 800, 900 women in the room that pretty much the whole time. But she's someone who hangs around with all the celebrities, and she's not actually dating Rick Ross. They kept asking her that question. But you can just observe her. It's absolutely amazing. That's the kind of woman that an average man is looking today. A woman who, she don't have to say anything. You can look at her facial expressions, how she carries herself, how she conducts herself, how she speaks, and how she articulates her information. The information she gives would be an actual. I believe she's one of the solutions that a lot of women may need to understand the power of
Yeah,
femininity. And now in
yeah.
there.
There's a woman on here. Her name's Empress Collective, and
Yes.
she's like I think she's maybe Latina or something like that. And she's a woman who's a femininity coach, and I think that would be valuable to the women, because femininity isn't inherent. I mean, you guys meet a whole bunch of guys and they don't really embody masculinity, right? Masculinity should make you feel safe. Masculinity should
Exactly.
make you feel safe. It shouldn't fill you with fear, right? Aggression is an aspect of masculinity, but aggression is supposed to be tempered by a father with restraint. So when you're a young man and your body, you get all this aggression inside of you because your body gets all this testosterone, your father teaches you restraint. And that changes the aggression, it transmutes it into protection. So protection comes from aggression, because a man who's not capable of violence can't use violence to protect anything, to defend himself. So aggression is natural. It's not, boys aren't supposed to be weak. Boys are supposed to be aggressive, right? But their fathers are supposed to teach them how to put a leash around that beast and how to make it sit and heal and roll over, right? But if you have unrequited aggression, then you end up with men who are hyper violent. And these men become the victimizers, right? They're the attackers of the world, right? And this happens often when you have men who are raised without fathers, raised by women, because they don't really understand the natural elements within a man. And when a man gets that aggression that is natural to him, you got a boy, he's a son, he's cute, he's this, that, and the other. Then that testosterone pops in his body, he fills up with that aggression, and then as a woman, you don't know what to do with it. You're like, oh, he's broken. So what a lot of women do is they try to offset this by feminizing the man. And then what do you have? You got this tremendous community of LGBTQ growing in the Black community, because you got all these young men who are raised by women who don't teach them how to use their masculinity, how to evolve it and cultivate it into something that is protection and security and stability and order. Those are the things that masculinity feels like: order, consistency, protection, safety. That's what masculinity is supposed to feel like.
Right.
It's not supposed to feel like you're being oppressed,
And
right?
femininity will draw masculinity. It will
Yes,
draw it. So if you're looking for a good man, that kind of leader that you're looking for to help protect you until the rest of your life, that femininity will drive those men to you.
right. Yes, yeah. You see, Tier Carol, she in the comment section being an agent of chaos. She trying to start some shit. You got 7,000 people. Come on up, girl. You can come on up, and then we can press against one another's ideas.
I have to actually jump down, but it was a great conversation with all of you.
What?
We will chat again soon. I know I'll see you all in rooms.
Yeah. Hey, this is a different side of me than what you see in Noble's room. But Noble sets me up for failure because he'll pick something to talk about where he knows all my ideas is gonna be like women ain't gonna like him because he's like, does body count matter and do hoes deserve death? And I'm like, no, why you gonna make a comment like this and invite me up here? You want me to comment on that? You know
No,
I'm not talking this.
I have always enjoyed when you speak, just off the simple fact that the message is always there. I think a lot of women just hate the delivery. A lot of people don't like statistics. They kind of want to go off feelings and their own personal experience. So that's kind of where you get that pushback because it's hard to
Yeah,
argue with somebody who is giving you straight facts that you have not even researched yourself. So it's like
yeah,
a cycle of, well, I feel this way and everybody in my family is this way. So
yeah,
everybody always has an exception to the rule, but thanks for
yes.
talking to me, everyone. I will be following everybody back. So
I appreciate you. Thanks for coming up and thanks for sharing some personal stuff about you for everybody. I hope that other folks were able to listen and learn from you. So I appreciate you coming up. Diaspora,
My brother.
what's up, man?
I
This has
tell
been a
you,
great
man.
conversation,
It,
right?
it has been. It has been. It could have been one in the earlier live had they had some
No,
daggone
no, no,
sense.
no. Yeah, that was too bad. Yeah, yeah, that was too bad. I'll probably take a day or two and then I'll go and search out some more abuse so I
Right,
can
right,
get abused again. This is my passion of Christ, when they
right.
beating my ass, this is what I'm taking for the community, for everybody. So
I
maybe
hear
we can have some common sense prevail, at some
you.
time. But yeah, man, I appreciate that. You and Dr. John get up here and, come and talk through things, and I see you guys entering lives and stuff. You play it safe though, diaspora. I see you be avoiding a diaspora avoids all hobodashery, tomfoolery, fuckery, and chicanery. He is
That's the
like, I
damn
ain't dealing
truth.
with none of the bullshit. He's like, I'm out of this room. Or he won't
Oh
come up.
man.
He won't even request when he hear people talking too stupid.
Listen, I
But
can't
for
do it.
me, I just
I
get right
cannot
on
do
in
it.
line. Like, come on, let me argue with these motherfuckers. They
And you know
whispering to
what? Me
nobody.
and Breezy Fox are like friends, man. You know what I mean? Like, and she's funny as hell, and I love talking to her. But she gets with them, and she's just as crazy as they are. But
Who is
it's
that?
wild. As Breezy Fox is her handle on here. She was in here a little while ago,
Oh,
but
okay, yeah.
but I
I
mean,
think I think that's the nature of the feminine wanting to conform to the masculine.
right.
A lot of times, if you put a woman in one space or another, she'll conform to the space a little bit. And that's why I think there is some truth to women saying that women are more feminine around, masculine men. However, I don't think that you can unlearn your behaviors and how you're used to dealing with people and seeing the world just because you around a man that's manly enough to get your ass to chill out.
Right,
You
right,
still don't know how to chill. You know,
right.
yeah. But and then not only that, why should a man that has his shit together suffer to deal with you?
I know
Why
that's right.
wouldn't he just why wouldn't he do what is best for him, which is for him to deal with a woman who already knows how to cooperate,
That's
you
it.
know?
That's it.
So it's one of
And
those things.
I don't think they really a lot of the women who say that they want a man who quote unquote has his shit together or whatever. I don't think they actually want that. And I don't even think they realize they don't want it because they ain't never had it. They're talking about dreams, and things they've heard about that they've never had. And then when they
Yes.
get it, they don't like it because the
It comes with
women
standards.
it comes with standards and it comes with responsibilities that they're not ready for.
right?
Right. They want
Because
to spend. You want the credit card, but then you
right,
don't want. You don't want to do what you're supposed to do.
right,
That's what my ex-wife was. She was, and I don't like talking negatively about my ex-wife or
right,
anything.
right. Of course.
That was the scenario was the things that I was asking of her to do. She had a problem doing those things, and it was about how we communicated. Because, like I said, I'm not going to curse you out.
That's
I'm
right.
not going to call you out your name.
Nope.
I'm not gonna overtalk you. I'm not gonna get in
Not at
your
all.
face. I'm not gonna do any of that. You gonna behave because it's the right thing to do.
That's right.
I shouldn't have to, I'm not a small man. I'm over 6 foot tall. I'm
Mm-hmm.
220 plus pounds. You 5'2", you 125 pounds, you 118 pounds, some shit like that. There's no point in me having to buck up in front of you to get you to realize what type of situation this is. Okay? You're not in charge. You bend over for sex. Okay? You're not in charge.
Right.
Okay? You need to
Stop it. Stop it.
you the one bend over for sex. You better stop. Okay? Chill. Okay? I ain't trying to boss you around, girl. I want to
I
work
know that's
together,
right.
but let's not pretend for 1 second like I'm scared of you or some shit like, why are you yelling at me?
Right.
Stop yelling at me. I'll listen. I'll be
And it
real quiet. I'll listen. Tell me what you want.
and it
You
affects
know?
so many more people than they're used to it affecting. You know what I mean? You could have if you're really into it in a relationship and that woman is really fighting against you and really agitating your spirit. You agitate my spirit too much, 100 people might be out of a job. You
Right.
know what I mean? If I'm dealing with you agitating my spirit for 18 hours before I go into to the office, and then people at the office are messing with me, I might just cut an entire division. You know what? Y'all 100 people, you're on the unemployment line. I ain't got no time for none of y'all. Get to stepping.
Yeah, I can't
Now,
deal with it.
you know what I'm saying? Now you done messed my spirit up so much at home. You done affected 100. I don't even know why I fired them
Right.
because
Yeah.
you at home working my daggone nerves. You know.
The way that I used to see it was I play a lot of chess, right? I play a lot of chess. I play chess all the time. I got chess on my phone. Whenever I'm in between something, I got a chess game going on my phone, right? So, I'll play chess with my dad, and me and him sit down and we'll play, game after game. We play 10, 12 games straight. And when I was married and me and my ex-wife were arguing about something, she'd be calling me and my phone be buzzing. Buzz, buzz. She'd be texting me. And then him and I playing, and he'll sit up there and be smiling. He like, oh yeah, I know your ass
Yeah,
gonna stand
I
a
got
chance.
you.
I'm getting you
Yeah,
from
I
the front
got you.
and she getting you from the back. And then we played 10 games and I win 3 and he with me 7. And then once
Hmm.
when I got divorced, I was beating that old nigga like 8 to 10, like he couldn't see me,
I
8
know
to
that's
10,
right.
8 to
I
10.
know
He
that's
couldn't see me,
right.
because you don't know, like there's a level of thinking that you're not even capable of. In chess, I
That's
don't know
it.
if any of you guys play chess, but when you play chess, you like one of the skills you have to develop is you have to be able to look moves ahead. So, and when you look a move ahead, you say, okay, if I do this, these things are his most likely moves, the 1, 2, and 3. But if he does that, then my best likely moves are boom, boom, and boom. And if he does that, my most likely move, boom, boom, boom. So now one movement has caused you to have to consider, 9 different realities. And then
Right.
so your ability to look in the future that way with multiple possible movements, right? So maybe you got 3 really good moves you can do. And then for you to see all 27 outcomes is
Hmm.
a skill that you develop that helps you in chess to be able to figure out what to do next if you get really
Hmm.
good. And your ability to think at that level does not exist when you have a woman that's trying to argue with you. You're like, girl, you can't see past your next move. You don't even know the best move that's in front of you in an immediate sense. And
Right.
so when it
Right.
comes to long-term planning for family, or it comes
Hmm.
to long-term planning for your future or your career, you lose a level of discernment when you
Absolutely.
have a disagreeable woman that is crippling if you're a
Absolutely.
man that's trying to do something with yourself, you know.
100%.
So once we got a divorce and I didn't have to argue with her every day, my dad didn't want to see me. I was like, oh no, I can't believe you did that. Oh, you know I'm about to get spoiled, don't you? You know I'm about to get spoiled and she can run up and can't hide. You know, I was giving him the business. You
How
know,
about it?
and the Bible tells us, he says that it's better to live in the wilderness, right, than to share a
Mm,
home with a quarrelsome wife,
mm,
right? And
that is the
that ain't no lie.
real deal.
That
That is
Hey,
the
Tan, how
ain't
real
much
no lie.
deal.
time you have left on your PhD? Tan, how much time you have left to finish your PhD?
Tandra,
Yeah, I
Tandra,
was
I had
asking
muted
her.
you earlier, baby. You got to unmute.
Unmute. I was
Oh,
wondering
I'm
how much
sorry.
time you. Hey,
Yeah,
how much time do you have left before you finish your PhD? I
I
know I've heard
just
you mention
started.
it.
Wait,
Oh,
wait, wait,
okay.
wait. You got a job for me or something? You got a job?
That's what I was waiting for the offer. I said, here we go.
And
Look, I just finished mine
let's be honest.
look. I just finished mine about 3 months ago, so I know what the process is like. 5,000 hours
You
later,
fresh.
5,000 hours
You
later, it's
fresh.
yeah. So it's to me,
Oh
it's
my
a big deal.
gosh.
It's a
Well,
big deal when I see any black person that has a
congratulations.
PhD or is a medical doctor or something like that. It is a commitment that it's like a once in a lifetime thing. It took me almost 5,000 hours to finish my PhD, but
Mm,
I did it through working
Yeah.
full time, having a side business and all
Yes.
that. So
mm,
I've been trying to
Yes.
figure out what my focus is going to be on TikTok, and I haven't seen not one live on here with either a female or male black person talking about their journey to finishing their PhD or working on their
ooh,
PhD. And I would love to see more people to share that experience. And I'm not saying it because I'm better than anybody else. I can
right.
share an experience that very few people in the United States, much less the world, has been through through that process. And
Hmm.
it's challenging experience because it teaches you about understanding multiple views, understanding the
Yes.
importance of stats and research, and understanding the methodologies
Yes.
and
Yes.
how you present that information, how you gather the information,
Hmm.
the parameters involved, and all the
Hmm.
information and stuff like that. And that's why I think that men, especially men, and that's and women too, because I work with a lot of PhDs, but it's so important to
Hmm.
understand the importance of stats and statistics. It's
Mm-hmm,
important because that's
mm-hmm.
where most of the and this kind of goes back to that live earlier when I heard the lady say, "Oh, well, you should not
The
listen to
white man
stats, or
still thinks
you don't
statistics.
listen to you don't listen to science." Or no, that's the white man's science. I have
Yeah,
never heard of such thing. When you've done research, if you've
Well,
written and you've been published,
I
you
know.
understand the importance of it and how it operates around the world. Don't you
Mm-hmm,
think Google and TikTok, they all use statistics because they're going to look at the models that help
They
them do
use
business for the
stats.
future based upon
They
the
do.
past, and it's
right.
important. And I just gawk when I hear somebody
But
say,
but
male
you
or female, talk about I
yes,
don't listen
I
to
know.
stats. That is ludicrous. Everything you do in your life revolves around statistics,
Right.
about
yeah,
statistical models,
It does.
about
But
making
you know,
predictions based upon past and present behaviors,
yes,
not just in the
you are
operating room, not
correct.
as a medical. I mean, it's about look at human behavior. You can make models, statistical models
Yes.
on human behavior for single parents. We can look at how many single parents who
Yes.
have kids go into the prison system. How many of them
Mm-hmm,
actually finish a
Hmm.
4 year degree, a 2 year degree? How many of them buy homes? How many of them are financially stable? How many of them are going
Right.
to debt at so many points and times in their life? I can go on and on and on about it, but it's
what
a passion to me
what's the discipline of
about
your
But
this.
PhD?
no,
So I
it.
have.
Look, you sound like when it comes to trauma. You sound like me because everything I do revolves around trauma. But you know, one of the things though
I'll
is
answer your
a lot
question
of
too, sir, in a
times on
second.
these lives, and I'm not
Uh-huh.
saying, yeah, I'm not saying that we're better than anybody else, but a lot of people on these lives, they're not educated. But when I say educated, I don't mean because I know people who don't have a degree, but they are more well read than I am. Like
Yeah,
you got to
absolutely.
be educated. you have to be educated, because if someone says something on a live that I'm not familiar with, or a term, I
You gotta
immediately go look
research
it
it.
up. Okay, what are they
Of
talking about?
course.
Let me see what this
Yeah.
is about. That's just me. I just like knowledge, because
Right.
to me knowledge is power. It is power. But let me say something real quick. But look, where are all the women? I had to bring some estrogen up in here. It's too much testosterone.
It's been a mix. It has been a mix before you got here. It's been men and
Yeah,
women on
you
the panel.
definitely
I've been
has.
listening for
I
Yeah.
about
know.
5 hours.
Well, I've been
Hmm.
well, I know you've been in on all day. So I've been listening, and I couldn't tap in because I'm in a school, and for some reason
Mm.
whenever I try to get on TikTok when I'm at school, it messes up. So I am actually sitting outside in my car just to be able to come on and respond. So Black Jesus, I must like you to do that. Anyway,
How about
Hey,
it?
hey, Tan, can I answer his question before he go before you
yeah,
go
yeah,
on?
go ahead.
Hey, I want
Yeah,
to
yeah, go
answer
ahead.
a question. So my PhD is in business. Doctor of Business Administration, concentrating in
Okay.
leadership, and my dissertation, 170 pages or whatever. But it focused on gender diversity in Fortune 500 companies, and
Mm.
how how those criteria change the profitability and productivity of organizations. So that required me to talk with multiple Fortune 500 CEOs, both men and women, in the
Wow.
United States, and to understand that concept. So that's what I focused on.
Hmm.
That's
And
all.
why
Just
did
Wow.
you choose
Congratulations,
PhD
you
doctor.
versus a DBA?
So it is a DBA, Doctor of Business
Okay,
Administration.
there's a
Doctor
DBA.
of
Okay,
Business,
all
it's a
right.
DBA focused in
Yeah.
leadership. There's all kinds of DBAs you can
Okay,
get, but
okay.
Mm-hmm.
so a lot of people when they talk about doing a PhD, you can start out doing one specific thing. Say, I want to talk
Mm.
about emotional intelligence and how it affects women let's say women in Fortune 500 companies, or just in general in the boardroom. Well, the research is going to inform what you actually going to research about, because if there's not a gap in the literature between those two concepts, or the concepts you focused on, there's not going to be a need for you to focus on that. So my research was informed based as doing the research of thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of reading and writing, and talking to
Hmm.
people to understand what my research is about. So it's
Okay.
just a whole long process. So I was just wondering how far she was in that process, because
Yeah,
it is a commitment that a lot of people don't realize. It is
it
Hmm.
oh,
is.
between 3 to 5 thousand hours of your lifetime. That's what you're going to
Yes,
Yeah.
devote to reading and writing
Hmm.
it
research. So
is.
Absolutely.
it's a hard struggle, and you cannot do it. It's just like I can equate doing a research, a doctorate or whatever, doing just a medical doctorate or whatever, medical doctor or whatnot. It's the
Yeah.
same thing. You cannot go through the process without having good mentors. The
Right.
mentors is what you guide you through. So I can look at Black Jesus as being a mentor for some of the women that's listening in, say, hey, this is what you need to
Mm.
think about. This is what you need to focus on. It's the same thing. It's the same concept. You can't do this thing by yourself, and that's why I digress on that.
And what are you
Right.
focusing on, Tan?
But you, yeah, Black. Well, you know so much to play at. So I always have to give Black Jesus his props, and everyone on the panel, because you guys have been spitting some knowledge today, some advice. I've loved it. Oh my gosh. I'm working on transcripts trying to get these kids graduated, and I'm listening to TikTok. I'm like, oh Lord, I hope I'm not making any mistakes. But I'm like, because I like listening to you. But one of the things is I hate that I couldn't tap in when all the females were there, but you had some great females on there. I
Yeah,
love it, I
you
love
got
it, I love
some
it. But
incredible
one
women
of the
on
things,
today.
Yeah. How about it?
incredible, I love it. I love it. And so I wanted to tap in from an old lady perspective. That's what I always say, old lady perspective. And people look at me when I say that. I say, yes, I am old. I don't look it, but I am. I'm old. Anyway, old lady perspective. So I wanted to say, and I'm not trying to discourage anyone, but sometimes marriage doesn't come in your 20s. It doesn't. I didn't get married until I was in my latter 30s, but marriage and commitment looks different to everyone. I know most women strive for, the marriage, the baby, and all of that. And so I did get married first and then had the baby, but I even, and okay, so I got married later in life. And so the first child that we had, we lost that baby when I was 9 months pregnant. And it was just,
Oh
it's
wow.
just, it's horrible.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just horrible. But anyway, I mean, I still think about it to this day, but I can function. But it was hard talking about it for a while. But then 6 months later, I got pregnant with another child, another girl, feisty as ever. She just turned 16, driving. I mean, she just thinks she's so independent, but she is. So I just wanted to tap in just to say, it looks different for everyone. And I think a lot of times women, because we as women, we are not patient. Like, I'm not even patient to this day, as old as I am, but I know that I have to practice that. And so a lot of women will choose the wrong guy because they're impatient. I'm just ready for the marriage. I'm ready for the baby. And then of course it ends up being horrible down the road. And so women need to practice more patience. But I really wish older women would do a better job talking to young women. Now, the older women that are in successful relationships, they need to talk to younger women. So that's what I wanted to tap in about, but I couldn't
Can I can
get
I
out of
can
the
I
building
touch on
fast
that,
enough.
Black Jesus?
Yes, sir.
So when I was coming, I'm 35. When I was coming up, my grandmother and my mother, I always heard them tell my cousins and my sister, um, be independent. You don't need a man for nothing. What we got to understand is like that's only big in our community, and you have a lot of women. And this is no doubt, would never disrespect my queens, but I say this to them now. You have a lot of women that's been scorned by one or two men, and then they raise young ladies to believe that all men are in that box. And they're not, instead of teaching them how to look for something different, they just telling them be independent, get your own money, get your own bag, get your education. And they're not preparing them to be said wives. So then my cousins and my sister, they grew up and wanted to be wives, but they had an attitude that couldn't get them a husband because they're beautiful women,
Mhm.
very educated, and they successful, some of them. Um, but they have these, super strong, bullheaded, independent. Ain't no man gonna talk to me like this. Can't no man be the leader of my household. We gonna be 50-50 attitude, and it comes from my mother and grandmother. So some of these women, it's like condition. You got kids in Chicago that's, they gangbangers because since they've been born, they didn't have blue flags put on their head at 1 years old and 2 years old. And their father and mother is in a gang, and they damn near make them gangbang. Children are sponges. So you got a little girl for 18, 19 years. She got the women that she look up to telling her she don't need a man, be independent. Men ain't, crap. How do you think she gonna move? And there's so many young ladies in America. I can't speak for the rest of the world, but in America, that's especially black, that's being raised that way.
You are absolutely correct. So let me comment on that if you're finished. If not, I'll just wait.
Oh no, I'm done. I'm a little
You're
long
good.
winded, so I have to stop myself.
So no, I mean, I love
You
everyone's
calling yourself
perspective.
long-winded on my line to answer my ass? Shit.
Hey, I like hearing you talk though, brother. I get a lot of knowledge from you.
I appreciate
Yeah,
you saying that, man. Thank you. Go ahead,
yeah.
Tandra. I don't want you to lose what you were going to say.
Okay. So this is the thing. So for me, my mom always said, "Get your education. Get your education. Education is important." But she didn't say it in a way of, uh, you don't need no man. She never said that. She just said, get your education because education is key. You can get a lot of things accomplished with that. So I always focus on education. Now, had I not done that and just sat around and wait on the man, and I don't want you to think that I'm not male bashing or anything like that. I mean, I've been with my significant other for 21 years, so I'm not male bashing at all. But had I sat around and waited, because I didn't get married till my latter 30s, I would have just been sitting there twiddling my thumbs. Now, what I did was, I'm like, okay, I didn't get into, I mean, I've had a few relationships and they've always been long term, but it just wasn't right for me until I met my husband, ex-military, and that's just, I function better with someone like that. Um anyway, and so I just got my education, I traveled with my girlfriends, I did all of that, you know. I'm in school now. And so I never was told get your education because you don't need a man. Never told that. I cooked. I mean, I've been cooking since I was 9 years old, so I love to cook. Not a big deal, and so I just have a lot to offer my husband. But I always had a lot to offer, and this is why I was kind of selective. And so, men just didn't approach me, or if they approached me, it only took a few days to say, I don't think she the one for me. Because I wasn't playing any games. I'm like, I don't have time, because I was about my education. And I didn't say, oh, I'm better than you, because when people meet me, men and women, they don't even know the level of education that I have, because I don't advertise that. I'm just like, hey girl, let's go hang out, or let's do this, because I'm a fun person. Everybody, because I'm fun, and I'm always because they don't even know the level of education until they see me speaking or doing something. They're like, "You have what?" It's because to me, education for me, it was for me. Everybody's story is different. I needed education because I wanted to make more money. I wanted to advance, and I'm doing a lot of different things in the community, and I need that. And so education for me was not, I don't need a man. No, I cook, I clean. I've always been a nurturer and caterer. Like, I like fixing my husband's plate, but he's not into that. He could care less about fixing the plate, but I like doing stuff like that. So so I cater to my man. So I was never taught that. So I don't know where these women are. Well, I do know where they are. But it's just ridiculous to even think, I want to go do this because I don't need a man, and I was never taught that. So when I see women who say that, I just kind of shake my head, because I'm like, yeah, you do need a man. You do, and so I don't know. I don't even know
Yeah.
what to say. It's just sad to me, and I don't know how to fix it.
We're social creatures. Human beings are social creatures. And of the two sexes, women are more social than men are. So for the women to say that they don't need a man, they are at cross purpose with their nature. And women who are at cross purpose with their nature, I call them agents of chaos. Because I don't want this to be offensive, right? But the feminine energy is naturally a chaotic energy. And the reason that it's chaotic is because it's creative. It's the it's the fountain through which new things flow into the world. The feminine nature is, right. If you take infinite time and infinite space and infinite time and infinite space and infinite matter, then there is the possibility. The possibilities are infinite. So that's the nature of women. They always are it's their nature to want to create. It's their nature to take a look at everything and to consider every single permutation, every different type of combination of it. And that's why when you talk to a lot of these women, they talk about the anecdotal. They'll bring up the anecdotal. They'll say, well, what about this? What if the dog had three legs? What if the snake got two heads? They'll bring those things up because it's that woman's nature to see the infinite combinations of everything. And that's a beautiful thing. When it's properly tempered, it's exactly what we need from women as men. Because as men, we're top down thinkers. That's why we talk about the data, statistics, the numbers. We say, oh, well, 60% of this and 80% of that. And then if we do this, there's a 40% chance it'll work. And that's the way we're thinking. We're thinking top down, and the women are seeing all the gaps, right? And that's why they're focused on and so attracted to concepts like intersectionality and stuff like that. The problem with their thinking isn't that they think the way that they think. The problem with their thinking is they don't know how to use it to complement their natural counterpart, which is a man. And the problem with the
Mm-hmm.
man who doesn't have any isn't doesn't know how to deal with women is that his ideas are incomplete in and of themselves. They're more likely to have a fatal flaw. So think of it this way. If me and Tandra were husband and wife, you're gonna be my wifey for this example, right? And then we
Okay.
got a problem to solve as a team. And so I come up with the plan. I say, okay, first we're going to do A. And then I think we'll probably be about 80% good. And then we're going to do B. And then from there, we're about 70% good. And then we'll do C. and that'll give us a 75% chance of failure. And in Tandra's mind, because she's a woman, and she's gonna say, "What about one-legged dogs and two-headed snakes?" And I'm gonna say, "Damn!" She'll bring up 10 different things that are all related, all connected, that are all in the gaps. And of those 10 things, maybe 6 of them are useful. Of the 6 that are useful, maybe 4 of them or 3 of them we can do something about. And of those 3 that we can do something about, 2 of them were fatal flaws that would have derailed the entire plan. And so the plan wouldn't have worked without Tandra, right? And I needed her to show me what I was missing. And her nature guides her towards seeing the holes. And the man's nature guides him towards the top down thinking. And so when you have these two things come together, it creates a divine state of cooperation. And that's how we're supposed to fit together as men and women. The problem is that the women are being taught that they're supposed to lead with their nature. And because they're the God of the gaps, they're thinking of the gaps, right? You can't lead with that nature because they want to base a plan for 100 people based off of what's true for 1 or 2 people, right? So that's why they're like, hey, we need to change the way that we talk. We can't use gendered language anymore. You can't say he, she, it, them, they anymore. You can't do it because it's gendered. And you don't know if somebody identifies as a man or identifies as a woman. Okay, well, how many people are there in America? Roughly 380 million. Okay, what percentage of them are in the LGBTQ spectrum? 6 to 8% of them. Okay, what percentage of the people in the LGBTQ spectrum identify as a gender different than their born gender? About 2.5 million. Okay, so let me get this straight. You want to change the way 340 million people communicate because of 2.5 million people? Well, that don't make any goddamn sense, right? That doesn't make any sense, right? But because the feminine is in the lead in this world that we're living in, we're getting ideas like that are becoming our dominant, actionable ideas. And it's actually destroying the functionality of society because society is being ran, our culture, our communities, our society is being ran based off of ideas that represent the least of us. Now, does that mean that we should ignore that 2.5 million people, that they don't deserve dignity and equity and respect? Absolutely not. Those people deserve all of those things. They're human beings. They're God's creation, right?
Right.
Okay, but do we base an entire society off of accommodating them when they represent 0.00017% of the population? Hell
No, sir.
no. That
No,
doesn't make
sir.
Well,
any goddamn sense.
I
No,
know, but
sir.
that is just like whenever we take a vote, doesn't it go by the majority? The
Yeah,
majority
but
wants
that,
this, right?
but it's upside down and inside out. So the majority of people
I
are
know.
being taught to vote based off of protecting the least of us. And we do need to protect the least of us, but we can't base our rules off of 1% or 2% of the population. We are 0.01% because then
Right.
you're excluding the needs of 99%. And they say, well, you know what? Because the vast majority of people, the society is already set up for them. So we need to make special rules of protection for these individual groups. Yes, we do need to make special rules of protection for the individual groups, but we have to be mindful of how it impacts the dominant group. And if we are going to ignore that, then we're ignoring the vast majority of the people that we are supposed to be serving. And this, for some reason that
Right.
I just explained in
Hey,
fucking
let me
4.5 minutes,
tell you something.
is going over the head of every one of our
Right.
politicians and every
You
person
did.
that's a liberal.
You are absolutely correct, but can we steer it away from LGBTQ? Because anytime you say something about that, you get shut down. Like, so can we
Yeah,
just not?
yeah.
Like,
It's like, and so my
it,
thing is this. They say, well,
you
there
get
is, I
shut
say there's an
down.
agenda. I'll say, you know what, there's an agenda. And they say, there's no agenda. And I say, yes, there is. I can prove it to you. They say, well, why? I say, well, because if you want to say anything you want about people who are straight, you can say it and they will never banana you for it. If you do get banana for it, then TikTok will
Never.
review it and they'll put your content back up. But if I say anything about the alphabet community, then they will banana me for it, and the content doesn't go back up. So there's an agenda because there is an accepted narrative. We're not having a free flowing conversation where the accountability is being spread homogenously between the two different opinions. Instead, what we have something where
Yep.
one side is allowed to say whatever they like about the other side, and the other side needs to make sure they don't offend
Yes.
the people that are attacking their ideas. And
And
this gender shit
No. You're
is
correct.
not something
You're correct.
everybody believes in. Not
and I just
everybody
want to touch
believes that
on
gender works this way.
I just want to touch on the idea of that, right? I said this before, and my brother right here, 7v7 Cadence, he talk about this stuff all the time. You should check his lives out. His
Yeah.
lives is always on the same subjects, and he is always speaking straight facts. But I want to touch on the L, the B, the G, and the Q have been accepted for years. I don't know how they went and formed the community. We walked amongst them. All of us had 2 or 3 of them in our family. All of us had homeboys that was questionable growing up, and nobody ever
Yeah.
judged them. They put this spotlight on it and made it a community and got a flag, and now all of a sudden everything is so sensitive. And it's been everywhere for years, and it's always been accepted. Y'all added a couple more
Mm-hmm.
alphabets and then created a whole community, and it's almost like y'all are a gang because the cancel culture comes from their community. Anything that's sensitive, y'all can say it to straight people and hetero people, as y'all
Yep.
call us, but we can't say it to you. I always
Yeah.
question this
Yep.
identity thing that we have in America because if the police pull up on me right now, I'm on my work truck, and if I jump out and take a leak and the police pull up on me, I cannot say to them, I'm going to sue you if you give me that $800 ticket for indecent exposure because I identify as a pit bull. So I should be able to pee outside. It don't work
Yes.
like that. I'm still gonna get that ticket. So you can say you identify as a pit bull, but you still going to court as a human being, and you're gonna pay that human ticket for $800. I don't understand it.
Yeah. My son has somebody who goes to the school who identifies as a Urkin, and that
A
is
what?
a alien race. That is an alien race from a
I
goddamn
heard
video.
about that.
Yep. And so there are
You're gonna maybe
Urkin.
go look it up. You're gonna maybe
Yep.
look it up because
And,
this is the first time I've heard of this, but
yep. And if you don't use their pronouns, then you are assaulting them. So you need
About
to.
the
what?
map thing about the pedo. Tell her about the map part for
Oh my
pedo. I
god.
don't know if
Oh
she's
my
heard
god.
about that either. The map part.
The what?
Oh my god.
My blood's
Maps.
still boiling behind that shit.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Maps?
yes.
So about a month or two ago, President Biden met with a man who identifies as a woman and as a girl, as a 13-year-old girl. And so this is the identity thing. You aren't limited to just identifying sexually, right? There are people who see themselves as lupines, which are wolf people, okay, and they want to be identified as wolf people and wolf packs and have rules based off of their wolf pack, and you have to respect this, okay? So these same folks, they that deal in these types of concepts, they believe that you can change your age by what you identify as. And so, you got all these different flags now, right? You got the flag for the L, the L, the G, the B, the T, the Q, all of it. You got the LGBTQIA flag, and now they've got a new flag, and it's called for MAPS, and a MAP is a minor attracted person. And that's what they want you to use to refer to people that we would normally refer to as pedophiles, but they are MAPS instead, minor attracted people. Well, you can't call them pedos anymore because it's offensive.
So they're
You
born
need
that
to
way.
call them
So
MAPS.
they
Yep,
so they saying
Wow.
they born that way.
yep,
Mm.
yep, yep. And you want to know something? Check this out. I had a
Wait a minute.
homeboy of mine.
Wait a minute, hold on. Is this gonna fly? Are we gonna have to refer to them that way? Is this gonna
No, we're
fly?
gonna we're gonna end up with a bunch of men in prison for murder. That's what we're gonna end up with.
Yep. Well, this is what you
Well,
got to understand. You got to
Unaliving.
understand.
Use unaliving.
Yeah,
Oh
unalive.
yeah,
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 Yeah.
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 We're gonna end up with a
Like we
lot of
said, we
fathers in
can't.
prison for unaliving, and we're gonna walk the yard with big smiles on our face, and we're gonna eat our
Yeah.
noodles, and we're gonna shake each other, saying, "What you in for?" "Oh man, got a pedo," and I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, let's go. I got 40 for mine," and the other father gonna be like, "They gave me 75," and we're gonna celebrate.
Oh
You
wow.
know what? I said something way back when that like got me in trouble years ago. I think it was on Facebook, but it might have been on MySpace. So that's just to let you know how long ago it was. And and I had said back then, I said if it comes down to it, it is safer for that community to say that it's a choice, even if they're born that way. Because if they say that they're born that way and that's substantiated, the only thing that would be needed to undo that, if it's a genetic mutation, is a retrovirus. And I said, and I made a public post, I said, someone's going to figure out a retrovirus. Some
Uh-huh.
religious organization is going to purchase whatever university is doing the research, and then people are going to start getting poked in public with this retrovirus against their will, and it's going to be a problem. If it's a choice, ain't nobody doing no research. So I said what I said. People was all up in arms and all of that mess. About 4 years later, you can look this up. Don't Google it. Scholar Google it. All right. That's some game for y'all that be looking on Google and get wrong information. Go to scholar.google.com and get factual
Okay.
information. Right.
Yeah,
But
that's where
go on
peer
there
reviewed
and you'll
information can be found.
and go ahead and Google Chinese scientist uses gene therapy to turn straight mouse gay and back to straight. And they have
What?
done this research. The research has been peer reviewed. It has been duplicated, and it is published. And they found and isolated the gene. They took two regular male mice that were just in a cage doing what mice do. They poked one of the mice with the retrovirus. It changed the DNA sequencing. That mouse started humping the other mouse in the cage. Went back in there, poked it again. The mouse went back to normal. And, and I said, see, now here we go. Now here come, the Catholic
Here we go.
Church or the whoever going to get
Here we
into
go.
this research, and they going to start,
Here we go.
messing with these people against their will. And sometimes being right isn't as good as being safe. Sometimes, you know what I mean? It just doesn't matter what the truth is when it comes to the safety of a population. And this particular population keeps playing with definitions and teaching one thing one way and switching it back the next way.
Right.
And again, I don't have an issue with the population, but we were talking earlier. I specifically remember opening my mind to the teachings and like sitting down and learning what they wanted to teach, and they were like, you need to accept us and you need to accept that gender and sex are different, and all of that. And I did the classes and I had my HR teams and all of that learn all this stuff and teach it to all the employees, and I accepted it and I learned it, and I'm like, all right, gender is a made up concept, but sex, that's the physical characteristics you're born with. And 5 years later, they were like, nah, forget it. They're both the same thing, and that way we can use the bathroom. And I was like, what?
Oh wow.
And like ever
Okay.
since then,
Hey.
like that was it. I don't even get into the education thing anymore because it's too fluid. You can't demand
It
that we
is.
accept something and then we say, you know what? Screw it. We'll go ahead and accept it. Go ahead and teach us what it is that you need to teach us. And then we sit in their classes and learn what it is that they want to teach us and redefine the terms that we've used our entire life and say, all right, nope, gender and sex aren't the same thing anymore. Gender is made up, sex is real. So you can pick any gender you want because it's made up, but sex is what you're born. And then turn around and be like, you know what? Bathrooms are based on sex and we want to use the bathroom that we feel like using. So we're going to decide that gender and sex are once again the same thing, except we get to choose what that thing is. Like now you lost me. Like now I'm not taking you seriously anymore. Now I'm
I'm
not
not taking it
supporting the
serious anymore.
education
Back and
anymore.
forth, back
Like
and
I'm
forth, back
done.
and forth.
You know.
Okay. Hey,
So
okay.
yeah.
Listen, this is all good, but I'm just a little nervous about this conversation.
Yeah.
Can we take it back to because I'm telling you, I've seen lives get shut down. I'm like, oh my God. But anyway, I'm just so impressed by the females that were on your live earlier. I'm
Yeah,
serious. I feel like, and Black Jesus, you probably follow these females, but I feel like they need to have their own platform, and it was just so positive and so refreshing. I loved it. Oh my
yeah.
gosh, I
It's
loved
so
it.
it's so important for it's so important for us to make sure that women like that have a voice, so that the experience that everybody is getting is not one where the only thing that we think we have in our culture are women who are running about getting ran through, because that isn't the case. Our culture is, our women are not a monolith. And it's that the ones that have the microphone right now are misrepresenting what our history has been, what our values are, and what outcomes we want for our community, you
Right.
know?
And these are
And
young. What I was impressed about, excuse me for interrupting,
no, you're fine.
but I was really impressed that they were younger women, because I know, and I really want to, and I haven't looked at the statistics on the age group of women who have babies by multiple men and things like that. I think I know what the age group is, but I haven't seen the stats on it because I need to look that up, because I'm too concerned about my schooling, so I can't do a whole lot of pleasure research. But
Uh-huh.
anyway, just for reading, just for pleasure, because when people talk about, body count and all of this and combative women, I just, and women in my age group, but I know it's who I run with too. I don't have women like that. For example, my daughter goes to school. She goes to a private school, and so, and it's been amazing because I've connected, not only has she made friends, but I've made friends with the group. And so one particular person in the group, she is just hella cool. She's a judge. And so she'll call me, girl, what you doing? And let's go do this. And all. Anyway, so she just said to me the other night, because the kids had a dance recital. Anyway, and she was just talking about cooking this. She said, girl, I've been cooking all day and da 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 da. And she's like, because I want my husband to have a good meal. Like, she's a judge. She makes sure that man is taken care of. So I'm just like, who are these women out here acting crazy, not taking care of their men and combative? No, I'm like, not in my age group, but not just my age group. It is the circle that I associate with. It's like they're not doing all of that. But of course, these women are 40 and 50 too. But they're not doing all of that.
Yeah, well, the unfortunate thing was the information that got passed along. And again, so you guys have to understand the rise of moral relativism, okay? And the rise of moral relativism says that the right and wrong only exists relative to a certain circumstance, a certain person, their relationship and environment, whatever. So that means there is no right or wrong. And so the worst thing you can do in a world of moral relativism is give advice, because that means that you're telling somebody what they should do when they should do whatever they want to do based off their individual circumstance. So there's no right or wrong. It's all conditional. It's all relative. So here's why I bring that up, because inadvertently, that is the death of practical knowledge and practical wisdom. I can't give you practical wisdom if everybody's situation is different. I can't say, you know what, one day you're gonna start looking at girls differently because you're gonna hit puberty. Well, what if I don't hit puberty? There are some people who don't hit puberty. There are some people where it never happens to them. So how can you give me advice like that? You're ignoring and oppressing the people who have hormonal and endocrinatic disorders where they don't ever go through a normal puberty. And you're oppressing those people because you are an ableist or whatever. And that's what's happening whenever we're trying to have a meaningful dialogue with these women and these people who are on the left. They're saying you haven't talked to every single person on the planet, which is a impossible task. So I set this impossible task of talking to everybody because I just want to diminish the information if you give me. That's it. That's my only real desire. So instead of saying, you know what, I do understand that this applies to the majority of people, but it doesn't apply to me. They say, you haven't talked to everybody, so you don't know. You can't say that. You can't say that. So this removes morality, the pursuit of right and wrong. And that's what morality is. So morality is an ever expanding conversation in the human mind that seeks to understand what is right and what is wrong. And what is right is what is in line with our nature and what aligns that nature with the overall environment for the longest sustainability, for the most sustainability. That is what is right. What is right, if you've ever been confused about what is right is what aligns our nature with the nature of our environment towards the longest, towards the longest amount of stability and prosperity. That's what it is. Okay. So people say, hey, is smoking right? No, smoking is not right. How do you know smoking is not right? It causes cancer in your lungs. It kills you. So do you have the ability to choose to smoke? Absolutely, you have the ability to choose to smoke. But is it the right thing to do? Obviously not. It kills you, right? So the reality itself, and that's why in the Bible, and or not in the Bible, and I love this line in our Constitution. It says we hold these truths to be self-evident. The test of truth is whether or not it is self-evident. How do you know something is true? It is self-evident. How do you know cigarettes are bad for you? They kill you. It is evident. They're bad for you. Okay, they shorten your lifespan. There's no question. Can you choose to do it? Absolutely. That is your choice. That's the beauty of this country. You can make whatever choices you want. But we can't argue about whether or not it is right or wrong because it is obvious that it is wrong because the natural state of you versus the natural state of the environment, and it does not equal the longest term of prosperity and sustainability. So that's how we know it is not right. Right. So when you begin to look at these things, you say, okay, well, is homosexuality, is the LGBTQ spectrum right or wrong? Well, let's say we made 100% of the population LGBTQ. Is it right? No, obviously it's not right. Why? Because everybody dies. Everybody ends up dying. Nobody reproduces because we're all having sex with people that we can't reproduce people with. Now, do you have the ability to do it? Yes. Okay. And that is your choice. And I respect your choice to do it. Okay. But people say, oh, well, it's against God and blah, 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 blah. Sure, it is. Right. If God is the Lord of order and he has designed your nature, and your nature is that you need a man and a woman to continue the species, then the natural order of God, the natural order of your nature, right, shows that you should be with a woman. That's nature. That's not me. That's objective reality. It's objective reality. Do you have the choice to do what you want to do, though? Yes, you do. Am I here to judge you for that? Make you feel like you're bad because you like boys? No, I am not. God put me here to love you. I'm not here to judge you. I'm gonna point towards the right direction, but I was put here first because human beings' nature, we're getting back into God and nature again. Our nature is that we are here to cooperate with each other. How do we know that? Because we don't survive long. It doesn't point us towards the longest amount of prosperity, the most amount of prosperity, and the longest amount of stability when we are not working together. So we know that we are meant to work together. So I know that I am here to support and love you. Why? Because that is the nature of things. I didn't make it. Take it up with the Creator. It's obvious. That's the nature. That's what God is telling us through every single molecule of ourselves, right? So that's why I don't judge you. If you're gay, I don't care. You can come to my house. You can share a meal with me. You can be around my kids. If you don't have a place to stay, you can sleep on my couch. You know what I'm saying? If the situation called for it, okay, we go head to toe and you can sleep in my bed. Okay. As long as you respect me, then I don't give a shit what you do in the 2 or 3 minutes a week of sex that you get, or 2 to 3 times a week of 15 to 20 minutes of sex that you get, is none of my goddamn business. I care about your character. I care about what you believe about how you're supposed to treat other people. I care about what you believe about how you're supposed to treat me. That's what I care about. I'm not
Okay.
here to judge the rest of it. That's for God to do. Okay. So that's how I approach that community. That's how I approach those people. I got nothing but love for every single person on this planet because that's what I was designed to do. And I know it's true because we were put here to cooperate for the reasons that I explained before. Does that make sense?
Makes
It's
absolute
very
sense.
logical and rational.
Yes, it's a practical approach to what we're looking at here, right?
But a
I
lot of
don't have
people
to tell
struggle
you
with it.
it's wrong. Nature tells you it's wrong because you can't create sustainability, long-term sustainability and prosperity doing it. So I don't have to enforce that. Nature is enforcing it. I don't have to enforce that. God has already baked that into the cake. He's already baked it into the cake. It's in there. It's in the cake already, baby. I don't have to hurt you or try to diminish you as a human being. I believe every human being deserves dignity and respect. To live a life of dignity and respect. You get to decide if you don't want to do that. I believe you deserve that. But if you don't believe you deserve that, that is your choice. That is your choice. It's not up to me. It's God put me here to
That's
love
right.
you. I'm gonna do that. You do the
That's right.
rest. You
I
know?
think in this era too, social media um is pushing a lot of it, especially on kids. I saw somebody in the comments say I don't want them around my kids, and I don't even want my kids watching on TV. I can respect it, right? But we also have to take some responsibility as parents. I remember our parents. Well, I don't know how old everybody is, but I'm in my 30s. So I remember our parents would blame everything on hip hop. Everything was hip hop. Everything was hip hop. It was hip hop's fault that what was going on in Detroit, Michigan, was going on. Listening to rap music. Take the rap away from your kids, and they won't do it. But you have to take responsibility as a parent somewhere. So this man, Black Jesus, is saying that he would allow them to be around his children because he trusts his ability to be the
Mhm.
main role model to his children, right? So the influence that somebody else or something else has is not more powerful than his. And that's a real father. That's why
Yeah,
I'm
and
so
important.
tight on my sons and on my daughter because I want to be more of an influence on them than any friend, any television show, anything that they watch, anything that they hear. Because if you stay involved with your kids, even though I work 80 something hours a week, I'm not the one that's going to come home and tell my wife, I'm tired, I'm going straight to bed. Nope. I'm coming home and I'm getting involved because that's the problem. Most men and women
Mm-hmm.
that work all those hours, they think they can come home and then not get involved. A lot of men say they want, and this is going a little left, but whatever. A lot of men say they want traditional women because they work. But if you work and you don't come home and help, then you're not helping with the children. And the children is not just the woman's responsibility because you have to be um, somebody that they look up to as well, especially if you got sons. A mother
I
can't do
would
it
I
by
would
herself
argue
because
that
when them
that's
young men
exclusively a
start getting
dad
to a
power.
certain age, a woman will tell you, a real woman will say, he 10, 11 years old, he needs his father.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
he needs it. I'm gonna tell you something. My nephew that I brought up that you guys met before, his mother parentally alienated him from us when he was born, from me and my brothers and his father. And when he got to about the age of 10, he started to mature early.
mm,
And he became resistant and unruly with his mother. And she didn't know what to do because that was her baby and she was losing him. And we just
mhm.
stayed in the background, like, hey, how's Jay doing? Do you need anything? This, that, and the third. And she just ignored and was nasty. And then one day she reached out. She was like, what are you doing this weekend? And I was like, I'm chilling. What do you need? And she's like, can you grab your nephew? And I said, absolutely. And I grabbed him
Mhm.
every single weekend after that until the boy graduated from high school and moved to California.
And
Um,
I saw how he looked at you today in his live, man. He really respects you as a role model.
yeah, that's my band, 150 grand, bro, 100%.
Heck yeah.
And and we just had this beautiful relationship where I gave him advice. He trusted my advice because he could see the evidence of what I was doing in my life, that it worked, that I'm telling you something that works. because I'm doing it and it works for me. Look at your uncle. He makes good money. He has a wife. He has kids. His household is stable, right? So, like, you can trust my advice. And so he followed my advice. Now, guess what? My son, he looks at his cousin Jay and he's like, I want to be just like Jay. And
Mm.
Jay is there mentoring him, right? Like you guys saw, he's helping him with the stocks and this. They talk on the phone. I'm sending them out there. They're gonna hang out together, right? And Jay tells him every chance he can get, man, just listen to your dad, man. Your dad got me right, man. That's how I made it through. Like, that's how I got here. Listen to your dad. So it works. So my kids listen to me. My kids listen to everything I
That's
tell them.
awesome.
They trust me. And then my son, my son, he's on a wrestling team. He gets good grades. The girls love him. He makes music. He works out. He plays basketball. And so my middle son is watching his older brother win. My daughter looks up to my middle son more than anybody else in the world. That's her favorite person on the planet is my middle son. And so they are watching him, and it all leads back to me because it's like that. And so I don't have to repeat myself. I don't yell. I yell. I raise my voice at my kids as a collective. Any one of them, I do it once every 6 months, once a year. Like I don't have to, they don't get on punishment. They mind their grades. They do what they're supposed to do. They have their chores. I might have to remind them of things, but the first thing I do is I tell them what I want. And then if they don't do it, the second thing I do is I say, how many times does dad say something? And they say one time and they get up and they do it. That's if I have to tell them a second time. That's my version of repeating myself. So like the masculine father presence is important. And the difficult part is as a man, you have to live it. They have to be able to see the proof in your life. If they can't see in your life that you're living what you tell them, if you're telling them one thing and you're doing another, you're running around in the street. And that's why I tell men, I said, you can't run around cheating on your wife because you're really cheating on your kids.
How about it?
And
Say
your
it again.
wife is the connection that you have to your children. Your children are connected to you through the wife, right? So if your wife don't trust you because you have no discipline and as it pertains to your libido, then your children grow not to trust you. And it harms your ability to receive the advice that you're trying to give them to save their lives. And there's no greater hell on earth having to go through life and watch your children fail because you are a fuck up, because you don't take yourself seriously enough, or because you're a horny humping thing. There's no worse thing in life than God giving you the blessing of a child, which is you remade without any of your mistakes, without any of your flaws, without any of your bullshit. He gives you again, made manifest as a pretty little girl, precious, right? Or he gives you made manifest again as a boy without any of your mistakes. And then you cheat on it. You cheat on it so it can't trust you. And God sets you up where your relationship with your children is everything you say is the world. Like there's a psychological connection between you and your children, where your children, because you are the example of a man, you're the strongest man they've ever seen. Because you're the adult in their life, you're the smartest person they've ever known. So they are set up to trust you in a way that you will never trust anybody ever in your life. You'll never trust anybody like you will your father. And when they break that trust with you, when they break that good faith with you, right? That's why that's part of the reason that there's ceremonies to welcome children into manhood, because it's important that you manage the psychological process of your child learning that you're a human being and that you're not perfect, being brought over onto the adult side where they begin to see your shortcomings and your mistakes. That has to be managed. because it's psychologically traumatic for them to realize you're not a God. Okay? For them to
How about
realize
it?
you're not perfect. And so as a parent, you have to you have to help in walking them across that line, you know? And when you cheat on your wife and you lie to your family and you diminish yourself in this way, it calls into question all the other information you've given that person that they're
That's right.
using as a basis to understand reality. If you tell them the floor is lava, let me tell you something. If I tell my kids the sky is falling, they will ask me their questions from underneath the table, but they'll get under the table first. So that's why it's important for the men you ladies reproduce with to have character, right? Because it's such an important and powerful role in a child and in a wife. It's a lot. It's a lot to ask for to be somebody's husband. It's a lot. It's a lot to ask for to be somebody's father. It's a lot. It's not a little thing. It's a humongous thing. And you have to really understand the responsibility of it. You have to really, really accept and understand the responsibility that you are taking on when you make another person. It's too important. And the cost is something worse than death. Having to watch your children fail because you're selfish or you're horny or you're a liar. Having to grow up and watch them fuck their lives up because you are a liar or you're horny or you're selfish or you're a cheat and you don't have any integrity or you're aggressive and you beat on people and you try to use violence to control the people that you love. Ladies, you have an important decision to make, and you can't let everybody gain access to your body. You cannot. I'm sorry. And you can't have a baby for somebody just because they're tall and they got green eyes.
I
You
know
cannot.
that's right.
Yes, son. You want to help your friend? They're moving something. They need your help. That's fine. Yeah. So
You were on a roll. I mean, this message should actually reverberate through our community. It really should. What you just said, understanding how they can see, how a father can and a mother can see them in their children. I mean, what better message can you say?
yeah, I think I believe that you have to take on the responsibility of the things that you think are valuable in your life. Responsibilities are made out of obligations and and task and duties. So if you are not willing to take on the obligations associated with to meet the obligations of to complete the task of to keep faith with the duties that are associated with the responsibility, then you were ill suited for the responsibility. And there is no greater responsibility than being a parent because you are being entrusted with your own immortality. Your children are your immortality. You know, that's what gets to live on your children and your best thinking. If you can, you have to. I tell men, all men, that you should be keeping a journal. All men, you should be keeping a journal. The reason you should journal is because if you do not write down your thoughts, what you are saying is that nothing you think, nothing you come up with during the course of a day is worth rereading or repeating or rethinking. That means that you're thinking about some bullshit all day long. Some of you are having $1 million ideas. Some of you are conceiving of concepts that could change the world, and you are too lazy to write them down. All the stuff that I say, if you ask me what integrity is, if you ask, I'll give you the same answers 100 times. If you ask me how to build a code of conduct, a code of honor, or how honor works, rather, If you ask me what character comprises character or what comprises virtue, I will give you the exact same answers every single time. I've written these things out. I've tested these ideas. I have gone through them to make sure that they are solid. I've had these conversations over and 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 over again. Like my nephew said when he was up, he's like, "Yep, he been telling me he been on this type of time ever since he got me." He's the same OG he was ever since he got me. You know, so these aren't things that I'm freestyling off the top of my head. This isn't something I'm freestyling. Okay, this is what I know, and it's the basis of what I live my life off. And I lead a pretty good life. I'm not like super rich or anything, but I'm gonna retire early. You know, I stay in reasonably good shape. I have good spiritual practices that keep my mind and body clean, keep me with tons and tons of patience so that I can deal with the people in my life and I lead a pretty good life and I'm a pretty well adjusted man, right? I don't have problems with my libido where I'm, crazy and beating my meat every day. I don't have problems with aggression where I use violence to control or punish people. Um, I don't have problems with being honest. I can admit my shortcomings and where I am weak. Like I've got I'm doing a pretty. I'm not perfect by any measure. Like it's a struggle. It's a balancing act. It's a balancing act. I look at big booties too, and I be like, girl, I just want to fight it. Don't play with me. You know what I'm saying? Like I've got the same stuff, everybody. I'm giving myself what I need so that I can say no when I need to say no. But I want to fight it too. Mike, I want to fight it too, Mike. I just want to taste, you know. But I can't move like that because I understand the cost, you know. I understand how much it costs, and I ain't willing to pay it because I got something good coming on. I got something good going, and I don't want to fuck it up. And I know what fucks it up. It's being simple-minded. It's being short-sighted. It's being driven by satisfaction. It's not understanding the importance of being in a pursuit of things that are fulfilling. That's what it is. That's what fucks you up.
Hey, but you know what though? You
What
rapping, bro.
up?
You are rapping. You rapping. You know, I'm from the old school. Oh yeah, my birthday is today, by the way. You know what I'm
Oh, happy
saying?
birthday. Mine was yesterday, brother.
Happy
You
birthday,
feel
brother.
me?
We
Trying to
birthday
steal,
twins.
trying to steal my birthday. I'm sick of you. Hey, but honestly, back in the days, and this is what I come from. The old men would sit you down and they would rap to you about
Right.
life. They would tell you what's real, what's good. If you tripping, if you skipping over the line, over the red margin, they'll sit you down and tell you.
Yes.
I've always seen that. I've always been a part of that. So, as far as not holding men accountable, hell no. I really don't see that. The one thing I did see though, because I am one of six, I got like what, six sisters and one brother? Big family. What's going on in the community is basically, you know how somebody break a plate or something and the parents come home, you know what I'm saying? And somebody got to be accountable.
Yeah.
Huh? Somebody got to be accountable.
Yeah.
Guess what? Or they ate the mama's food out the fridge. Why?
Yeah.
Because if don't nobody speak up, everybody ass getting beat.
Right. Yeah.
And the way what's happening is there's something that's happening in our community, and we have to come to the table with humility and say, look, man, I'm wrong. I've been contributing to some of the BS. You know what I'm saying? And really by speaking about this, like people who know me in my life, like they're starting to be accountable about stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I mean, it If we don't speak up, it's like all of our asses getting beat in the
Yeah.
kid scenario.
I feel
So
like I do feel like I'm running into so many more women that like are creating content that is like, yeah, no, that's not right. We shouldn't be doing that, you know. But there's still, like you saw, like that other room had 800 people in it, you know, and they was there for all the foolishness. They was there. They was like, yes, yes, give it to me. Give it to me. Children outside of wedlock, yes. Yes, put it all in my face. Yeah, gang bangs. We gonna do body count don't matter. You know what? I'd be interested to ask a body count no matter woman who should what type of consideration should you give to the man who's going to take your virginity? Should he does he matter? I'd be interested to see what that response would be like. You know, can he just be a nobody
also,
too? Can he just be somebody who got green eyes in the club? Is he can he get it the first time?
honestly, it don't take too much. It don't take too much, and I really don't want to say too much. You know, shout out to women friends I might know who might be watching. I ain't gonna say that, but I'm. But what I will say is that everybody knows when they're guilty, and everybody
Mhm.
knows when they're wrong. Shame is something that you have when you grow up with lessons of morale or accountability or responsibility. That's something that you feel, and nobody has to put that on you. You put that on yourself when you out here not representing your parents.
Hey,
Okay.
I grew up with my mama telling me, like, you ain't gonna embarrass me. Like, that's because my mama was classy, you know. I'll never forget, I was a kid and oh shit. Oh no, that's okay. All right, so I'll never forget, bro. I I was a kid. Peace, Dr. Ja. I appreciate you, man. Hold on, let me see if there's anybody that's in the way. Okay. All right, so I was a kid and I grew up in Detroit. And so there was this place called Big D's Barbershop. Okay. And there was actually two of them. They opened up another one like less than like a walking distance of the other one. So, whatever. They was getting so many cuts they had to open up a second location. So Big D's Barbershop. So there was this dude that like was I made the mistake. There was a white dude that was in there, okay? And nobody was his chair was totally open. And I wanted to hurry up and get my hair cut so I could keep going, hop on my bike and go play with my friends. And so I rode my bike up there to Big D's barbershop and he cut my hair. Now back then I was a kid. I was, 13 years old, something like that, 12 years. Now I was probably like 12. And I had a high top fade. And you know how hard it was to grow a high top fade. Your hair to take forever, but to grow long enough, you figure it out. So I had a high top fade when I was a kid. And this brother cut my shit down to like this. And my hair was like, and he cut my shit down. I was so mad. I was like, man, I was crying. I was so mad. Like tears were coming out of my eyes. And he's like, okay, that'll be $12. And I was like, man, I'm paying you for shit. I was fucking paying you. So I grew up in Detroit. This was back in the late '80s or early '90s. So they called my mama. They called my mama, and my mama came up there, and she made me pay for that fucked up haircut, and she got one of the straps that they use for the razors that's on the side of the old school chairs, and she took one of them straps off, and she took me into the back room, and she lit my ass up for acting a fool. She lit my ass up. And I didn't cry or nothing because my homeboys was waiting for me to come and play. So they knew I was in the back getting my ass beat. And it wasn't nothing but a door separating it. So I had to just take it like a man. I'm like, mm, mm. And she lit my ass up.
Man, you
And
better than me. Cause when I would be getting my beatings And my friend, when I get back outside, my
Yeah.
friends will be like, I heard you getting beat. I heard you. You was like, I ain't gonna do it no more. I ain't
Yeah.
gonna do it no more. I heard you, Mike. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It was the shame after the beating.
and I didn't understand why she did that, and when she was doing it, and then later that day we got home, and she's like, "When you are out in public, you are representing your family." And she told me my family name, and she said, "You are a this, you know, you ain't everybody else. You can't do what everybody else do. You can't do what everybody else do. You are my child, and you will not ever embarrass me again in your life when you are out in public. You are a this, and you represent me." And she explained to me that I needed to take pride in my family and in myself and how I represented myself because I was representing my family. And that stuck with me. That mattered to me. And now when I talk to my kids and they do something stupid, I say, man, you it is. You can't act like that. You can't do what they do. They
Oh
not
yeah,
they you
it,
can't do what they do. They have a
even
sense of
with
pride in carrying the last name, like my mother instilled in me when she beat my ass that day.
bro, even when I got big enough to try to grab the belt, you remember when you try to challenge your parents, like I'm a little bit bigger now. Man, my dad, he'd take whatever shirt I got on and jack my ass up against the wall.
Yeah.
Real talk. He'd lift my ass up in the air. And
Yep.
I think young men need to get jacked up sometime, man.
Yeah,
Real
we do,
talk.
we do. Because when you're a young man, you start to feel yourself and shit. You know, you like, you realize the difference in strength and the difference in size, and that's why young men walk around punching shit, and pushing us. They're just trying to test themselves, see how strong they are, because their body's changing and they're turning into a man. And that's a
Yeah.
very exciting young thing for a young man because you don't know how tall you're going to get. You don't know how much facial hair you're going to get. You don't know how you're going to change. You are starting to see younger people that were your age that crossed that line, and then they starting to turn into a man. And you like, damn, man, you see how tall Terrence got? Like, yeah, I see how tall Terrence got. Or you see Jamal, man, he got a whole mustache. Like, yeah, man, I see Jamal, he got a whole mustache. And you sitting up here with one hair underneath your arm and shit and you still 5'2", and they can all beat your ass. And so you're just waiting for you to cross the line so you can turn into a superhero too. And so
Man.
once you begin to change, then you want to test yourself and see what your new abilities are, what your new powers are as a man. And that's why you need another man there. Because your father is like, hey, no, nigga, you ain't boy, boy, boy. Don't you know what we're doing? Now, for me, my kids don't, we are able to healthily do that because, I'm a martial arts guy. So I do fight training with my kids, and then I take my boys to do man shit. Like we go and we do airsoft, with the BB guns. And so I'll take them airsofting. And I'm prior service military. So I like to teach my kids, how to move as a unit in that matter. It's like playing basketball a little bit, working on a team in that manner. And so we work together that way so that they understand, so they get to see me in action. So they're like, yeah, I ain't ready to test dad just yet. He ain't slowed down enough yet. They know. But we're getting on the
Bro,
basketball court and play, and I light that ass up. You know what I'm saying? You good. You good, Dr. John. Yeah, we'll get on the basketball court and I'll still light that ass up. Cause I got a jab step back. Ain't nobody got answer for that motherfucker yet, boy. I just
bro, I learned.
step back. Ain't nobody got an answer for that one yet, man. But my 15-year-old will be there soon, and I'll be taking L's from him.
My dad took me to school on the basketball court, man. I thought, look, even when I got a little older and my mom had me in taekwondo, I was like, yeah, I could get dad now. And my dad, he was in the Navy, so he knows stuff I don't even know. So I try to. Dang, that's my dad calling me now because it's my birthday. But I'll call him right back.
Yeah,
That I tried a submission move on my dad that I was learning in Taekwondo, and my dad he reversed it and put me on my behind.
yeah,
So one thing I learned, even right now, man, my dad almost 80, man. I won't even try to slap box with dad.
yeah.
I'm done. I'm done.
He got that
It's like,
old. He got that hand is just. It's all leather now. That hand is all leather. The
hey,
skin
he
come
will
right off.
slap me
It come right
back
off.
into today.
Yeah,
So, uh,
yeah,
and
and
I
I'm starting
respect
to get
that.
those
And
hands now. I'm starting to get those hands now where they're hard and leathery. And I've been doing fight training since I was a kid. So my knuckles and fists have been, I put some videos up of me hitting a heavy bag bare knuckle and doing a training on a Makawari board, which trains your knuckles, right? But my hands, I've been training since I was like 13 years old. Here, listen to this. Tell me if you can hear it. Listen. Can you hear it?
oh
Not
yeah,
really.
I hear it.
Yeah,
I would
but
what
yeah. So
what they would make us do is like we would do push-ups on phone books until like the phone book got the indenture of your knuckles, and
right.
then you would do it on the concrete. And
Yes.
eventually when you graduated from the phone books, but after you do them, you run your hands under hot and cold water. It kind of stiffens up like the skin on your hand, kind of makes it harder. Make
Right.
your hand like bricks, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Terrible.
I got some old ass martial arts man hands. And so my kids, they talk about my hands all the time because I have large hands. You guys can't really tell or whatever, but I have very large hands, and they're very solid, hard hands, and they're leathery, old man hands. Where I grab your ass, and a grown ass man has got a hold of you. Ain't no
And
mistake.
and masters in martial art, when they block, they can break your
Yes,
limb by
yeah,
blocking you. A lot of people don't know that.
right, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I actually got a story about that, but I just so when I was a kid, I started training. I started fight training when I was 6, 7 years old, and I remember there was our sensei was Sensei Santelli, and he was this old Italian dude, and he had like chest hair, and he had the gold chain in the chest hair, you know. But he was a bad dude, man. He had a little bit of a gut on him. He looked like Joe Pesci, but he had like a cool ass gray beard and shit. He was a cool old man. Always smelled good, you know. But I remember there was a young guy who had just got his third degree black belt. His name was Sensei Ballard. And Sensei Ballard was married, and his wife kept books for the dojo. And Ballard, when he got his third degree, he's like, "Yeah, man." He's like, "I'm telling you, Santelli getting old. He can't see me." He started running his mouth. And I was like, I was a kid at the time. I was like 12, 13. I was like, man, this is dangerous, man. He about to get fucked up, man. Because in my mind, Santelli was the baddest man to ever live, even though he was like a chubby Italian dude. I just seen this man do shit where I was like, man, this dude is unstoppable. One finger, Santelli's like, he's ending the session. So, anyways, Ballard had talked enough shit to the extent where where Santelli's like, all right, fine, we'll spar. We'll do a spar. Now we sparred twice a week in the dojo that I was a part of. And so they like, yeah, let me tell you something. When word spread that Santelli was going to spar Ballard, everybody that was ever signed up for the dojo, how people would sign up and then they come for like a week and then don't come never again. Motherfuckers that signed up 2 years ago ain't been to the dojo, been paying dues and shit. Everybody, the dojo was packed, bro. All right. So we go and they get on it. We do our normal class. Everybody's so excited because they know the spar is going to happen afterward. We do our normal class. And then after the class is done, they're like, okay, you ready to do this? Yeah, we're ready to do this. So they get on the mats, they line up, right? Ballard's doing this Santelli's doing this stretch. He a fat old man. He's stretching like this. He can barely move around. He doing his arms like this. He can barely move around. Balor's sitting up there. He kicking straight up in the air, man. Like he's so flexible and strong. I mean, like watching Balor, you would really think to yourself, like, man, maybe he can whip Santelli, man. Like, Santelli can barely move. This is all he can do. He's warming up like this. Man, they get on the line. They get ready to start. Santelli got the arm down. He got one hand up like this. He got the arm down. Balor's doing all of this shit. He's they go, Ajime. They start to fight. Balor comes in, he tests. Santelli back off. Balor come in, he tests again. Santelli back off. Balor go in, he throw a quick jab. Santelli blocks it. Fight's over. Fight's over. Broke his damn feet or broke his damn wrist with a block. Done. Balor's on the ground, hand in between his legs. He's like, oh God, oh God. His wife is trying to help him up, man. Wrist is broke. A single block. It's over. Over just like that. That fat old man hit that arm one time. The shit was a wrap, bro. It was a wrap. And I never forget it because he put it into my head when I was a kid. He used to say it all the time, bro. And this is why what you said reminded me of this story. He said, a punch is to a block like a block is to a punch. And what that meant is that when you block somebody, it should feel like somebody punched them in a damn arm. It shouldn't feel like, it should feel like a yakka, like whack, like you knocked the shit off that arm. They should feel like they can't close their fist again. And if you can, you want to nail that radio bone every single time. Mock them. You want to nail that motherfucker so they can't make a fist again. So that's my story. That's the story that reminded me of, man. With Balor and Santelli. Balor was out for the count, man. Motherfucker came to class like a week later and shit with his arm strapped to his chest. Everybody was like, yeah. You was
Man,
it was all good just a week ago.
we had a kickboxer come to the dojo because he thought, oh, kickboxing is better than taekwondo. So he tried our actual sensei. And our sensei, he was a black man, been to prison. I mean, had them, like, you could look at his hands and tell that you don't want these shits nowhere around your face.
Yeah, you don't want them. You don't want them.
So, yeah, crusty knuckles and everything. Like, he break bricks. He will show you how he break bricks. Anyway. Man, he gets to whooping on this kickboxer. Once the dude hit the floor, he sleep, man. And it was a quick match. He did I think it was a spinning hook kick to the gut.
Yeah,
and that was it.
Yeah.
But
Cole Hustle, I appreciate you, baby. I appreciate you. Hey,
egos get bruised though.
Yeah, hey, let me tell you something. That was one thing that I learned. Like I said, Santelli was 5'6", 5'6". And let me tell you something. I'll give you 15 feet in a full clip. You don't want it. You don't want it. You don't want it. You don't want it. Bro, okay, last story, and I actually gotta go. Okay, so check this out. So that was the dojo that I attended when I was a kid. When I got older and I got out the military and all of that, I found a dojo. We called it the OG San Dojo. Okay, but this was, a dojo that taught the same discipline that I was training when I was a child, and it was all ex-SWAT, ex-cops, narco cops, ex-military dudes. And we were all just old dudes that, hey, you got 20 plus years of experience. It's a martial arts club. And we just got together and trained. And we train, 2 to 3 times a week, a couple hours at night. And then we sit up afterward and we had this back room section and they would all crack open beers. I didn't drink at the time at all, but they would all crack open beers and we would all sit up and trade old war stories and shit like that. Because most of us were vets. Or like I said, they were, ex-cops and all that stuff. So we sit up and laugh and have some beers and shit and stay for another hour to talk. So the patron master of our dojo, the grand master of our dojo, was a guy named Tokumura Sensei. Okay. So Tokumura lived in Japan, and we would go, once, sometimes twice a year to Japan so we could train in Japan, like out on the beach, like in the sand, like with Tokumura Sensei, right? So we this particular year we flew Tokumura Sensei to Michigan. So we came here to Michigan and he wanted to stay. So this is a Japanese guy. Well, he's from Okinawa, but Okinawa was, basically Japan, but it's not. It's the same country, but it's not. So, anyways, he's from Okinawa, so he comes into Michigan. He doesn't want to stay at the hotels that are out by the dojo. He wants to stay in the hotels that's in the casino, right? So this guy comes down. He's got his Hawaiian silky shirt on. He's got a fanny pack. He's got some flip flops. This is a Japanese dude. This motherfucker is 5'4". He's not an intimidating looking man. Like I can show y'all a picture of him. But if you were to see him in person, he's smiling. His eyes are smiling. He's a very nice man. Now, if you were to see him in his gi, ready to rumble, you would be like, okay, this dog ain't gonna hunt, right? This is a whole problem. So, like I said, this dude 5'4". So Tokumura Sensei, we would go to train in Japan, right? I'm in my late 20s. I'm in incredible shape. We're working out in the sand. I can't keep up with this old man. This motherfucker almost 70 or over 70 years old. Couldn't keep up with him. So anyways, he's staying at the casinos down in downtown Detroit. And he decides that he wants to walk from the Motor City Casino to the MGM Casino. You got to understand, he's from Okinawa. They go out, they walk out on the beach, they walk around at night. It's nothing to him. He's not thinking like, I'm in downtown Detroit, baby. I can't just put this shit in my Google Maps and walk there. Like, it ain't cut like that. This is downtown Detroit, baby. And so that's what he decided to do. And so it's at night. We done greeted him. We had a class. We drop him off at the hotel and shit. No, in our minds, he's at home and he's asleep. We put him to bed. Man, I get a call the next day. And Sensei, my sensei, who was a sensei over that dojo, which wasn't Tokumura Sensei, is Sensei Perkins. He's an ex-SWAT, he calls me up. He says, man, you'll never guess what happened. I say, what happened? He said, man, Tokumura Sensei decided to walk from one to the other, and some guys tried to rob him. I said, of course they tried to rob him, man. Was he walking around in flip-flops and shit? He said, yeah, man, he was walking around in some flip-flops with a Hawaiian shirt on, with a fucking fanny pack full of cash. He said, of course they tried to rob his ass. I said, oh, God damn, are they alive? I knew right away. He fucked him up. I knew right away he fucked him up. So he kicked, it was two guys. He kicked both of them one time. One of the guy he kicked in the shin. The guy he kicked in the shin snapped his shin like a twig. Just, the guy's out, okay? The second guy he kicked in the groin, broke the dude's pelvic bone in two different places, turned his dick into hamburger meat with a single kick. I was like, damn, this brother short straw, man. I said, God damn.
You worse than me, bro. You worse than
My
me.
God, man. I was like, man, if it was me, I would have ran. If I would have saw him kick one of the guys and the leg explode, I would have ran. He'd have to kick me in the spine, like from the back. There's no way.
If you're not in martial arts, you don't know stuff like that. Like in tournaments, they would teach us Korean so we know what the sensei is saying when they come to us and they tell us to perform certain gis or whatever. Well, here's the thing about that. When we learned that there were some people who would smile like you just said, they say when they smile at you, fuck them up quickly. One of the thing about those the people who are really into martial arts, they see you as an American. They feel like there's a lot of things you don't know, and they're gonna try to mess you up.
Yep. Oh yeah, man. Yep. Yeah, I tell you, when I saw that shit, I was like, if he would have kicked, if you would have kicked me in the, if you exploded my penis and busted my pelvic bone, I would have leaned forward. I'd have been like, "You can't leave me like this. Kick me in the head and end it. Like, just take me out, man. Don't leave me like this, man. You got to kick me in the head. You got to just kick me one time in the head so I can. Don't leave me like this, man. I don't want to go through life like this." Man, they went and picked him up. Of course, they took him to jail, and then he's, told him about Sensei Perkins, and like I said, they were all cops and shit, so they got him out the same night. And I tell you, man, I never laughed so hard because it was so consistent with the reality that I expected. Like, it was so consistent with the reality that I expected. I was like, yeah, man, some of these people, they just not to be trifled with. You got better shit to do.
That's why in this country they teach us to run towards certain situations that we should be running away from.
Yeah, you
And
should be running away from. You should be
some
running away
people
from Togamora Sensei, bro.
some people will not fight you because they know that they can demolish you. For
Yeah,
real, it's like a puppy trying to bite a big dog. The big dog is just gonna
right.
get off, man.
Yeah, now these guys tried to rob him, man. They tried to rob him, so he gave one a kick, and he gave the second one a kick. And Togamura Sensei, or like on the island of Okinawa, like so Okinawa is like karate island. That's where all karate comes from. Now the reason why is because you had kung fu artists who used to come to the island, but they weren't really kung fu artists. They were rich merchants, and the merchants normally would have monks that would come and train their family in kung fu. So the merchants knew kung fu, and they would come to Okinawa, and then they would teach kung fu. And because and so that developed into what became karate. So Okinawa is Karate Island. And they do a lot of street fighting there and a lot of sparring and all of that shit because people are always testing their skill. And they definitely did back in the day. And when Tokamura was in his 20s and 30s, they used to call that motherfucker the dragon. So I want you to imagine somebody that nicknamed you the dragon on Kung Fu Island. Okay? You a bad dude. If on Karate Island, your ass is the dragon, okay? You being a dragon at 6 Mile in Illinois is one thing, okay? You being a dragon on Okinawa, on Kung Fu Island, you a bad motherfucker, okay? And so you gonna let Kung Fu Island dragon kick you in the dick? That's the end of your genetic line. That is the story of one right here.
Yeah.
So
They don't even have to strike you though, bro. All they could just do something like grab your ribs and twist them
yeah,
around and break them. Or like something simple, like you could grab somebody's hand and pull and bend their fingers all the way back. Like you don't always have to hit somebody.
yeah. Well, you decided to kick him. Like I said, if you would have kicked, I'd have paid all the money in the world to be the guy that got kicked in the shin. Because
um,
the way that my Sensei Perkins wasn't a jokester. He was a very serious man, retired cop. Like I said, he was a very serious man. And I repeated to you exactly what he told me happened to this man. He kicked him in the pelvis. His pelvis snapped in 3 places, and it turned his dick into hamburger meat. For somebody to use an analogy like that doesn't crack jokes means that is the closest thing to the reality of his penis after
no,
receiving that kick.
no, I'm
And I was
envious.
kick
I'm
me in the
envious
head.
of that joke. I wish I
Yeah.
thought of that, man, because I was
Yeah.
talking about
Kick me in
somebody who
the
had herpes, and I called them peanut brittle dicks. You know.
head. Yeah, hey, like don't let me live like this. That's the cruelest punishment. Not that you kick my dick off, but that you left me to live a life with hamburger meat for penis at that point. That's the worst fate I can imagine. Hey, I got a couple of things that I need to do so I can see if I got enough time. I want to take my daughter shopping. I promised I would take her shopping. So I'm gonna go ahead and go. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me all the time. This was an incredible conversation that we had. It was long as hell, but it was a great conversation that we had. And let's do it again sometime. Okay?
Thanks for letting me on, bro.
Yeah, every time, man. I ain't got nothing but love for you, brother. I
God bless,
appreciate it.
bro. Peace and blessings, man. May the Most High bless you coming and you going, bro.
I appreciate that.
All right, one
Absolutely.
time for the one time.
All right now. Peace, brother.